it going, fellas? My question is, what's the solution to the problem? Can it be done in this lifetime during the waking body? Once we know the information, but can you share it? The question is, I don't think 90% of people are ever going to understand the information until the news network says so. Until the bloke on the radio says, hang on, they're onto something. That's all I believe, mate.
What? What happened in there? Did you scare everyone off, percent? Oh, he's deafened.
Democ and MC2 and got into it yet again in Don's server. And it was the typical thing. I'm sure MC2 is going to just, flip it out and use that.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are looking for guys like Democ.
Yeah.
You know, they want to find a guy. I don't know. I don't want to start ripping Democ, but they love guys just like Democ.
I think he just has a short fuse. A really short. What's been going on in gyms? Do you still go over there?
Nah, I don't go over there anymore. Too crazy. Too crazy.
Mate, what is gems?
Just another room. Mostly
Yeah.
Globers.
How do I
Hardcore
join that shit?
hardcore Globers. What? What'd you say?
Yeah, fuck lovers, bro. How do I join that shit?
You want an invite link? I'll DM it to you.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Yeah, Bandy said that he doesn't have to go there anymore because like 5 minutes in there reminds him of why he doesn't want to be there anymore. And Van knew he was going to go get his cherry popped.
Yeah. They'll love him. Somebody new, fresh meat. They've probably been listening to Pete Shea and John Bernard and them guys for fucking months and months now, so chemo keeps them alive, honestly. If it wasn't for chemo, them guys would just be, I don't know what they would do.
I wish Chemo would still upload to his channel. He hasn't put a video up in a long time. It used to be like
Yeah,
every
he's not
day he
getting,
put something.
dude, he's not getting good content anymore. What are you gonna get when you're listening to Johnny Bernard or, Johnny B and Pete Shea? Like, how much good content you think you're gonna get out of that? I told him, I was like, dude, you can come over to Geo's and do your thing. Because I mean, some of the shit we do here would end up being good clips for him, honestly. Half of the clips, a bunch of shit on his channel was me going against some guys and gems.
Boom. Hey.
What's up,
Hey,
man? What's up?
guys. What are we experts in today with?
Anything. Say something. We'll be an expert in 5 minutes.
Happy to hold on. Google tabs. Hold on. Open up a few tabs. I'll be right. What happened last night? Anything exciting?
I just got in here. The room was cleared out.
Okay.
It was dead in here last night. Not a soul.
Oh, really? Damn.
What the fuck happened?
The big guns are here, so come on, bring it on, peoples. All you trolls in YouTube land, come on. Come and tell us how your philosophy of science is right.
A guy 2 days ago actually had a reasonable conversation about it.
Oh, really?
I tried to explain. Yeah, I forgot what his name was. I tried to explain it to him, like, listen, that's why our shit proves something. You can use the word prove however you want, but you're going to come closest to knowing for sure with our method.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Uh,
I think it's 100%. Like, heat causes water to boil. That's a straight fact. Like, you know, lack of vitamin C causes scurvy. There's things that are definitely going to happen, you know?
uh-huh. Uh-huh. They hate that word prove. They really hate it, that word prove. Right?
Yeah, because you can't, if they can't do it, you know, that sucks for them.
Well,
So they want to
see,
go against it.
well, if they use the word prove, like a majority of the science they talk about, Jeremy, is just observational science, looking over your head. Like, this is the stuff that they're talking about. So no wonder they hate the word prove.
Yeah, because they want to claim the distance to the sun is science, you know, but
Well,
science proves things, and the distance to the sun has changed so crazy throughout the years. So obviously they're not doing science on it because the science proves things.
yep,
The
yep,
good science, not their
yep.
bullshit willy nilly. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are. What is it? Is it, science proved what was it? The retrograde of Mercury or Neptune or one of those? Oh, that was science proving something. Well, no. Well, to me, you had a mathematical equation. You pointed your telescope in a particular area and you noticed something, right? And you found something as a result of that mathematical equation. Well, okay, then, cool. Fantastic. You found another body in the sky that happens to move the same way as another body was predicted. Kudos to you.
Yeah, if you're
But they
doing,
really, sorry, mate.
I was gonna say if you're doing some bullshit pseudoscience, you know, and what that guy yesterday tried telling me there, you have to do an experiment, a scientific method. Like they're just these guys make shit up, bro, on the fly. I think I don't think it's
Mm-hmm.
worth talking to these guys anymore, honestly. For me personally, maybe other people, newer people, just for me personally, it's not worth talking to these guys.
Well, you did get a little bit riled up, I must admit. Didn't I hear you say that if you had a room that had no globe earthers in it at all, that's where you would be 24/7, just down there?
Yeah, I wouldn't because they make goofy shit up. He was trying to tell me speed doesn't happen in the universe. There's no place where speed happens. Hey, don't slap me in the face. Did you slap me in the face?
Mm. Knocking some sense into you, Jeremy.
Like, obviously, there's a place in the universe where speed can happen. We know
Yeah,
this
well,
because we can measure speed in the universe. I can
mm-hmm.
drive my car down the street. Speed. Look, it happened
Yeah.
somewhere in the universe. That was ridiculous. Lummy was trying to argue that with me.
Well, you can't have speed without a place. No place you don't have speed at all.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's obnoxious, honestly. Some of the places they're willing to go for these arguments.
Mm.
I think that's the reason why it's not worth me talking to them anymore. No experiment in the scientific method. No speed doesn't take place in the universe. It's just ridiculous nonsense constantly.
But I don't know, Jeremy, it depends which scientific method you're talking about. There's 72 of them. Which one would you like us to use?
It's all logistical, clerical bullshit, though. Like they all contain the observation, hypothesis, and experiment. Some of them might have, different things in between or different steps, logistical, clerical things. Nothing crazy though. It's not like there's not going to be an experiment in one of them.
Nobel Prize winning physicist Percy W. Bridgman said there's as many different scientific methods as there are individual scientists.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, they've bastardized it. You just come out and say, "Oh, this is the scientific method." There you go. No experiment. We don't need experiments anymore. We can just do science, no experiments. Now science doesn't prove anything, even though the Globers told us for years science proved the globe, but now it doesn't prove anything. They're making shit up as they go.
Yep.
It's not worth talking to somebody like that. They're just going to make shit up as they go.
Yeah, and if you mention the scientific method, you just spout it as a QE puppet.
We all know QE invented the scientific method.
Obviously, yeah.
It's like you're playing a board game with someone and they're just making the rules up as they go. That's what these guys are doing. They're just making shit up as they go. It's obvious for anyone paying attention. They're just wasting my time, honestly, at this point.
Well, I do find it quite amusing how they do spruik how dumb we are. And yet they choose to spend their so much of their time with dumb people.
And that's what I would do if I was a smart genius. I would spend all my time, hours and hours and years with these people that are absolute idiotic morons that are completely wrong on this thing that I know to be a fact. That's what I would do with my life.
Yeah. When they come in, we just need to unleash Demok on them. Get rid of them.
That's how you know it's not about flat Earth. For some people, there's some kind of psychological need where they have to, I don't know, tell people how much they know by just regurgitating shit. It's like, what are you really here for, man? Like, you don't want to hear us. You don't want any new ideas. Like, what's the point?
I even heard Armour, young Armour. Someone asked him, well, why are you here? And the first thing that came out of his mouth was, oh, look, I thought I could help educate people. You little whippersnapper. What the hell? Like, that is such a condescending statement to make right off the bat.
Yeah, if there's anything I learned, it's that there is no one right answer. So there's no really need to, go back and forth and all this. Just try to understand where the other person is coming from, and then maybe you could kind of, learn something. But
Mm-hmm.
just putting up this wall of ego, it just gets us nowhere.
No, Jerry, and yeah, it'd be so good, wouldn't it, Jerry, to have more conversations, more honest conversations. Um, you know, this is why, I know a lot of people don't, right? But this is why I really like listening to Demok and the way he sees things and whatnot in a very simplistic way. With his electricity and action reaction, high to low, positive to negative, hot to cold, these sorts of things. And these sorts of things you can demonstrate them all. You can see these reactions, but then all of a sudden these reactions that seem fairly simple then have to be complicated, right? With really big fancy words and down to the quantum level to make people sound really smart, that they really understand what's going on. Hey.
Yeah, and I could appreciate that there's nuance to all of these theories and laws, but that's where the interesting discussions are to be had. We constantly get, uh, criticized for going into the semantics or going, quote unquote, into the weeds. But that's where the interesting conversations are. That's where the, contradictions are.
Yeah.
When you start building something, you start horizontal, datum point A.
Mm-hmm. It's all about datum point A, Jerry. That is for sure.
And
Datum.
that's all you have to say. And then they'll just say, oh, so you're saying that everybody's a liar? It's like, no, I didn't say that. That's just where they start, horizontal.
Yeah. It was interesting yesterday, Jerry. Were you here when Blue was here? And I was trying to get Blue and Rakia kind of on the same team to go out and do a horizontal line and then compare it to auto levels and water levels and water. Can this be done? How would you go about it? Let's come to some sort of consensus instead of just sticking in these rooms fighting each other. Let's get out in the real world with each other, right? And do something practical. And in the end, Blue's response was pretty much, well, Jesse Kalowski's already done it over Lake Pontchartrain, so there's no need for to do it. That's kind of what I got with the whole gist of everything. I found that amazing, really.
And what was Rocky's response to that?
Well, he had to check out. He had to he was working, so he was a little bit busy. But SE piped in and said, yes, that's what we want. You know, we want to put down some baselines where both sides can agree on how things are going to be done, how we're going to go about it, and let's just go out and do it. But when Blue brought up the GPS surveying equipment, I know very little about it. I've had very basic use with it. SE's had no use with it. Rucky had more use with it and knew more about it. He started to talk about it. That the positioning for the GPS surveying equipment is really good for pinpointing a position, but it loses a bit of accuracy in the vertical plane. Now, we didn't get down to the minutiae of exactly how much and under what conditions that does it by, and I think too, because of what happened earlier on in the night, there was a little bit of argy-bargy going back between those two because they have a bit of history. And then that's when I stepped in, Jerry, and tried to calm the room down a little bit. I tried to do a little bit of Democ whispering, as you put it so eloquently that particular night, and just try to get them to have a conversation instead of just arguing. Like, let's have a conversation where we can agree on a few points and how we would go about things. And like I said, you know, it went all right for maybe 5 minutes when Blue was explaining how he would go about it mathematically, mind you. But that's neither here nor there. You know, it's still worthwhile listening to, you know, how he would go about it. But yeah, like I said, then Rucky got called away, and then we started talking about something else. I think Wits came in there for a bit, and things started to go to shit for a little bit because Nate piped in and whatnot. So things kind of got derailed off that track. But you know, I think, you know, just talking to people, Jerry, is what it's all about. That's why when Democ was kind of going full Democ that night, it's like, oh, come on, mate, let's just pull it back a bit. Go, just explain to us basically like what you're talking about. And his whole demeanor seemed to change, and he started to have like a normal conversation, which I've had hundreds of normal conversations with him. Like, I know what he's like when he's not being adversarial at all. It's only the white line fever kicks in, you know, with him and others, and you get that combative, those combative personas kicking in. You know, it was like, you know, the about a week ago, I went down and I had a conversation with Babs, moon gazing for about an hour. Jerry, that was really good. That was a really good conversation.
I got to hear that.
Yeah, look, I don't know if Gio has got it recorded or if he's gonna put it up. I've got no idea, but you know, he came into it a little bit, I think, trying to show me a little bit how wrong I was with my thinking, and have a debate and present evidence for me to refute and stuff. But I kept on reiterating to him that I'm not here for a debate, Babs. I'm just here to have a conversation. Just spitball. You understand where I am. I understand where you are. Let's just have a conversation, mate. And, you know, let's not try and really convince each other of anything, because you ain't going to do it to me and I'm not going to do it to you, really. So, you know, you're just chasing your tail.
Did you guys happen to reach some kind of greater understanding of like each other's motives or anything like that?
I think he has a new respect for me, and I've got a new respect for him. Like when you treat a person as a human being and not an avatar or a thing on the internet, you know, people are just people. So I think there was respect gained that way, Jerry. Um, um, so yeah, you know, definitely. You know, I see where he's coming from with all the trolling, because we spoke about that a little bit, and what he does. I see where he's coming from, and you know, over the years, I have seen Babs get attacked left, right, and centre. So, with the whole realm that we're in, he has a very nasty taste in his mouth with a lot of people. Um, and he admits himself that he gets triggered very, very easily by people, very easily, and he lashes out. Um, he is now under the understanding that he is not a target by me, in the chat. um, that I'm just respecting Geo's wishes for the platform, and so he doesn't have a personal vendetta against me anymore if I delete his comments. And he also too did thank me for the time that he was in chat, that I did try and give him mic time and try and protect him a little bit, because it was only him against all the other flat earthers, which you know, he kind of got gang banged a bit this particular night, but he had a really shitty mic. But yeah, no, we did come to a mutual understanding that, you know, we're just blokes on the internet that, you know, are going to have our different views. You know, he thinks I'm 100% wrong. I think he's 100% wrong. But you know, we can still now go down to the pub and have a beer together, right? And not be arch enemies wanting to rip each other's throats out, so to speak. So I think, you know, that was a really good result for the conversation, really.
Yeah, that's a important thing that I try to keep in mind when I'm talking to these people, is that they're just people. And
Mm-hmm.
there's this flat earth kind of thing that people have, like it's like people say they when they're talking about flat earthers instead of the person. And that's
Uh-huh.
what turned me off to a lot of things in the beginning, is I wasn't seen as Jerry. I was seen as a flat earther, you know?
Yes.
It was weird. And I think if
Yeah.
we could kind of get around that bullshit, we'll have a lot more productive conversations.
Yeah.
The othering is what they
Yeah,
do.
right.
Yeah.
It's not only flat earthers. This is why I started. At first, I was like, "Geez, why are they so full of hate and stuff?" You know, like this is just my idea. But I found that they did it to other people. I started seeing them doing the same stuff, to other Facebook groups and other Discord channels. It didn't change their behavior. They just looked for something to get mad about.
There is so much toxicity from both sides. So much, really.
And it's only explained on the flat Earth. Because the globe Earth would offer a new path forward, something new, a new paradigm. But that's not what you see at all. You just see more of the same. So even if they could say, here's my globe, it offers endless space for all people and all ideas, fully inclusive, they really don't care. And almost like in a weird, twisted sense, they become even more flat Earth than flat Earth is.
Mm.
It's like,
Yeah,
so here's your globe. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
all right. Well, I was just going to say that, like, I'll put that to some people, and they'll say, "How does this prove flat Earth?" And I pretty much say exactly what you do. Is that Stone Age tribal mentality is to keep people out, to just fight people and keep them, away, which is exactly what flat Earth is. It is Stone Age thinking. It's flat Earth, and you can't escape it. If it was a globe with all this scientific advancement, we'd be able to reach new understandings of differing perspectives. But there isn't. It's just more of the same. And it started with flat Earth. That's all you have to do to prove the flat Earth model. Just look at the behavior.
Yeah, the psychological component of it all is very telling. It's more telling actually than the actual shape itself or the place. Not the shape, the place. Way more telling.
What up?
Hey, Cuddles, how you going?
No, what I've looked at too, because they want papers and they want peer reviewed, and just look up environmental conditioning. This topic has been, peer reviewed and experimented on, and it showcases that there should be some sort of change in organism behavior as you modify the environment. A globe would be a change in the environment, a completely new paradigm.
Papers aren't worth the paper that they're written on, Crit.
Well, yeah, I'm saying if you're talking down to or if you're talking not down to, but you're talking at a globalist level, they need to see it either on TV or as a headline in a peer-reviewed paper.
Yeah.
You can do that. You can show it to them in that framework of flat Earth. But for some reason, they still freak out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And when they read it or see it on TV or they read it in the paper, all of a sudden they're an expert on that topic too.
Yeah, they might never heard it before, right? You never mentioned, they've never heard of environmental conditioning. All of a sudden, you just say the two words. They frantically Google it.
Yep.
And they magically found out that you're wrong.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter what the topic is, and it is so funny. It is so funny, right? In these forums, and and I've disagreed with quote unquote flat earthers on some of their opinions on things, but it's funny how those conversations go when you disagree with another flat earther. Generally, you can have well, I've been able to have a discussion with the other party involved, but you talk to a glober or baller, whatever label that you want to attribute to them, and the mainstream narrative is always right. It's always right. There's no deviating from the mainstream narrative at all. And I find that really, really perplexing that these people that are quote unquote intelligent don't sometimes seem to have the intelligence to think for themselves at all and come up with their own narrative, their own idea, their own logic on something.
Bro, why do you think most of the books people read are fiction?
Wow.
Why do you think the most popular television series and shit on TV is all based on fiction? Or reality, but it's packed full of drama, emotional roller coaster ride.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Cuddles?
Like
Yo.
here's one that I could showcase. So I was talking to these guys about an evolution and just the nature of humanity. I had known them from a Flat Earth channel too, but it's a full discussion group, right? And they had said too not to do crossovers, right? Not to be like, well, you talk to this person about veganism or whatever, so don't bring that baggage into these other discussions. So I had posted this article, Mitochondrial Eve, a biological female ancestor of humanity, traces back, right, to that we all share this sort of mitochondrial DNA. And then I said, this could be the Eve of the Bible. And they just freak out, just went nuts, right? I read from Wikipedia that the same things I do on all the other debate channels. And so finally I linked the paper, right? It's like, Dr. Gilburn or something like that. I can't remember. I'm trying to think of it. Something with a G. It's like Stephen Gilburn, PhD, some prestigious college, evolutionary biology. And like in his paper, it said it might be. And I said could be. So I go, they'll say, oh yeah, look, you got it wrong. You said could be. And it said might be. I'm like, yeah, that's close enough. That's like about the same jargon. The thing is that you guys didn't even read it because you're just flipped out about biblical stuff.
Mm.
And I go, at the same time, though, you're accepting all these other things about, like God picked America to win the space race. Or when they landed on Mars, they said they owe it to God. Like when the girl gave it the first. So hey, what made all this possible? Well, first I just want to say we owe it to God. These are deeply religious people, and they're drawing upon these conclusions, but then trying to factor the religious piece out of it.
Mm.
And I'm like, well, which one is it? Do you accept the mainstream narrative or you don't? Because the mainstream narrative is a deeply philosophical, deeply religious point of view from the very beginning of America. In God we trust. Like all men are created equal. They're endowed by their creator.
Well, I mean, if you'd have written the Constitution 2,000 years ago, the exact same one, I bet you God would have been talked about more.
Yes, that's the thing too. It's like they want atheism used to be so powerful, like in the first and second wave. I mean, a lot of the intellectual firepower for the American Revolution came from Voltaire, a French philosopher who educated a lot of the founding fathers. And yet somehow it diverted that modern day, this third wave of atheism is somehow do not question what the government does. They are the authority. They are the all whatever they claim. The burden of proof is on the other person to prove them wrong.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, though, right? You have brats in a large group that all cried for daddy to do one thing. But see, government isn't my daddy. I have my own government. It's a creation. It has nothing to do with them. So they need to mind their own business. But this is the thing. Public versus private. Well, you have no right to privacy while you're out in the public. I mean, out in government land? I have every right to privacy. It doesn't matter where I'm at. Just because you can see me, I'm not your business. Look, they could have put God in the Constitution 10,000 times. People probably still miss it. It's chain of title. It's always been about chain of title.
Kind of like earlier too. It's like when they try to make the debate, flat Earth or otherwise, about you, and then you meet them at that level and make the globe about them. Suddenly they don't like it because they think they're presenting some sort of science that is beyond the sort of interpersonal conflicts. But yet they started it. They started shit talking right from the very beginning, talking about Flurman and flat earthers do this, and it's like really this sort of like they won't even follow their own logic there. That somehow that they see if they start throwing shit out into the internet land and people throw shit back, suddenly they're the victim.
Yeah, it's a narcissist. What do you want?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's
Girl,
like all everywhere.
girls mature faster than boys. That's why 80% of females are choosing to divorce and take half of everything from the man because they're so mature instead of actually fixing or working on their relationship. They're cutting and running and robbing the bank on the way out the door. Real mature. It's funny though, right? When you get fired from a job or you quit, your boss doesn't owe you money. You're not doing any labor for your boss anymore, so your boss doesn't owe you shit. Unemployment is a government service. It has nothing to do with the company you used to work for. It's there so that you don't just wither into nothingness. But it's something that's good. It just comes with weird language. I'd have never, ever in my life even thought about getting food stamps even for a day if if anybody had ever told me, yeah, we're going to come and take all of your children just because you got food stamps, because you literally just gave them to us by applying for this program. But that's how weird this world is right now. Most people just want to stay asleep.
Or they get woke to dumb shit that doesn't matter.
Yeah, but look, when woke started, 90s, early 2000s, it was about the truth only. Now it's counterculture. Counter to the truth is being woke. What the fuck? What? Oh yeah, I'm woke because I'm acting like a narcissist because I'm backing up all my narcissist friends and no, narcissism is great. Yeah, that's not woke. That's Satanism. All these people with their eyes closed talking about how woke they are. But then why are you still asleep? If you're so woke, why are you still asleep? I don't need to know about quantum mechanics to break down lies. I don't need to know about the entirety of the space program to break down the lies. I don't need to know something to break something down. I just have to have a functioning brain. It's funny though, right, Crit? Getting into it with like Bob and McToon and them. Well, if you don't know the subject fully, then you can't say anything. Freedom? I can say whatever I like.
Yeah, and if they fall, that's what I'm saying. Just get them to say something that you can help them kind of, untangle themselves. It's right
Well,
there. That should be enough for them to never talk about flat Earth again. They don't know the topic, so why are they talking about it?
that's why I broke it down. Look, what's the phenomenon? Well, I stared at the Foucault pendulum. Oh, so you're creating a phenomenon with a device. Well, no, we're measuring a phenomenon. Cool. When can I see it? Well, never. The sky stuff moves. Okay, but when does you get up to the sky stuff to turn around to see the Earth doing what the sky stuff doing? Like, well, you have to go to outer space. Okay, so 13 people in the entire world out of 100 trillion have gone to this so-called outer space, and nobody else can verify a phenomenon. It's not science. There is no phenomenon. But then they can't get over that. Then they want to jump on dip correction or other shit that they, dude. We went over the entire. Well, I'd say about a quarter to half of the book on celestial navigation. They paid zero attention to anything. These people that are doing this are narcissists, bro. Their father is the devil. It's plain and simple because all they do is lie. Oh, well, look, the curvature of the water. Yeah, I can see the mountain behind the lake that you're at. I can see the forest that's underneath the mountain. Where's this curve? All I see is a straight line from the photographer to the damn mountain. Look, they feign intellectual superiority, but they couldn't wrestle with a cowboy for 10 seconds and win. That's horrible. And I try to keep it humble in all of this.
There ought to be a law against that.
What, narcissism?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that there's about 10 of them against it. Narcissists lie. Narcissists will cheat, steal, manipulate. Manipulation is psychological warfare. Psychological warfare, according to Geneva Convention's a war crime. I mean, You'd think these people actually read nonfiction, but the more and more I ask people, hey, have you ever read the Law of Nations? Have you ever read the Law of Flags? Have you ever read your state constitution? What about the Articles of Confederation? The Articles of Association? How about the minutes of Congress during any of the
They'll be like,
congressional?
what's that?
Right. But they want to tell me they know history. Okay, show me the chain of title. What's a chain of title? Oh my God. Okay.
I never heard of that.
Right. Or they talk about housing. Oh, you're not talking about chain of title. You're talking about something else, and it has to do with real estate only. I'm like, dude, similar idea, but it's all called chain of title. If I sell you my car and you sell it to Crit and Crit gives it to Jerry, all right, that's the ownership chain of title. That's all it is. It's just chain of title. The chain went from one dude to the next dude to the next link to the next link. Chain of title. My rights come from God. They are not restricted by man. What are you people doing touching me? I just can't wait till somebody actually has the time to read the book, The Law of Nations, and actually can have a conversation with me about it. It's been a while. I don't expect everybody to get it the first time. I didn't get everything the first time. But my understanding is better, way better. If I were to read it again, dude. I'm kind of wondering. There was this guy that showed up to another server's attorney, and we talked for about 20 minutes, and he's like, "Oh, this is an interesting conversation. I'll come back." Well, the guy only had me on one point, a false citation, perhaps. I don't know, because the book that the citation comes from is literally $23,000.
Really? What book is that?
American Jurisprudence, second volume, second edition. What'll really blow your mind is the other titles that are in there talk about automobiles, licensing, and licensing restrictions and what it means to automobiles, what it means to motor vehicles. Why are there two different terms for the same thing? Like, that's one thing that got me, right,
I call
years
that
ago.
a deception.
Right. There's an automobile, and then there's a motor vehicle. But just like law and code, they are not spelled the same, nor do they have the same amount of letters. Blech. So how do you conflate the two when they literally both have opposing meanings? Automobile is something that is owned by a man, people. It's private. It's part of their household goods, according to the IRS. Household goods on the tax code, right? It's right there in black and white. Okay, so you're going and registering as a motor vehicle. Where's the automobile registration forms? They got rid of those in 1980, 1990 here in the state of Texas. It's gone. Everything private is converted privately. You have to do the work. Now, if you want to be out in the public, you don't have to do any of the work. You just have all of the liability from all the crap that you don't know. Uh, I mean, come on. The biggest joke right now for me is that people think Federal Reserve notes are literally the only thing that exists. Well, what about the Gold Act? What about the Bills of Exchange Act? What about House Joint Resolution 192? What about Negotiable Instruments Act? What about all these other acts that have come up? These things sound like solutions and remedies are available in them.
What about carrots?
You're talking common law. That's barter.
Yeah, that's the only way to go. That's the best way to go.
Yeah, look, the common law is where your privacy rests, your rights, your what they would call sovereignty being intact. Even though I am not a sovereign, but my rights come from a sovereign. So I've been gifted a portion of sovereignty.
Mm.
It's called being a free man, being free without restriction.
You know, the good thing about bartering, one of the benefits I find from bartering, regardless of what is bartered, right? Because I might have a basket of carrots, right? And I want to trade it for a loaf of bread, for argument's sake. But that's not how it works in our community, because we're always bartering between each other. And if I go, offer my services, my expertise in the field that I've been trained at, you just go along and you just help out your neighbour, right? And sometimes you'll put in a day's hard work, just on the tools, just helping this person out. Cause right? Because you want to do it, not necessarily because you want something in return, but it comes back, like it does get returned, right? And it might not be as much in return. They might not come to your place and put a day on the tools or whatever, but they might come around and they might bring you a casserole or whatever the case may be, appreciation or whatever, and vice versa. You might do something small for someone, but then all of a sudden now you've got 3 or 4 neighbours helping you, in the yard, because you're making all new garden beds, and many hands make light work type of thing. It's such a beautiful way to exist, like that. Um, just cause really is.
I mean, nobody specifically clearly knows everything. However,
I
in a
do. I know
large,
everything.
you'll find in a group, you find more answers with more brains than by yourself. Sometimes.
Yeah, you could learn a lot from a dummy.
Dude, ask people if they know what a letter of precision is. Ask them if they know what it does. Then ask them about the Kardashians. See which one they know more about. Bartering is private contract, though. It's private business. You're engaging in a contract with somebody else. But see, that's the fun thing about contracts. The contract makes the law, and the contract is outside of the Constitution. Why? Because you've literally made new law. The whole topic is fun. The issue is the divides and everything. People have to see the divides clearly, or it's just a nightmare. What up, Ricky?
Oh, you just noticed it was me, huh?
Well, I just looked at the name.
Funny, I recognized you.
Yeah, but how many people actually sound like me?
Well, so far nobody does, but you know.
Yeah, that's the ironic part, right?
And so, who's like me though?
You sound
Maybe
like
they
a couple.
sound like me, but are they like me?
I don't think there's too many people
I
out there
think
that
I
even.
stand out, but you know, maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, we all have our individual moments. But see, like even individual, right? That's another bad word in legal land. Individual and people are not the same thing.
Yeah, it's those pesky words, right?
Right, semantics, what words actually meant based on their original intention. I mean, so horrible.
So what have you been up to? Besides no good.
Trying to figure out where my bookworms are at.
I read a lot, but I haven't read any books lately. Not any novels, anyway. I think the last book that I read cover to cover was the Bible.
Well, let's see. I guess I can mess this all up and have some fun. If you can download all 460s, have fun. Do-do-do-do-do.
Are you going to give me a drive thing?
I'm
Read
going to
books?
give you a website.
Oh, right on.
For some strange reason, I can only download part of the file.
Cool, thanks.
Man, if you can get all the files in one swoop, I don't know what the heck the deal is. My phone only downloads a little bit of it and then it pauses. It's like somebody sitting there at the computer cutting off everybody.
It's possible.
Very possible. I mean, it could be a bad mirror. Could be an old mirror. I don't know. Dude, The Law of Nations is a great book. That should be mandatory reading in school, especially in history. Why? Because it's American history. The adoption of that book by the Continental Congress, where the book actually applies within Congress and lawmaking, it's American history. Most people don't even know what the hell minutes are, man. But they're going to tell me how the government works, but they don't know what minutes are.
Aren't minutes the time spent in court or something like that?
Nope. Minutes of the meeting. Minutes in like Congress convening and having a meeting. It would literally be the key points that are voted on.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, I get what you're saying.
So at 11:45, Bill proposed this bill that we should read. And it's about skydivers and the cost benefit analysis of teaching everybody to skydive, right? At 11:32, Sam found a problem in the bill. 11:45, they had talked about the problem, they fixed it, and have now addressed the issue. It's boring if you're looking at it, I guess, through a lens of disinterest and disdain. Sure. But
Yeah,
once
but
you
that's the
go
important
ahead.
parts of what happened, right? It's the stuff that you need to pay attention to.
Exactly.
Like all the other stuff would just be commentary, right? Like just, or whatever.
Right.
I
Well,
don't know if the right name for it, right?
Here's the funny thing, though. Where did Congress get the term minutes from? Where did all of these wonderful
From the
things that
Minutemen?
come from? It comes right out of trust law. People watch Congress, right, on TV. They've never read Robert's Rules of Order. So when something stupid goes on, they're like, what? I don't understand. Read Robert's Rules of Order. It'll become very clear. It's just going to take a higher acumen than third grade.
Well, that's difficult nowadays, isn't it?
Well, if you're going based off the public standard, the public ruler, you should be able to read congressional records somewhere around 17th grade and actually comprehend it. Maybe 18th grade. But if your parents are already teaching you stuff, right? Your friends, your family are actually teaching you things, increasing your acumen, you should be able to read it all easily by the time you're 16, 17, 18 and understand it. You have you have common law, you have commercial law, you have free, you have debt slave, you have bartering and trading, you have bills of lading, bills of credit, notes, bills of exchange, you've got bearer bonds, you've got other types of bonds, you have writs, you have negotiable instruments. There's two sets of books running forward. They're both parallel, going in the same direction, forward. Public, private. Government, common law. The government rules the public. Period. That's why there's issues with them coming into people's houses. Private property. But see, I can do private business out in the public eye, on the public highways. They call them public, but it still all belongs to all of us. Minutes are how you add property to a trust. In a corporate setting, minutes would be the deliberation of changing the company, adding new policies, changing the company's dictionary for its terms. Like what Microsoft did. That company is probably a business trust. And to keep the business on its toes, it literally changes everything about itself almost every single year. Does Microsoft have to change its stuff? No. Does it have to change definitions? No. But if they get into bad business practices, they're going to have to, because last year's definition is going to screw us, and it's going to tank our stocks. I mean, dude, it's so weird, right? All of the things that most people would find boring are literally the things that would set them free from whatever crap that they're going through. So what you want to talk about?
What do you know about getting private plates? I've always been curious about that for a
Getting slash making? Because most of the people that have private plates have literally made them. But there
while. Right.
is a
No, I
problem.
mean, like, if I want to avoid commercial assault from police officers,
Right.
the only way to avoid that is to get private plates, correct?
Well, first step is to getting your MCO or your MSO, right? So if you're going to keep this car, right, and maybe pass it down or barter it away to a farmer, private business, go get your MCO. If you're going to sell it back to somebody out in the public, it's going to get weird. Plus, if you do give it away as a gift, they're going to have to understand a lot of crap because it's out of the public when you have the MSO, the MCO. It's out of the public when you have private plates. Even though you're using the highway or the streets in your town, it's out of that paper jurisdiction. So if I gave it to my neighbor, he doesn't know none of the crap I know. Hell, he's never even thought about reading any of these books about trusts or law, nothing. I'd literally have to sit him down and spend probably a month teaching him how to not be stupid.
Is that even possible?
Well, I mean, it is. I still have to finish certain things for myself. Like I've got several documents that I need to start writing. Even if I just get 2 sentences, something is better than nothing.
Right.
But I need to find this video, dude. There's a guy, probably 60-ish or so now, He put out a video about 5, 6, 7 years ago about the Registration Act of 1905, 1904, 1905. It was proposed in 1904. It was passed in 1905 and implemented. Where the government made a contract with the manufacturers of the cars. These are where all these fun adhesion contracts come in. There'd be the word of the day. Ooh. Adhesion contract. So the government, able to regulate public business, goes to public business, General Motors, and tells them, hey, we're going to regulate this because X, right? There's business being done. Now you have household goods and you have commercial. There's the divide. It's clear as day. So the Registration Act of 1905, it was basically the government making the companies give up the MSOs, the MCOs, to the cars, to the Fed. Now the Fed holds all of them. The federal government holds every single MCO from everything since they've implemented the program. Unless you've either A, built your own from
What does
scratch,
MCO stand for?
manufacturer certificate of origin. It's what they would call the land patent or the allodial title to the thing. It's the original document of the finished product.
You said manufacturer's what order?
Certificate of origin. The MSO has its own thing. It's the same thing. MSO, MCO, sterling title, allodial
Oh, I see. So
title.
it can be certificate or sales order, either one.
Yeah. I think the MSO is manufacturer sales order. Shoot. I haven't looked that one up in a minute. Because normally, like the groups I hang around, they go allodial title. They've understood that term, allodial title, sterling title. So they'd say that more than they say MCO. It's the same thing. It's a different word for the
I
exact
got you.
same.
It's legally.
Well, the MCO was what was created by the company. Now, if you were at home and you had a garage and you could build a car, you literally make your own MSO. Now, you don't have to send a copy to have it registered with anyone. However, I would say you'd like to handle your diplomacy and let them know at the DOT that, hey, this is household goods. If you guys have plates for private citizens, that's fantastic. Sign me up for that program. Long as there's no weird stuff. Otherwise, I'll make my own. Here's a copy of my plates. Here's a copy of my MSO. Certified copies, not originals. This is who I am. You guys have a great day. I mean, reading bits of the DOT code. State citizens or state nationals are supposed to get their plates from the DOT, not from the DMV. The DMV is a subsidiary. They're regulating public business.
Yeah, I heard about that, and I wasn't sure what it meant.
Give me a sec.
Okay, so let's say I build a trike from an old motorcycle and some parts, and I want to be able to drive it on the city streets. How would I go about getting that done without going through the DMV? Is there like a walkthrough or a book that would help me on this, or do I have to kind of like research it on my own?
Well, here's the fun thing, right? Most of this stuff isn't going to be in the public eye.
Right. That's why I'm asking if maybe there's, like you said, there's a book that's worth $12,000 and there's a bunch of information in there that'll help you. But
23. That's ridiculous for one book. That would literally answer most of the questions that I'm even talking about.
Right. But you can download it, right? Or you said you can download parts of it.
Yeah, I've got a chunk of the file. I downloaded the whole. I clicked the all 406 that were there. It should be the complete book. It's just divided up into sections and pages, I guess, to make it easier to transfer.
Right. So it's not all one big chunk.
I mean,
do you
dude,
by chance have a copy of that book, or you were just talking about you couldn't get it because it was too expensive?
I downloaded what I could out of the files, and it won't let me continue the download. It's so weird.
Maybe you have to do like parts of it, like have one person download the first part, the second part, whatever, and then you can share or something.
Well, here's the thing. Your state law library should have these books. It's basically their job to have these books. If they don't have a copy that you can at least read online or download, then there's a big issue.
Yeah, I would say that would cross a few lines.
Well, okay. Looking for public law through your state law library. It's in a different section. All of the old public laws, they're in a completely different section. Every time you ask for a public law, they'll send you codes, penal codes, statutes, ordinances, regulations.
Yeah, they'll send you the DMV book.
Right. Yeah. No, ma'am. I need the public law. I need the organic laws of the state. The ones that actually have enactment clauses before the corporation. Because that's another thing. Enactment clause. What is it? What does it do? It determines whether something is a policy or a law. But with your trike,
What's the difference?
right?
What's the difference between
look,
policy and that?
Go look up like an example of an MSO or an MCO. Find an image, study the image. Now, what the information you see there is basically the same information you're going to do on your document.
Right.
Once you have that document done, sign it, have somebody notarize it. Why not? Have fun. Make copies. Keep the copies with you at all time. When they ask for something, hand them one of the copies. Well, this is nothing. Yeah, this shows private property ownership. This is household goods. I don't have to register private property.
Right.
Well, everybody has to register everything.
They
What do
don't
you
like
mean?
that. They don't like that at all. Oh no, you can't do that. You can't be private because then we don't know who you are. So that's your problem.
Who the hell named their child everyone? Because I want to go kick their butt. Because this everyone guy is in almost every single freaking code.
He's full of it up to his eyebrows too.
Well, again, everyone instead of state citizens, state nationals, the people. It's a different class. You're talking about a different group of people. So this is the thing. They try and combine everyone. Well, it means everyone. Everyone what? that has a contract with you, that gets services from you, or just slavery in general? You're just blanketing everyone. Well, does China know about everyone having to have a driver's license? Because I'm pretty sure there's a ton of people over there that don't.
I think
Are you
there's a
going to Puerto
ton of
Rico?
people in the United States that don't have a license too, and they don't
Right.
get arrested for it.
But that's the thing. It's vague. What is everyone? China, Puerto Rico, Guam, Dominican Republic, Colombia? Everyone? Well, it applies to state citizens. Well,
And
why?
regardless, don't you have to agree to it before it's actually enacted on, like, valid for you?
You have to be given full disclosure of the terms, and that's one of the safety nets that most people will find when they get to it. When was I given full disclosure? Well, that's not the matter of the court here.
Nobody will ever get full disclosure on something like that. It won't ever
Again,
happen.
then you can't conscionably enter into the contract. Can't. Because if you don't know what you're signing, how can you sign it and agree to the terms if you don't know what the terms
You
are?
don't
Oh,
know
yeah,
what they are, right?
I have no idea. Huh? How does that make any sense? And then people think this shit makes sense.
That's why you
That's
just
the
say, I don't
worst
understand.
part. It, to me, I don't understand is almost a cheap shot at this point. It's still right, but the correct step is, when was I given full disclosure?
Right.
I don't
Yeah, when was it
understand.
mailed to me and certified, right?
You're not
Right.
going to be vague, because why? Because you're a man. Because a man isn't vague.
Mhm.
Men get stuff done. We get stuff built. We get things going. We're anything but vague. Laws cannot be vague. They cannot be left up to interpretation. They can't use vague language. If it's vague, it's not a law. At least not a law for you. Tax code only applies to taxpayers. What the hell is a
What about a stop
taxpayer?
sign? Is that vague?
Yeah. Stop. Stop what? Stop walking.
Yeah,
Stop
it doesn't say
breathing.
what to stop. You're right.
Stop peeing. Stop pooping. Stop levitating in my yard. What? Stop cutting my grass? Stop what? What am I stopping? Well, stop here. Stop here for what?
I'll tell you what gets me upset about this whole situation and understanding it is that there's this whole class of people who think that because they've been paying these fees and these tickets for all these years that it's actually going to a good cause, and that all this money that they embezzle from us is actually good because they fix the highways with that money. And I said, are you insane? Have you lost your mind? The
Most of
ticket
that
money
goes in,
doesn't go to the freeways, you idiot.
taxes don't go to hardly any of the stuff that people say it's for. But you just have to go
It
read
goes
the
right
statute
into a bank
to
account.
see that. It's easy. They put it in black and white, man. The taxes aren't collected for any of that shit. It comes out of the CAFR. What's the
Follow the money
CAFR?
trail.
What's the CAFR? Why doesn't anybody know what the hell the CAFR is? Why didn't anybody audit the CAFR? Well, hold on. Nobody knows about the CAFR. Isn't that where every single city, county, state gets their budget money from every proposal ever? Yeah. Oh, well, what's the CAFR? And the tax money that's taken up every year isn't even close to what's in the CAFR. It's not even a fraction. Like, it's ridiculous.
Are you talking about like coffers? Kaffir coffers?
CAFR. CAFR. It's called CAFR.
Oh.
It is a well, it's basically the bank account that they have access to for every city, state, government budget. Period. Period. Just all year round. They have the budget to literally All right, they have the funds in the CAFR to make a budget where they literally supply every single public school with better food, better equipment, better everything. There's money there. For the roads, for the streets, the CAFR, that's where all the money comes from. For WIC, for food stamps, for water, power, all this shit. This is where the money comes from. Hundreds of trillions of dollars a day, more than anybody's making at any point in time, period, in the world, period. Period. More money going out than anyone's making, ever made. How can more be going out than what's coming in? How does that make any sense?
Just be careful
But
what you
again,
ask for.
right, but here's the thing. People audit the budget. Well, let's look at the budget. Well, hold on. Where did the budget get its funding from? The CAFR. They can't tell you that's where it got its funding from, but they've already told you in one of the books that you don't read. You don't want to read because it's boring. Anything worth learning isn't easy. It's going to be difficult. So if somebody goes, it's hard, I don't want to read.
My
Nothing
eyes hurt.
right. Nothing worth $100 trillion is going to be easy. Nothing. At least not for us. Not for people. But the government's already got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of trillions of dollars. Where the hell did that come from?
We just print the stuff.
Well, it's got to come from somewhere. There's always a source. So them printing it obviously isn't the source because
Yeah, the
they
paper
were
factory and the ink
told to print
factory.
it. Right. But they were told to print it. So who told them to print it? This other group. And who told them to come up with this idea? Oh,
Who
well,
gave
this other
them the authority?
yeah, is what I'm saying. Chain of title. You got to follow the trail. You follow the trail, you find the origin of the source. I mean, dude, I walk down a creek or a river if I'm at a lake to find the source that feeds the lake.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't I do
another
that?
one is when you deal with police and officers, like I've noticed that their attitude has changed in the last, I don't know, 5-10 years. Like they don't act the same. It's almost like that I don't know how to explain it. It's almost like they're just a walking deception. Like they don't tell the truth about anything.
Right. Oh,
You know
well,
what I mean? It's like they were trained to lie to you, and it doesn't make any sense to me. Like why is that necessary?
Hold on, here's a fun one. Signing the ticket is an admission. Okay, but what is signing the ticket? Is the ticket a contract?
An admission. You're screwed.
No. Hold on. Just slow down. Is the ticket a contract?
If you sign it, it is.
Well, did he give you the ticket? He handed it to you? Yeah, all right. So you have an offer. So he's giving you an offer. So it sounds like a contract to me. Well, you have to sign it. So I have to sign a contract that I don't understand. Well, that's not what I said. That's exactly what you said. Well, everyone signs. Well,
Nope.
I'm not fucking everyone.
I'm not everyone.
Whoever these people are naming their child everyone, they really need to stop it because my name is not everyone. So obviously it doesn't apply to me. Well, everyone means everyone. Ooh, you just nullified the word that you used by defining itself with itself. Oh, that's horrible. Dude, track down, start with mass and have fun. Then go look at driver in the federal Federal Code. Same
Yeah.
issue.
Commercial.
Same issue.
Commercial.
Mass is the amount of matter. What's matter? Matter is the amount of something else. Something else. What's that?
It's the
Well,
amount of matter that it matter has. Yeah.
we derived it from a formula. How does another language translate into English? What? Especially a number. But it's the same thing with the term driver. Driver. The one who drives a motor vehicle. Motor vehicle.
Commercial.
Motor vehicle is vague. It's super vague. It's super
Yeah.
vague. But
It's
that's
super
the
vague
thing.
even in the book that they give the cops. They don't even know what the hell it means. That's why they carry around a little book to cheat. Scumbag.
Dude, that's why this crap out on the TV, right? All these travelers are so horrible. They're threatening our democracy. Hold on, the state constitution says republic. What the hell are you talking about democracy? Isn't democracy another form of communism? So wait, hold on. So the republic is threatening communism. How is this a bad thing? I'm missing that. The republic
Well,
is
don't you know?
communism.
What, they
That's the
didn't
whole
tell you? Our country is run by a bunch of Nazis.
Right. But it's a threat to our democracy. It's a threat to every freaking news station. Threat to our democracy. Hold on. The original Articles of Confederation say republic. The original Articles of Association say republic. The original state of Texas, state of Oklahoma, state of Mississippi, state of Missouri all say republic. What the hell? When did a law actually have this word democracy in it? Never happened. Never. Not a law for the common law. No. For the corporation side, for the law of merchant? Oh yeah, absolutely. Thousands of them. Same shit.
What my question is if it's illegal for them to pull you over using an emergency light that's designed for emergencies, then why do you even have to stop your vehicle in the first place? That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I get it. If there's an emergency vehicle, I'm supposed to move off to the side. But to pull over and stop and then let him initiate me and then try to sign a contract with me, that's complete. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, hey, if you don't sign the
How does
contract,
he get away with that? I don't understand. How is it that
Well,
that doesn't just get knocked right off the top? Why doesn't the courts just initially just destroy that? Because he's breaking the law in order to get his information. So why is he allowed to do that?
adhesion contract, man. You signed up for the license and you didn't let them know you weren't given full disclosure. There's ways to handle diplomacy and there's ways not to handle it. And most people do the same thing I did, what you're just talking about, railing against the system. Just railing. And without understanding what or why or how. And dude, the whole thing for like logic and inductive and deductive reasoning, who, what, when, where, how, why. If you're not asking those questions of any of this stuff, you're already upside down. And they're shaking the coins out of your pockets.
Oh, I know what you're saying. There's some truth to it because I had a run-in with the police, and the first thing I said to him was, "Don't even ask to search me because you're not going to do it." And they never did. Not once. Not once did they even think about it. They said, "No, we don't need to check you." I'm like, well, it's like that's all I had to do was just say, "You're not searching me. If you do, I will file a lawsuit." That's all I had to say. It was that simple. They never asked to search my person.
Here's one of the problems.
I was like, what? I don't believe it.
So they operate mostly on presumption. If the name has a driver's license, even if you're going to the grocery store, they're going to presume that you are using the license at the time you're out in the car. Why? Because the car has the plates and you have a license. Well, I'm not using that right now. And that's the thing. I'm not using the license. I'm not. Well, you have one, and so what? I'm not using it right now. Come find me in a week when I am using it for business. See if you can catch me slipping. My business game on point, son.
I like when they ask you stupid questions like, well, don't you think people should have to go slow on the highway? I always say,
No.
no, actually, I think they ought to be able to go as fast as they want to, as long as they're not causing an accident. Who cares? None of my business what people do. You know? And the guy just looked at me. I'm like, well, think about it, bro.
Well, dude, the statute on speed limit tells you that going over the speed limit is a crime. But the driver's handbook says to follow the lead car's pace. Well, if the lead car is speeding, it says to follow the lead car. The statute and the actual driver's handbook actually conflict. What the heck? How is it that those two things would conflict?
Because you need to pass cars and vehicles on 2-lane roads and things. So you have to be able to break the speed limit. Otherwise, you'd never be able to, use the vehicle properly. You wouldn't be able to pass anybody. You'd be stuck behind some slow truck forever. That don't make sense. Right?
Right. So now we have a conflict with their own stuff. Ain't that bonkers?
And my other question is, if a police officer is not in pursuit and actively turning on his sirens, why is he allowed to speed on the highway like anybody else? He's a commercial driver, am I wrong? Is he not conducting business? Contract law on the highways? Yes.
They're all supposed to have business cards. They're all supposed to have a DBA, the lawyers, the attorneys, the police, everybody. All of them, because they're doing business in the what? The public. They're not doing business in the private. That's why it's against the law against their law, right? Not my law, their law. They make their own laws for their group. I make my laws for my group. You make laws for your group. You don't make laws for me. I'm not a part of your group. I'm somebody else. I'm walking on the water. You're just trying to drown me, and all I did was rise above it and started walking on it.
Metaphor? Is that a little Freudian slip?
Metaphors and double entendres for days.
Double entendres, is that what you said? Ooh, that's a good word.
Metaphors for days. For days, man. For days.
How do you spell entendres? That's going to be a one I have to figure out.
ENTENDRE. Too fast?
Yeah, way too fast. A-N what?
E-N. On. Entendre. E-N-T-E-N-D-R-E.
Okay. Entendre. Okay. Got it. Interesting. All right, I gotta go. I gotta go get my kid up for school. She's got one more week left. So I'll be back in a little bit.
Any questions?
Oh, I've got thousands of questions, but I'll let it.
There you go, Nate.
Hey, what's up, Ben? How you doing?
Yeah, good. Yeah, good, mate. Good. How's your day been? Good, productive.
Just
Man, this happened.
yeah, still morning. Just busy working. Got YouTube on.
2 in the
No, I said still morning. It's not 2 in the morning.
Oh, okay. Still morning.
Yeah. What about you?
It's about,
you go fishing?
It's about today. Went down to the beach. It was a bit cold. Down
Yeah.
there, so.
It must be winter for you guys, right?
Yeah, it is, but I'm blessed where I am. The winters are fairly mild, so it doesn't get too cold at all.
Nice, nice.
It was about 11 degrees Celsius, which what's that over your way? That's about 44, 45, I think,
Yeah, roundabout.
Fahrenheit.
I think, yeah.
Yeah. So
Beautiful.
it's still cold. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's still cold, but it's not
That's not that
freezing.
cold, Benson.
No,
No,
no.
that's not
Like,
that cold.
where you are, do you get snow where you are? Where you are, the Brooklyn.
Yeah,
You don't get snow there. You don't get snow.
we do.
Yeah.
What? New York gets like
No
blizzards
No,
way.
and whatnot during the
really?
winter. Yeah, it snows all over New York during winter.
Damn, bloody move.
I'll try to show you some
Move.
pictures. Like this past winter, yeah. I still have.
Bruh, we get snow more than you do in Texas.
No, you
I
don't. Oh,
couldn't think of anything worse than having to go out my front door with a
mhm.
snow shovel to make my way to the footpath. I couldn't think of anything worse.
Really?
Hell.
Yeah, but I mean, you just pay the kids that live in the same building as you to do the shoveling. You know, that's what
Oh,
everyone
yeah,
does.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
okay then. Well, it's a good way for them to earn some pocket money. So good on them.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Bruh,
I used
when
to
I
do that
lived up,
as a kid. But... Sorry,
I
cousin.
woke up early just to dig out the sidewalk.
Yeah, yeah. I would do the same when I was a kid, but I'm too grown to be doing that now.
I always thought it was
Oh.
fun to shovel snow.
Say what?
But I always thought it was fun to shovel snow, and especially with a snowblower. That's a lot of fun.
No, really, man.
I
That's
enjoy.
That's what kids are for.
Exactly.
It's
I
like
guess I'm just a
legalising
kid because I've always
slavery.
enjoyed mowing lawns and things. I've always thought that was fun stuff.
Oh, okay.
Bro.
You
That's
went
what
to
snow blowers are for, or leaf blowers. Even better.
Yeah, exactly. So I said,
What's fun
machines are
about
fun.
fun about mowing the lawn though?
I don't know. It's something about seeing the grass too high in one spot and not high enough on the other, and it's just something about cutting it down that's fun. I don't know why. Maybe it's a mental thing.
It's such a dad, man.
Well, I mean, if your yard was as tall as you were, there might be something in there that would be hiding that could eat you.
Nah, nothing's dumb enough to hang out in my yard.
I mean, if your yard were as tall as you were, something might, because they're cutting down shit everywhere.
I had a bloody redback spider in my boot the other day in the garage. Went to the garage and went to put on my boots, and
Yeah,
have
you got
this
to check them
habit.
if you leave them outside.
Well, you have this habit of just like banging your shoe. And anyway, whatever. I bang my shoe, see if anything pops out. Nothing pops out, and then you whack your hand in there just to double check that there's nothing in there. I whack my hand in there. There's a spider web, and I pull out a redback spider, and it's on my hand. And it's like, yeah, get the fuck out of me! Drop it as quick as
Jesus.
possible. Yeah,
I would have
just
screamed.
dropped him. He went on his way. I got bit by one about 7 or 8 years ago. Gee, it hurt.
What kind of spider did you say?
A redback spider.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, they give you a nasty bite. It's like a red hot needle going into you. You can die from them. You can die from the bite, but generally they don't inject enough venom into you for you to die.
Have you ever seen those spider scorpions or whatever they're called? Those scorpions that look like spiders.
Well, me personally, no.
Oh, aren't they common down there? Let me see if I can find a picture of.
A scorpion spider? I know it might be known as a different name, so if you show me.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, obviously,
Uh,
scorpion spider isn't its official name. I don't know what they call.
Okay. We have bird-eating spiders that are about 5 foot in diameter. Those things will just pick you up and take
Fuck
all
out of
your
here. 5 feet.
They are monstrous.
Dude, if y'all had spiders like that, and getting rid of guns is the dumbest thing anyone could ever do.
What do we need guns for? We've got pitchforks. We don't need guns.
Oh,
We got
yeah,
guns to shoot stupid people who try to take things from us. That's what we got guns for.
Hand-to-hand combat with a spider that's literally as wide as you are tall. That's an awesome idea.
Yeah.
And when he jumps 7 foot in the
What?
air and lands on your head and bites you, don't call me.
I think you're
I'd have done
exaggerating a little bit.
shot him right in the face. It'd have been game over. Or I'd have got the lasso out and I had the pet.
You're gonna do his piss off a
Salt
spider.
salt works really well on spiders. Little salt gun.
Man.
I mean, if you had packs of wolves or something, you'd understand.
We have packs of dingoes, so they're pretty vicious.
Yeah, but
Dingo
they're
stole
not.
my baby.
They're not gonna mess with one of you unless there's like 30 of them.
The dingo mess with you for sure. They will.
Normally, they do it in larger groups. If the group is too small and you're taller than they are, they won't mess with you. But if there's more of them, they're all brave together in a big group. So
Yeah,
we got
Bansword,
coyotes up here.
spider.
Same thing, basically. Coyote.
I think they call it a camel spider. Bansword, do you see it?
Oh no, no, we don't have that. Yeah, no, we don't have those here. I've never seen one.
Okay.
Hey, why do you have to ask the silly question? Why does anyone need guns? If anyone doesn't need
That's a
guns,
really
then what
silly
are the militaries and bodyguards and security doing with guns again? See, there's money changers, right? There's guys that drive Loomis trucks, that drive gold, silver, diamonds. Why do they need guns? Nobody needs one. They shouldn't need a gun. They definitely, of all people, should need one.
Especially animal control. What do they need a gun for?
What do the cops need guns for? They're just regulating business.
Yeah.
Right, they're just writing tickets. What do they need a gun?
We don't need guns. We don't need for guns.
No, I'm not saying that we don't need them. I'm saying that normal, business people don't need them. They're just conducting business.
Well, depending on the type of business, right? But again,
Well, yeah, if you're defending a $10 million, armored truck, yeah, I would say I want to have a gun handy, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but see, the gun that they let you carry ain't gonna be enough for anybody coming after an armored truck.
Of course not. You need a Gatling gun for.
Yeah, just a little mini 38. It'd work. Definitely clear the street.
Oh. What's a really cool thing in Australia? We don't have to worry about our kids going to school and getting shot up by a heap of madmen with guns. Have to worry
Hey,
about
you just
that
gotta
here.
worry about them getting kidnapped with guys that have guns that told you can't. That's so much better.
We don't have too many people here that get kidnapped either. We have a couple of cases in total.
So you're telling me y'all don't have child protector services?
Child protection services? Did you
Sure, they
say?
have something like that.
Of
Probably
course.
Here.
family.
Of course we have child protection services. Yeah.
Okay, and do they take children from good parents?
Do they take them from good parents?
Yeah.
Ooh, I
Yeah,
don't know
they do.
of any one particular case. No, I don't. I know children have been removed from very bad situations. I do know of those cases personally myself.
They're patting themselves on the backs with those, obviously. But what about the ones where they've taken them and there weren't any problems? See, you don't hear about that. You only hear about the stuff that makes them look good.
In the state of California, if your electricity is
I
off
don't
for more
know.
than 3 days, they can come take your kid.
But
Do
Bannister,
you have
isn't
an example? Hold on. Do you have an example in Australia where child protection services have taken a child off a good parent? I'd like to see that.
I don't live there. I don't have one offhand, but I
like
could probably
There we
stick.
go.
isn't Australia's known for having a lot of these weird cults where it's like a lot of
We-
kids taken from orphanages and from their families and taken into these cults? I don't know.
What?
Yeah, there was some documentary I watched a long
Oh,
time ago talking about all of these cults in Australia.
Oh, all the
well, I'm
best
sure there's
cults are
cults in
here
every
down
country.
under. Yeah, the best
The
ones are
globe
here.
cult.
Yeah.
Like, have you heard
Yeah,
of Anne Byron? Am I saying it right? Anne Hamilton Byron? Yeah, so
And that sounds familiar.
she had a cult called the Family.
Oh, the family.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like she
Lionel
had this cult
Burns.
running for like 20 years, right?
Man, weren't they all inbred too?
No,
They
no,
all
they got
inbred.
all of the children through adoption agencies.
Okay.
Well, that's how they started in
There was
America.
there was a case not so long ago where there was this family and they were all inbred and they lived in the middle of nowhere.
What
When
the
I say
fuck?
inbred, they were truly inbred. It was really bizarre, actually. Really bizarre. There was about 40 of them, 50 of them that lived in the middle of nowhere.
In Australia?
Um,
Jeez.
yeah, in Australia. Yep. Yeah,
The
definitely.
fucking yeah, Australia's so big and barren. Like I'm sure there's a lot of just these families in the middle of nowhere. It's just weird like that.
Well, it's like anywhere. You have your weird spots and you have your not so weird spots.
Yeah.
Have
Not
your
just
dainty
Australia,
area.
man.
Like,
It's
yeah,
like
we're not
anywhere.
saying, not saying we're perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Like, if you're just a random backpacker, some random person will pick you up and take you out in the middle of nowhere and torture you and hold you for weeks on end and stuff.
Does that happen in Australia?
How nice.
Wolf Creek. Wolf Creek's based on a true story, apparently.
What's Wolf Creek?
It's a
Movie.
movie.
Oh,
It's a
I haven't
movie.
seen that.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Ivan Milat. Well, basically,
It'll
he
be
picked
about
up
some
some.
people who get kidnapped.
Yeah, he picked up some English backpackers on the side of the road.
Mhm.
They'd broken down, so he offered to pick them up, and he took them back to his campsite. And the guy was just a really creepy guy, actually, and ended up torturing them and killing a couple of them, and then one got away. So the story goes.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Watch it, Nate. It's a really good movie. Really
That's
good.
scary.
What's it
Yeah.
called?
Wolf Creek.
Wolf Creek.
Yeah, it's actually a place in Australia.
Have you heard of Skinwalker Ranch? I don't know much about it, but I read about it the other day. I was like, supposedly there's this place that's haunted and all this stuff. I think it's crap, but you know how it is.
That's the paranormal place where they.
Supposedly there's ghosts everywhere. Like everybody that goes out there confronts a ghost. I'm like, bullshit. Give me a break. It's so stupid. When are people going to grow up?
There's a TV
You know,
show.
like
about it.
seriously, when are people going to grow up? Don't you realize if this stuff was real, they would have science on it. There'd be all kinds of data about it, but there isn't any, so that explains. It's fake. It's not real. It's just a story.
I'd say the last time I heard of Australian CPS doing something would be against the Aboriginals. It wouldn't surprise me if it was still ongoing.
Well, they got to control the population, you know.
Well, they took children that literally didn't belong to them, though, that were part of the tribe.
Oh, well, I don't know. They must have had some kind of special permission.
Oh, yeah, special permission to take something that doesn't belong to you. That's called theft.
Yeah, well, if you're a police officer, it's called everyday thing.
Well, again, you're back to the whole somebody signed a contract thing, and the problem is you're trying to figure out what, when, and how.
These are the times LeBron humiliated his opponents.
Yeah, I
Is that
saw
background
that.
noise or somebody? Mike.
Looks pretty interesting.
Yeah.
It might be me.
Apparently, it's based on two past serial killers.
Yeah.
And Ivan Milat
Milat.
and the
Yeah,
Milat
yeah.
and the Bradley Murdoch.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And there's a Wolf Creek 2 as well, which is even creepier, I must say.
Mm.
But yeah, if you watch that, you'll never come to Australia and backpack, that's for sure.
Mm.
So Nate, why do you think people get their nose out of joint so much when it comes to three simple words: the scientific method? Why do you think people get their noses out of joint?
Because they've been taught to understand it one way, and in reality, it's actually another. And when they finally realize that, they go into a state of cognitive dissonance, and they start defending their ridiculous claims and things like that.
I'd say it's the same reason other people get triggered by the 4 words, mind your own business.
Business. Yeah. That's one that gets a lot of people.
Yeah, so to answer your question, Ben, I think I think it's because there's this idea that everything within science should be done in accordance with this method, and anything that isn't done in accordance with this method isn't science. When that isn't really the case in the real world, that method is just used as a guideline. It's not,
Right.
the
Well, yeah, I
end
think we can
all.
all understand that,
Yo,
right?
I'm still talking, man. Come on, bro. Like you both answered the question. I didn't interrupt you. Give me a chance. And most scientists don't really do science in accordance with one strict method, man. So because science it's so diverse now, and the methods and the equipments and the theories that we try to test are so different. that it's difficult to just confine them to this one method, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I've got no problems with putting, say, astrophysics in the scientific field, right? Making these observations, right? Studying these patterns. I've got no problems with calling that an actual science. Okay, doesn't bother me at all. But when we're trying to find a cause and effect relationship,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, don't you think that following can you find a cause and effect relationship if you don't follow the scientific method, like with independent, dependent, manipulating, all that sort of stuff, repeatable, falsifiable,
No.
rah.
No, I don't think without doing following without doing a proper experiment, you're ever going to find the cause and effect of things. But like I
No.
said, the things we look into now are so difficult to subject to experimentation, you know?
Yep.
Like in our model, we believe in black holes, and how do you
Yep.
subject a black hole to a proper cause and effect experiment, you know?
No.
So because we can't do that sort of science, cause and effect experiments are kind of seen as the cherry on the top of the cake. That's what will win you a Nobel Prize. But that doesn't mean you can't do other science to the black hole. You know, you can try and do detections, calculations, you know, try and
Yep.
see the angle at which light coming from behind it is
Mhm.
deflected. Yeah, this gives you
Mhm.
information about the black hole, and that is still science. It's not cause and effect,
Yeah,
but
no, and I
but it's still
definitely
science.
agree. Yeah, I definitely agree that that's part of science, like the
Yeah.
observation part of it. I've got no, and I've
Mhm.
never had a problem with that part of it, Nate.
Okay.
Right, at all. When you observe these patterns, whatever you want to call it, twinkle rate, color of the light, whatever this is, we can observe these things. We can put different tools to the light and try and work out what it is, perhaps, which I think
Yeah.
myself is a little bit sketchy, right? Because we have spoken about spectroscopy before.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, no, I've got no problems in having astrophysics in the scientific field. But
Mm.
me, it stops short at the observation. It doesn't go any further than the observation. Like it makes theories about these observations, what these
Mhm.
observations are, what may be causing these patterns of movement, um, what may be causing these patterns of how the light is shining. But
Mhm.
that's where it definitely stops. It stops short. It's just an idea. It doesn't go past the idea. You can't really test this idea anything other than just keep on observing what you're looking at.
Mhm. I hear you, but I think we go a
Yeah.
bit more than just having an idea, you know? Like I we can't take a black hole, put it in our hands, and manipulate it to do anything we want, you know? We can't do a one-for-one cause and effect experiment the way you would with water and at what temperature does it boil.
Right.
It's really difficult to do that with a black hole, but there are tricks, techniques we can do. We can create models which simulate what we think might happen to a black hole, and then using those models make predictions. Obviously it's just a model, it's just something generated within the computer, but
Yeah.
it tends to give us a general idea as to what's going on. We could either do that, or we could predict observations we should see. And that's as close as we get to an actual cause and effect. Because we could make a prediction or a hypothesis that we should observe this at this time or place or whatever. And then at that time, when that time and place arrives, we do observe it. So that is kind
Okay.
of a hypothesis with a cause,
Right.
quasi cause and effects setting, but it's not.
Within yeah,
Mm,
within this model that you make of of a black hole or whatever you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
You've focused the telescope on a particular part of, quote unquote, the universe, right? And you've noticed this anomaly. And what
Mm-hmm.
you've noticed in this anomaly is things don't seem to be moving as far as how you thought they would move. Okay, under the old Newtonian gravity, right? How something should be orbiting something else. Like you notice something a little bit out of the ordinary, right? And so you watch this movement over a period of time. Okay, so now you already have this information at this one particular spot that you're looking at, and you model that one particular spot. Okay, then.
Mm-hmm.
And your calculations that you work out on a piece of paper to put into this model, right, all marry up. This light moves with that light moves with this light. This one looks brighter, that one looks duller, this one seems to be getting closer, this one seems to be getting further away. And all the mathematical equations you perfect for that particular area that you're looking at, right? And you get everything to marry up. And now all of a sudden you have another model, right, that you can use to point the telescope in a different direction. So you're not necessarily predicting anything. To me, you're just gathering information at stuff that you are looking at, noticing patterns, right? Which then gives you the ability to say, well, this pattern here that's working for these numbers over here probably should work over there as well. So let's point the telescope over there, right? Where we're pretty certain that these equations will work, right? Lo and behold, you point the telescope over there. What do you see? You see another set of stars, another set of lights that are acting the same way. So to me, there's no prediction there necessarily, right? Because you've already got the information that you have very carefully calculated to work for that very particular region that you're looking at. And now you're just moving that telescope to a different region with this with these new equations that you've added to the old equations, right? Because now the telescopes are more powerful and all that sort of stuff, and so you can point them somewhere where different with this new information and see this new information, right? And Allah, there it is, as the model predicted. Like you're not necessarily predicting anything; you're just using information that you have correlated, right, and got to work for that particular region, and then you've moved it to another region, and it's married up, which is really to me no surprise that you are going to notice similar patterns in other areas of the sky.
Yeah. So to try and stick to the example you just gave, it's within doing these calculations, Ben. So in the creation of this model, of these models, that we do our predictions, right? So we see, things moving in the sky around an object, and we can't see that object, but we can see the effect it has on something else. We can see how it changes the trajectory of things around it. So what we try to do is try to calculate what those trajectories would be. And then we take those
Yeah,
calculations and we put them into a model to see, do our calculations when put into this model match up with what we see in reality?
yeah,
If
yeah,
if they don't, then it means our prediction is wrong and our calculations are wrong. And then
yeah,
we need to
yeah.
rework our calculations. So that's what we do.
Yep.
It's still predictive, it's still science, it's not and if our calculations are correct and our model works out, then we have a model that's gone through the scientific experiment. It's falsification of these models and the equations that back them up has been
Mhm.
attempted, it has failed, and this is now
Yep.
the best model and the best equations we have to work with until we find new evidence. And then we can take
Yep.
this model and try and apply it to other black holes, other things we see in the sky, and see if it works out for those other things. If it doesn't work out for those other things, then it tells us our model has been falsified and adjustments need to be made. Either we need to see why doesn't our model agree with this new finding, this new piece of evidence. So either our model is totally wrong, or there's just something we haven't taken into account. We take that thing into account, update the model, test it again, see does this updated equation within our updated model give us what we see in reality. If it does, then our model has been correctly updated. If it doesn't, then it tells us there's still something fundamentally wrong with our model. And now we need to start thinking to ourselves, okay, we've tried to update the equations. They're not working. Maybe it's the model itself that's broken. Maybe we need a new model, a new theory, you know? And that's
Well,
science.
well, it's constantly tweaking it, isn't it? Really,
Yes.
Nate. Like you're constantly tweaking the model because um, the Newtonian model, right, works pretty well with stuff that we see within our immediate vicinity. Yeah,
Hmm.
right. And so that's the model that is used there in our immediate vicinity, whether it's here on Earth or fairly close by with Moon, Sun, these sorts of things. They'll
Hmm.
they'll correspond to the Newtonian formulas. Right, the further out you get, or the further you can see, right, it's not that Newtonian was totally um, disregarded, right, because you
Hmm.
still have these patterns kind of on a large scale, but it seems that on the smaller, more minute scale, that's where these patterns differ. Would I be correct there?
Yeah, so the idea is that when, these Newtonian mechanics and mathematics and equations on a small scale, they're very accurate. But on a
Mm,
large scale, they become more approximations and they don't give
yes.
us, you know, accurate results for things we see in nature.
Hmm.
Because you got to understand when Newton came up with these equations, he didn't, the idea of black holes or an expanding universe, things of this nature, the quantum mechanics, all of these things, he didn't even have a clue that that's what the future was headed to.
Well,
So
no,
I
no.
think if Newton was alive today and he formulated his equations, they would be way different. It's just
Well,
when he came up with his equations, it was before
well,
all of these things. So
yeah.
his equations won't factor for these things. They won't cover for these things, He made a lot of assumptions that we would never make today, you know?
Well, I think
Such
obviously there's a lot of assumptions with it all, and if Newton had have had access to the technology, say that Einstein or Einstein's wife, there's a bit of a debate there who wrote the equation, but anyway, we'll put that to one side. um,
Mhm.
um, with that other information, he too may have been able to come up with exactly the same theory as what
Yeah,
uh,
definitely. Definitely.
Newton came up with. But obviously,
Yeah.
with the when you can see things better, right,
Mm.
to the scale at which we see things now, and I don't think anyone's going to disagree that the technology available to see things above our head in the detail, has come for leaps and bounds. The clarity, and just how much you can see too seems to be incredible. Really, it really does. What you're looking at, well, yeah, that's obviously up for debate. I don't think you got any idea, personally myself, what you're looking at. But anyway, um,
Yeah, so with Newton and Einstein, the idea is so Einstein came and took what Newton had done, and he didn't replace it. He didn't throw it away. He just added to it to factor in these new things, these new types of sciences, these new observations, and he built upon that. He didn't start from scratch. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. Now that is something that science tries to do above everything else. We the body of science tries as much as possible to avoid having to start from scratch. We would rather take what we have and add to it as opposed to start from zero, you know?
They'd rather assume the phenomena rather than actually um, scientifically prove.
Assumption is the most important thing nowadays for pseudoscience.
Assume what phenomena?
Well, this is what they do.
Could you
What's
give me an example?
Yeah, electromagnetic forces.
Uh-huh.
They haven't found the precursor to what is creating that phenomena. They just slap labels on things, even though they've never explained what magnetism was, what a field was, or what electricity was. They just want to prematurely throw words together to act as if they're so confounded.
Mm-hmm. You're still being a bit vague, but okay. Did you want to ask something, Benson?
I'm just saying that science is supposed to be getting to an explanation, and that's to the contrary of what they do. They describe the interaction or the phenomena, but they never address what the premise of that phenomena was.
What do you mean by the premise of
He
the
means they
phenomena?
don't show cause and effect. They just assume and then make, I think that's what he's
But
trying to say.
But if we say the cause of magnetism is charged particles repelling and attracting each other.
Incorrect. Incorrect. That's a vague description. Once
Yeah,
again,
that's pretty vague. But
yeah. Once
Okay.
again, they don't explain. They assume these particle interactions is responsible for all phenomena. However, this is just an abstract concept. This of reification fallacy. This has nothing to do with getting down to the brass tacks of what's taking place, what causes the effect.
But the effect is caused by charged particles interacting with each other.
No, there's no such thing as a charged particle, and certainly none that terminate in the vacuum of space.
I understand where you're coming from because that is just a scientific description for something, so we can understand it and think about it similarly. But I don't know if that goes so far as to where you're saying it goes.
What's the charge within your charged particle, man of war?
It's a positive or a negative charge. So
What's a charge? What's a charge within your particle interaction here, please? I don't just want to hear positive, negative, because I don't see anything in nature having a positive symbol or a negative symbol to identify itself. This is something that man does.
Okay, so charge.
Right, like I said, it's description.
Yeah, charge just basically describes whether or not an atom has more or fewer protons or electrons. If it has more protons than electrons, we say it has a positive charge. If it has more electrons than protons, we say it has a negative charge.
So you're talking conceptually and abstractly. Can we get down to reality?
But that is reality.
With electricity, you can't because it's only theorized.
It's just this is how we explain it. We obviously need concepts.
That's not an explanation.
To convey ideas. It is an explanation. How is it?
No, that's a vague description.
Okay. Could you give me an example then of an explanation for magnetism?
An explanation would be something of logical implication, not just asserting a charge here, a particle there, everywhere a charge, particle. I mean, this is ludicrous.
Okay, but when I explain what magnetism is using charged particles, is there something you don't understand when I say that? I think most people get what I'm saying.
I'm sure we could all agree to conceive the notions of what you're saying, but whether or not that has any practical lesson or not is what's up for grabs.
But it does though. This is how we know. I mean, it's using this framework and this idea of positive and negative charge that we make things work. Radios, anything with electricity,
So why is it?
television, phones, computers.
So why
I
is it
mean,
that when you increase a magnet's strength from, like, let's say an N30 Gauss to an N55 Gauss, the spatial footprint decreases? Why is that? What
what
is
do you
your
mean?
charge particle? How is your charged
What do you mean?
particles going to explain that to me?
But what do you mean the
That's
spatial
that's
footprint?
advanced electronics
The
understanding.
the field of that magnetic field doesn't increase rather than decrease. Can you explain that to me?
So if I increase the strength of a magnet, you saying the magnetic field doesn't increase, it decreases.
Correct.
Decreases in what? In strength, in area
I
it
told
covers.
you, in the spatial footprint. I mean, I don't know how any more clear I could be.
So spatial footprint, that means the space it covers.
Oh
There's
boy.
a good demonstration with this when
Is that
they
what it is?
try and use magnetism in sleuth boxes to try and recover the
Well,
very
they're
fine
not using the
gold.
field directly rather than indirectly. They're actually,
Yes, yeah,
yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, no. But what I was going to say, you would, at first logic, you would kind of think that the bigger magnet that you used, you'd have a bigger field, and thus, you probably wouldn't need as many of them. But apparently, you use smaller magnets in a certain way, which makes this field more effective with that very fine powder gold that they try and collect in their sleuth boxes. So there's a practical example there that the footprint of a smaller magnet is actually bigger than a larger magnet right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not up for debate. I mean, this is all very well testable and repeatable. But again, science never addresses the essence of what it is they're discussing. They only subdivide things into discrete units of measure, but that's never getting to an explanation, nor is it defining anything.
I just feel it's more of a thing of the explanation science give you aren't happy with, because I think science does pretty well in explaining
Let me
how
ask you.
magnetics
Let
and
me ask you what an
electricity.
explanation
But
is.
but,
I
but
think
hang on,
that's maybe the point of contention.
though, Dice. If I could just get my piece off. Yeah, I think science does very well in explaining how electricity, magnetism, and light works. And evidence of that is the many electricians, the many people that work with magnets, the many people that work with lasers, different types of light optics. They all learned how to work with these things based on the general understanding we have right now with regards to electromagnetics. They're not in university being taught ether. They're in university being taught
Yeah, nice, man.
electromagnetic
Can we
field.
stay on topic?
I am
Because
being
right
on top.
now you're just spewing your dichotomy. But I want to
I'm
ask
not.
you. In your mind, what do you think an explanation is? What's an explanation consistent of?
An explanation? I don't know. An explanation is just something that
Uh-huh.
explains something.
Do you think an abstract concept is an explanation?
An abstract concept.
Explanation.
If it's trying to explain something, yeah, why not? It's
So
maybe
this is the
not.
point of
It's maybe
contention right
not
here.
the best explanation out there in the world,
No,
but
wrong. Completely wrong,
it's an
bud.
explanation. Hmm.
You're completely wrong in your assertion.
Okay.
An abstract concept is a description. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
An explanation should be consistent of logic, right? Rational reasoning, common sense. When you take common sense and create uncommon sense to allow your paradigm to work, that's not ever getting to an explanation. Okay? That's very far from an explanation.
I don't know. That
So
just sounds like. Oh,
why
okay.
why don't
I
you
thought you
Google
were
it?
done. I thought you were
Why don't
done.
you Google it? Google what an explanation is, and let's see if we can unravel this mystery.
All right.
You
So
should look up
all right.
what an
Let me
experiment is.
Google it. So an explanation, a statement or account that makes something clear, a reason or justification given for an action or belief. And then the differences between a description and an explanation. A description says that it's like that. An explanation says how it came to be like that. So I think science gives explanations, because science
Right.
gives
Science.
an understanding. Hang on, Daiso. Science gives an understanding of how something came to be like that. Science
No,
also gives reason and justification for an action or or an
that's wrong.
observation.
Science never addresses the hows and the whys. All right. They only address the quantified measures by which they can abstractly describe the event, but they never get to the hows and the whys. And this should be at the fundamental core, the epitome of what an
You know, you're right
explanation is.
about that. They don't. You're
You see what?
They never address the
I
hows
agree
and the
with him, is what
whys.
I'm saying.
Yeah, but you overspoken, man. I didn't hear what he said at the end. Science never addresses the how and the why.
Correct. They never tell you a force of what, by what, and to what. They only assert these two things interacting. Therefore, a force label is required.
What? Like let's work with like a practical example, because it just sounds like you're making claims, but I can't think of reasons where your claims are justifiable. Like let's just work with an example.
Sure. Let's talk about the nature's fundamental force, magnetism, or the magnetic effect. Right.
Mhm.
They never address the hows and the whys, the how this came to be. Right. How did
Okay.
the magnetic field come about? Is this through a quantitative means of measure, or is this through a qualitative attribute? And which it is. Magnetism, the effect of magnetic field, or the magnetic effect, is a qualitative, not a quantitative thing. And this is why science doesn't ever explain, because they're only looking for how to quantize. They're not trying to understand the root of this phenomenon.
Okay. So you're saying it, the example you're presenting is electromagnetism, and you're saying
No,
science.
I never invoked electromagnetism. I
You did
invoked it.
though. I asked
I
you to give an example, and you said electromagnetism.
No,
So
no,
this is
that's
not
not
the
what I
example.
said. That's not
Okay,
what I
what is
said.
the example then? Could you
said
give an example
magnetic.
that we can work
I
with?
said magnetic force, the fundamental
Magnetic
force.
force. Okay, the
Yeah,
magnetic force. That's the example we're going to work with. Okay. So according to you, science doesn't give us the how and the why within the magnetic force. So the how
correct.
being how it comes into existence, and the why being why does it exist, right? Or
Correct, because before you make a magnet versus after you make a magnet, there's
Mhm.
no molecular or anatomical indifference. This is all due to a qualitative attribute, not a quantitative one. And this is why science doesn't ever address it, because they don't understand first principles and attributes. They only understand how to count and subdivide things into discrete particle interactions.
Okay, so the how, I think it's explained very well. How how magnetic fields are created is by moving charged particles, right? And you can measure you can
We're
measure
going back into a
this.
circle.
No, we're not
Yeah,
though. This is the example you brought up,
you've never
and according.
substantiated a
Okay, but
charged
listen,
particle. You're asserting it.
you gotta
This
let
is
me finish,
reification.
you gotta let me finish. You can't keep on interrupting me, because I don't interrupt you, man. And it's a bit unfair. And it's too early in the morning for us to be just shouting at each other, you know?
I know,
So
but you're
firstly,
long-winded. So just chop
I'm
it up
not
real quick.
long-winded. You pretty
Well,
long-winded yourself,
let him-
but I sit and listen to you, Dicelo. Like, come on, man. So the example you brought up is the magnetic force. The how, we know how it's created by moving charged particles. If you want me to explain how we verify charged particles, I can do that. But the why, why are they? Yeah, it's a weird question asking why, because then it's like trying to say that these things have intent, like they the why, it's because of whatever somebody has done to this, to cause a disturbance in the magnetic field. If I'm playing with magnets, I'm going to create a disturbance in the magnetic field, which is going to cause a attraction or repulsion between the two magnetic
This is
pieces
what
I
I'm
have.
talking about. You're
You know?
long-winded, man. Chop it up.
Can
Jesus.
can we
Okay.
All
can
right,
we
so
have
let me address what he said real quick, because he boiled it down and condensed it to charged particles, something at
Yeah.
which we've never isolated. We've only conceptualized due to phenomena reactions that are mislabels and misappropriations. So again, how do we say something is real or not, right? I would say the best way would be to have an example, right? At which you can either hand me something, or I can hand you or show you a realistic example of something, not just mathematically conceive something abstractly to be as such, and then slap this fucking truth label on top of it. I mean, this is ridiculous nonsense. I'm getting real sick of it.
would
Go ahead.
you say energy, not magnetism, right? But energy charged particles of some sort, Dyslo?
Well, that's kind of a mishmash, hodgepodge of connections, because the charge within this charged particle is what we loosely associate as energy, but science only touches on the dissipation or diminution of that energy. They don't touch on it as it's unmanifested. They only talk about it as it's releasing its charge. So, but that's not to say that the charge isn't already there. So again,
Okay.
like, you see where I'm going?
So, well, I'm
So
trying to. I'm trying to. I really am.
What's the
so
difference?
so
What's the
Banso,
difference
if I could
between
just
charge and
respond to
energy? Go ahead. Charge and energy. I want to know the difference.
Okay, so
Well,
Banso, before you respond to me, if I could just reply as well. So when it comes to electrons, we are able to isolate um, electrons. There are different methods you can use. One method, for example, is to heat up a cathode ray, or like a metallic cathode, and then running a current through it, and then this will release electrons, individual
But
electrons.
that's
And then
double speak.
I'm not done. I'm not done, please. This will release individual electrons, and then you can trap those electrons in a pinning trap. So that's one way to isolate and prove the existence of electrons. Floor is
So
yours, Ben.
that's complete double speak. You're talking about applying a charge to something to isolate the electrons, when you're telling me an electron is a charge carrying particle.
I didn't say
So
you apply
again,
a charge to it. I didn't say that though. I said
oh,
you
you
heat
didn't?
the metallic. No, that's why you're not listening to me. You keep over
Oh,
talking
you
me,
didn't say
so
you
you
heat
don't
up the
hear what
cathode
I'm
ray?
saying. Yeah, you heat it up. That isn't
Oh, and that's
applying
not charge,
charge.
huh?
No,
Oh,
you're just adding
wow.
heat to it.
Wow.
No one says charge is fundamentally heat. Who says that? You're just adding
Wow.
heat.
So if you increase
All
the
right.
temperature of something, you're not okay. All right.
Well, what is the charge of temperature? What is the charge of a flame of fire?
Is
Is that a
there
positive, negative
if you
charge?
warm something up, is there energy in it?
Yeah, there's obviously
Oh, okay.
energy, but that
So
doesn't
what's the
mean that
difference?
you are adding
So
charge.
what's the difference between energy and charge? I'd like to hear this.
The difference between energy and charge? Energy is just the flow of forces between two particles. So if you, add energy to a particle, what's the word I'm looking for? You are putting a force upon it. That's
A
all.
force of what, by what, and to what? So here you go again, slapping
Oh,
force labels on things, man. Misappropriating things.
what do you mean?
I asked you to explain to me the difference between energy and charge, and you
I
went on
am.
some
I
tangent
am
about
trying to
invoking
explain the.
forces.
I am trying to explain the difference, and you keep over talking me. A force is used to describe energy being imparted or exchanged between two particles. That is one way you can define energy. Charge is defined as when an atom either has more electrons or more protons with in its makeup. I've already told you what the definition of charge is. So I've given you the
I would
definition of charge and of energy, and you can see they're not the same. Go ahead, Benson.
Yeah.
I would define it more simply, right? Because we started to. I'm trying to help out the listening audience here a little bit too, because you guys speak in a bit of language that may have some of our listeners a little bit scratching their heads and not
All right.
knowing where to turn. Now, to me, energy is something that has the ability to do some sort of work, right?
Yeah.
Whatever that is, whether that is an electricity, water, wind, something that has the ability to do work. Now,
I
the
agree.
now to me, the charge would be how much energy you can
Let's go,
extract from
bud.
that, right?
I
The
wouldn't. I
Yeah,
would
the
that's
agree with that.
capacitance, bud.
the
I wouldn't
sorry.
agree with.
I said that's capacitance. You're capitulating the storage of energy and describing it incorrectly. That would be capacitance.
All right. I don't know what
Well,
Daiso
yeah.
is saying, but I wouldn't agree with that definition of charge, Banso. But what you define energy as, I agree with 100%. Because you can get
Okay.
energy out of particles that don't have charge, like a neutron, for example. They are things which are neutral in charge, but they still give you energy.
Why
Well,
why do
okay. Then,
neutrons
if you
decay?
if you charge up a battery,
Hmm.
right? If you put energy into a battery, right?
Yeah.
Now it has a
I
particular
mean, you're not
amount
putting
of.
energy in the battery, though.
Well, you're putting something into it, right? You're putting something into
You're
something that
just
has the
you're just
ability.
promoting
That has
the
the ability.
flow of like.
You're putting something into something that has the ability to do work. You are definitely doing that, right? You are storing that
Yeah, I
energy,
agree.
right? And
Yeah,
that
so you're
storage of energy, what you have on hand is the amount of charge that it has to be used at any one particular time, right? And the
it's
more you
potential.
use
Yeah,
of it, right, in a battery, for argument's sake, the more you use of it, the less of that charge that you have available
So
to hand.
let me ask you.
You are,
Let me ask you. When you charge up that battery, does it weigh more than what it did prior to charging it?
good question.
I've, I've got no idea.
Well, let me tell
Absolutely
you,
no
it
idea.
doesn't. Let me tell you, it doesn't.
Okay.
And furthermore, let me tell you that when you take, let's say, for example, a AA battery, right? And you've got a charged one versus an uncharged one. And you hold that battery, both of those batteries, over your countertop, right?
Density
And you
changes.
drop that battery. One of them is going to bounce. The other one isn't. Why do you think that is?
Okay. I've got no idea, but what difference does it make at all if a battery weighs more when it's charged or not?
Because you're talking about taking something of physical essence and putting more into something else. Therefore, there should be some sort of a difference in how we quantify the one empty
Exactly,
battery
because energy is
before
never
and
destroyed;
versus
it's only
after.
changed. Right.
Well, there obviously is a difference. There is a very distinct difference between a flat battery and a charged battery. There is a very distinct difference between the two of them. So you are changing one of those batteries very distinctly. Now, whether something physical goes into that battery, it's neither here nor there, but you are definitely changing the properties of that battery to enable it to hold,
I don't
right,
think anyone disagrees with
energy.
that.
Okay, then. So the whole weight of the battery is neither here nor there, really, at the
Well,
end
it
of the day.
is. Well, but it is, man, because when you're talking about energy having the ability to do work, right? There's what's called a rest mass to that supposed uh, thing you've just invoked, i.e., energy. So when we're going to conceive it as being this charged electron, right? That you're filling up this battery with, there should be some sort of a measurable difference before versus after. But we're not seeing that. Why do you think that is, though?
Well, I don't know why we're not seeing any physical difference, but that battery definitely has the ability to do some sort of work that I can't do. It definitely does.
Nobody disagrees with that. That's not the point of contention. The point of contention is accurately explaining energy to everyone's satisfaction that has a logical, practical understanding, not just invoking charged particles in lieu of a better explanation.
But everyone fully understands what is meant by charged particles. Someone like Bansal.
I understand
I'm not.
too,
I'm
but
not
that's
done.
not.
Daiso. Come on. You
Okay.
went on just now for long. You literally monologued, and no one interrupted you, bro. Come on, man. So Bansal, who has experience working with electricity and stuff, right, Bansal? Like you've done
Water,
electrical work,
water. I've
water
done
mainly.
electrical work, yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah, and I mean, you understand what is meant by charges and running a current through something. You understand how a battery works, with the principle of it's storing chemical energy, and then when a current, a negative current is run through it, electrons are run through it, it converts that chemical energy into, you know, usable work energy, right? Like these are things everyone understands. Also,
Yeah,
I've
Tesla
posted.
understood it too, but
I'm not done. Come on, man. I've also posted a video showing that there is a difference in weight between a fully charged battery and a half or basically empty battery. So there is a difference in weight. When the
there
battery is
is.
fully charged, there is. I posted a
Okay.
video and I tagged you so you can watch it. He
Oh,
explains it
okay.
brilliantly.
you're just talking
Even
about the
I'm not
fluid,
done,
man.
Dysel. I'm not done. He even gives a really good example. I think from the 3 minute mark. He has like an experiment where he proves this.
Right.
So you should watch it. It's pretty interesting. Go ahead, Dysel.
Okay.
I was just saying, you're just talking about the fluid, like in a car battery per se, like a lead acid battery. Let's talk about like a lithium battery. Why don't you do that one? An experiment on that one.
What do you mean?
We all know fluids, evaporate over time, or you can fill it up. I mean, there's too many variables within. I'm assuming the video you gave is probably a lead acid battery.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
normal,
no. Yeah, they're just
yeah,
normal AA
Yeah.
batteries.
normal
From what I
AA,
can see.
AAA. I think these are alkaline based. Yeah,
Alkaline, yeah.
normal
They're
battery.
not
Okay.
lead acid. They're alkaline.
Yeah,
Yeah.
alkaline batteries. They're not car batteries.
Yeah, it's not a
Oh,
car
okay.
battery. And with the
Yeah.
lithium battery, it's the same concept because with the lithium battery, it's the lithium ions, right? So these ions, you have an ion when a specific atom either has more protons or more electrons. If it has more protons, it's a positively charged ion, and we call this a cation. If it has more electrons, it's a negatively charged ion, and we call this an anion. So the framework still works no matter what kind of battery you use. It can still be explained using this idea of electrons and protons, negative and positive charges, and it explains it very well, Dyslo.
Well, prior to you having this understanding, let's go back to the pioneers of this understanding, i.e., Steinmetz, Tesla, Heaviside. These guys didn't believe in electrons, all right? And somehow they were able to create the entire electrical grid we're still using today without this fallacious understanding that you're invoking here. So why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, not everyone's got to agree with the idea of an electron. At the end of the day, like I said, an electron is our interpretation of what we see going on, and it explains what we see going on very well. If you have a different explanation or a different interpretation, go for it. No one is forcing you to believe in these electrons and these subatomic particles.
Yes, they are.
But it's the
Yes, they
framework
are.
we have, and it works very well for us, and it's what
It's
we
forced
teach the
upon.
people within
Okay.
our institutions. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. It's forced upon students. They don't get the other alternative explanation that originated these ideas. They get the pseudo fucking science that you guys conjured up to hide the truth. All right? That's the
not true.
problem.
When I was taking classes in physics, we were taught about Tesla. We were taught about the history of, the people that came before us that helped get us to where we are now. You were taught about
All
the
right, I'm going to
history.
challenge you on that.
You were taught about, past experiments that happened, past
I'm going to
ideas
challenge
people
you
have
on that.
held till we got to where we are now. Now, if you want to ask me specifics, I'm not going to remember. Like I'm going to tell you now. I don't remember
J.J.
everything
Thompson.
Tesla. I don't
J.J.
even remember.
Thompson.
Okay, go ahead.
J.J. Thompson, upon his discovery of the photoelectric effect prior to receiving his Nobel Prize award and being persuaded to change his position upon his discovery. What did he call that when he first seen that effect? Do you remember what he called it? Did your teacher teach you?
I don't remember. I don't. We were taught about J.J. Thompson, but I don't remember what he called it when he
So
first discovered.
yeah, so what did your teacher tell you about Tesla? Let's dive into that a little bit.
Just the general history of Nikola Tesla. You know,
Such as
his was it AC? AC current? Yeah.
his AC generator. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did he use electrons to invent that?
He during roundabout his time, you know, the concept of an electron was very new. So he didn't need to have that concept to, you know, be able to make this generator work. But even within Tesla's own mathematics, he didn't have a clear, pure model as to what's going on. He stuck to this idea of there being an ether that allows, you know, this electric current to run through. And until the day he died, he was never able to prove the ether existed. You know, so I mean that's as far as
That's not true.
anyone
I think that's a
would
subjective
go.
opinion.
Well,
You know,
can
when
you show
somebody,
us something where Tesla proved the ether existed?
yeah, his scalar wave device that he created is his Tesla death ray, instantaneous action at a distance.
Scalar
That
wave
right there.
device Tesla.
Excuse me.
Sorry, I was googling it. Scalar wave device Tesla ether.
Yeah, just look up Tesla's death ray.
Tesla's death ray, all right.
Yeah.
Death ray.
Tesla's death ray and ether. No, go ahead, man. Like, don't stop talking. It's just, I mean, if you say something I've never heard
I'm
before, I'm
just
definitely
saying,
look into
it's
it.
amazing to me how, you know, somebody could be so understood upon his own understandings enough to create something that revolutionizes humanity that we're still using today. But science today would say, if you don't understand these concepts of how electricity works and what it is, then you're no sooner going to come to an invention than you will a discovery. But he was able to do it and put it to practical use with his understanding upon electricity and how it works, which is totally contrary to what science tells us today. But somehow, and he was able to do a lot of good things. So it just seems real fallacious that you would say, you know, things work in this way and this way only, no other way. But somehow, you know, the inventor and the pioneer of all this shit had a totally different methodology than what you've been given.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, but just because Tesla invented something doesn't mean we're going to carry on making that same thing or understanding that same phenomena the way he did. You know, we're definitely going to improve on it. We are open to having different interpretations of what he did if they answer more questions. And like I said, Tesla's whole premise was that there is some medium through which, you know, electricity and magnetism conduct themselves. And because he couldn't verify the existence of this medium, there was only so much of his theories that were going to be taken forward into the future. You know, AC, you know, what's the phrase? AC currents and generators, they are still used, but our understanding as to how they work is slightly different from the understanding Tesla had. But it doesn't mean we don't use the technology he created. We just have a better understanding of what he was doing, you know?
I don't think you do. I don't think you do have a better understanding. I think this is why science is at a major standstill and innovation has built off of what Tesla's created. You haven't came up with your own devices. All you've done was taken the devices given through ether field mechanics and built upon it and acted so confounded upon your understandings through that.
Right, yeah, but
that's what you call hijacking.
Did you want to say something, Rookie?
Or bandwagoning, yeah, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, but I mean that isn't the case because we've created so many other things that don't rely on Tesla's theories and ideas. You know, we have so many things that.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's not like everything we have today is
the only
because of
thing
Nikola Tesla.
you
know,
the only thing
Nikola
that
Tesla
has done
didn't create
is
the
what?
future we live in today. He
But doesn't
really
that
did.
just prove that none of us really know what the truth is, and we should be working together to figure it out rather than arguing about it?
I agree, Rookie. I agree. I do agree.
Yeah, if you
I mean,
don't
it's
look
fun
at
to argue and it's fun to win an argument, but I mean, really, what we're all out to find out is the truth, right?
Yep.
if you
Well, not
don't
really.
look at if you don't
Not
look
really.
at
Science says they figured it out already. Science says just study
No.
this garbage
okay,
and we'll get further ahead. They don't
if
fucking
you
sit there and teach you how to think. They teach you what to think. That's what school does.
That's
if
not
you
true.
don't look at electricity, electrostatics, or magnetism as some sort of charged particle of some sort, right? How else do you look at it?
You look
How
at
else
it.
do you,
You look at it like Tesla did, and Steinmetz and Heaviside and Maxwell and all these really brilliant dudes. It's called ether field theory. All right, it has nothing to do with bumping particles. It has to do with the manifestations of the field and its different attributes. And depending on how it manifests itself is going to be different due to its attributes.
all right,
Okay, so
now can you explain that in really simple terms? Because I did not understand one word you said then.
Yeah.
So
exactly,
Yeah.
I'm
exactly.
sorry.
Yeah, you lost
Yeah.
me too, but
So-
I was
so
doing
the
something
only
else.
The only difference between electricity, light, and magnetism is within its qualitative attributes. All right, and it's no different than saying,
Or you mean its effects on other things?
Yeah, like
No, no.
what are these qualitative
So-
attributes that they
so
have
let
that are
me
not
explain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me explain. So it's no different than ice, water, and steam being one of the same thing. The only reason they're seemingly different is due to its temperature and pressure, which gives it a different attributional expression,
Phase
i.e.,
shift.
steam, water, and ice. And like I said, it's an analogous way to compare three different things seemingly being different. However, they're unified, being the same thing. And that's the analogy I like to.
Well, there's
But
like a phase change,
whether,
though,
whether
right?
or not you're
Sorry.
talking electricity, whether or not you're talking magnetism, right? We're looking at a flow of something, like a current of something, high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative, however you want to term it. But we're looking at a flow that is happening, right?
Right.
From one state to another, right? So looking at energy as a charge, like positive going to negative, right? That is still a flow, right, between those two particles, right? If you want to invoke the word particle, to me, none of these things can do anything without a medium, right? Now that medium is the medium that we live in, right? To me, ether isn't a medium at all, right? It's nothing. It's non-existent. It's quantum foam. It's dark matter. It's dark energy. It's all this unicorn kind of talk that's got absolutely nothing around it whatsoever. Something needs a medium and a conduit to get from point A to point B. As long as it has that, you are going to get a current of some form, shape, or another. And saying that these particles are positive and negative, high to low, hot to cold, I don't see anything wrong with that whatsoever in trying to understand it like that. Then when we start invoking ether, then we don't understand anything at all. We can still talk about energy and magnetism in the form of fields, right, in that particular medium it is in, right? And not even have to worry about ether or dark matter or dark energy or any of these sorts of things that no one can prove, no one's got no idea about whatsoever. Because we're talking about
Speak
the
for yourself,
unknown.
man. Yeah, speak for
Well,
yourself. Just because you haven't dived into it doesn't mean that no one else has. All right.
well,
So,
get me a cup of ether or get me a cup of dark matter, and then we might have a leg to stand on.
what do you think potential is, dude?
I like that point.
What do you think potential energy is versus manifested energy, bandwidth or bandwidth?
Bandwidth. Why does everyone call me bandwidth? I've got no idea.
Bandsaw, bandit. When you read it really fast, it kind of looks like it. It kind of, that's what just
Oh,
pops
does
into
it?
your head. And so,
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Well, that's for me. That's what it does. That's why I almost
Yeah, yeah.
accidentally said it a couple
Yeah.
times.
You're right. You're right. Potential is just the amount of potential something has to do work. Really, at the end of the day, just
What's potential though? But you're not explaining. You're describing something. But I want to know what's potential to you. Unmanifested versus manifested.
Well, I have the potential, right, to pick up this cup of coffee in front of me. If I put energy into it, I have the potential of energy within myself to be able to transfer that energy through my muscles into my hand, grab onto that cup of coffee and lift it up. The potential of all that energy. It's there waiting to do something.
Right.
The potential
Right.
of something.
And that's
Yeah.
what's said of the ether. It's this potential within this medium to manifest energy. That's literally what's said about the ether. All right. So there's potential within the medium. All right. And just because it's unmanifested and unquantifiable doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Doesn't mean that you can't induce a flow of charge within this medium. Right.
Potential. Here's what potential is. It's disequilibrium. It's potential energy is disequilibrium, like such as heat
Sure.
or height or
Sure.
pressure, and kinetic, which is actual harnessable energy, is pretty much freaking everything going back to equilibrium. And it's got
Homeostasis,
everything.
we could call it. Sure.
They try to
Everything
they
speaks
just
this homeostasis.
yeah, they try to describe entropy as disorder, and that's bullshit. That's a curveball. What entropy is is order. It's equalization. It's the exact opposite of disorder.
Right.
I mean, I feel like writing a little paper, not a paper to get published or something, but a little paper to put on a video, like, because I got ideas, because I thought about it, and everything. That's the way Mother Nature. That's the way it acts. I mean,
Right.
I can't think of one example where that ain't the case. If you want to get energy, you've got to take some kinetic. I mean, if you want to get potential energy, you take something out of equilibrium. You change the heat, you change the pressure, you change the height or altitude of something, or even with yeah, go ahead.
Everything in the universe is governed by temperature and pressure mediation alone, not mathematics, not bumping particles. It's all based on temperature and pressure mediation, seeking the state of equilibrium or homeostasis. So I agree with you.
Even with materials,
someone might.
batteries. Like sorry, it's probably me when I ain't talking. I'll go on mute when I'm done. But even when you're talking about batteries and stuff, like you take pretty much a base metal, and it's trying to go back to its original form. Like you oxidize, like you use, say, zinc oxide and different lead oxide, depending on the battery you're making. It's everything trying to go back down to its base elements. And that's how you get the power. So it's even when it comes down, chemistry even is an example of things trying to equalize and go back to their fucking equilibrium or their base material, kind of, man. I think it works with everything.
I'll say it for you. Most fundamental particle. Now, I'm not saying particles don't exist. I'm just saying the abstract concepts they give you to reify the essence of our reality is very descriptive and doesn't have much validity, in my opinion.
Yeah, but to model shit, dude, like say you have to use electrons, you have to model something to make, like, well, you might not have to, but to make a voltmeter or something like that, like you use Ohm's law, and it's not exact, you know, it's not exact.
J.J. Thomson called it a one dielectric line of induction. That's what he called the electron prior to receiving his Nobel Prize award and being, to change his position.
Yeah, I don't believe that their shit's exact. You know, they just where it don't work, they just bring in explanations. You know, but you have to make it into. I don't know, man. I've never thought about modeling or making meters or devices and shit without particles. I suppose they could do it, but it would still take the math, you know, to do it. It's something
Yeah,
I feel
I'm
like they
not.
could definitely improve on.
I don't say math. You know, math is very useful. Math is extremely useful, but it's not an explanation. Math has never explained a single thing in the history of humanity, and it never will, because that's not the purpose of math. That's the purpose of
Yeah,
science.
even meters, man, like the parts per million counter with your water purity and shit goes out by like differential, you know, relative.
Well, it's all based
And
on electricity. That's how you get your
yeah,
TPMs or your TDS or your pH or any of that.
right. The more charge you get, the more dissolved solids or whatever they want to call is in the water, more parts per million, the more charge that it picks up. But every meter really is based on differential. It seems like every fucking gauge, every like thermometers, fucking
Right.
barometers,
Chemical.
every meter, man, is based on differentials, man.
Yeah.
Like they took Einstein's theory of relativity and twisted it to fit their paradigm. If you ask me, like he was onto something. And they misapplied it, in my opinion, man.
Yo, Dicelo, who do you think came up with the idea that a moving charged particle will increase in mass, and with the idea of, you know, there being an electromagnetic mass to a charged particle?
Was it Lorentz?
No,
Yeah, I think it was.
it wasn't.
Tesla.
It was J.J. Thomson.
Thomson.
Yeah, you guys know that J.J. Thomson believed in the vortex theory of atoms? He was a big believer in atoms and things.
I don't
And these
deny the atom. Just
these
because I
subatomic
say,
particles.
just because I denounce atomistic notions doesn't mean I deny the atom. Like, these are two different things. Like, I'm refuting materialism is what I'm refuting.
You're
Quantum
refuting
GR and materialistic atomism. I don't deny the atom. However, I do deny the electron.
Right. I
So
don't think it's something. I don't think it's an actual particle. That's silly, man. If you think about it, if you really think about it, man, it's kind of silly thinking that there's little particles moving through conductors, through wires and shit. What the fuck, man? It's a field, man. It's got to be a fucking field. And it's weird, dude. Just thinking about it all. It's like you take a magnet and a coil, conductive coil, and nothing happens. Then you know create motion, or you know linear motion or spinning motion. And the more you do that, the more electricity you could transfer. You're basically transferring that motion. You're not transferring actual electrons. And I think everything is you know, just because we can harness the electricity with the conductive coil and a magnet, everything has the magnetic properties. And so I think everything that's moving is putting more energy, for lack of better words, into the field that surrounds us, man. It's everywhere. Just because we're not harnessing it, every little bit of motion is what I'm saying is putting energy into the field that surrounds us, that's everywhere. It's not little electrons transferring. That's fucking silly, man, really.
Mhm. Yeah, but I mean, I'm just trying to say that all of these people believed in the idea of an electron. Maybe not Tesla. Maybe Tesla rejected it a few times.
no,
But
that's
guys
not
like
true, man.
J.J. Thompson believed in it, and he had a specific name for the electron before it was called the electron, because
mean-
he was a big believer in in Newton's corpuscular theory of light, the idea that light is, you know, it travels as a particle, and he called an electron a
Corpuscle of
corpuscle.
dielectric capacitance. That was what he first called it
Yeah,
prior
yeah.
to
He
receiving
called it
that Nobel Prize
a
award.
a
Like, you're
corpuscle.
missing
Yeah.
the most important part. The most important part is the fact that he discovered it and labeled it something completely different than after being persuaded. He was persuaded to change his position.
Right, because he quantized it, and
But
they fucking, just like with Einstein, they did the same thing with him. They
no,
just kind of they misused
that's
his
not what happened. That's not what happened,
kind
Brian.
of.
What he did is he discovered that there is a particle smaller than an atom, about 1,000 times smaller than an atom, that carries a negative charge. But he called that a corpuscle.
Yeah, but what's a
What
negative
happened
charge?
later?
What
What
is a
happened
negative
later was
charge,
that.
dude?
Hang on. What happened later was that people decided we don't like the name corpuscle. Let's call it an electron. That's all
Tell
that
me,
happened. But he believed that there was a subatomic particle that had a negative charge. He wrote
what
that
is a
in his
negative
book.
charge,
Actually,
though? Tell me what a negative charge even is.
A negative charge
actually,
is when. Yes, Spencer?
no. Go finish what you're going to say, Nate. Then I'll jump in.
I was just going to say negative charge is when an atom has more electrons than protons within it.
See, it's just a way of quantizing
Exactly.
a differential, man. That's all it is, man. It's a differential, and it's a way of quantizing it. It doesn't mean it's real. They've misinterpreted the fucking facts, I think, man.
I actually think it's a really logical train of thought to think how small things are, and to actually go on the quest to look for those really small things. I
The
think it's a very
smaller,
But think about this, man.
the smaller the thing, the higher the capacitance, guys. And this is why understanding fields gets very intuitive, because we can see things as being bigger, more massive, having more energy, more potential. But it's when it comes to fields, it's inverted. And this
You
is
can't
why
have a negative charge, though, is what I was saying. I agree with what you're saying. And I add on that you can't have a negative charge or a positive charge. It's the differential itself that's creating the charge, period. So, like I said, they just quantized it by quantizing the electrons and giving them different numerical values of the electron. But you can't have a negative charge or a positive charge. You need them both to get a charge, period.
well, you're creating a flow, Brian. That's what you're creating. Right? You're creating a current of some.
well,
Of some,
let me ask you that.
and whether
Let me ask you
that
about
current,
that.
whether that current is high to low, hot to cold, positive or negative, or whatever, all you're doing is just creating a flow from one to another.
So like with that concept, how does
Yeah.
wireless power induction work in a vacuum, where there's no medium to create your flow to be had? There's no pathway for your flow to be had. How can you
Well,
explain that?
well, firstly, how do you know that there is no medium? We have never created a medium ever in the history of mankind, Dicelo,
No.
with
The
nothing in it.
absence.
We've
I
never
said
done it.
the absence of a medium. I said wireless power induction in a vacuum. Explain.
That's what I just said. In a vacuum, right? There's nothing there in a vacuum.
What I'm saying is you don't have your medium present to induce your flow, quote unquote, of electrons. So how is this
Really?
working?
Wait, what is a vacuum?
How is this
Really?
working without your medium?
Well,
let
I'm
me
sorry. In a vacuum, you do have a medium, right? There is no perfect vacuum. All you're doing
I
is
understand that
creating
concept.
all you're doing is creating an area of lower pressure. That's all you've done.
Right.
And we haven't created an area of absolutely zero pressure, number one. So we always know that there is a medium in there. Always.
Somebody wants to say something. Go ahead.
Instead of getting argumentative, just listen. Like when they say electrons, it's you say it's the flow of electrons. Think, okay, so if you have differential amounts of electrons and they flow, so that's like saying, okay, so temperature, if you have something hot and it's around it is cold, do you have like something flowing? You see what I'm saying, or pressure. Say like if you have a higher pressure, it's pretty much the point is like you got to have a medium, because in the vacuum shows you like temperature doesn't want to transfer in a vacuum, but the fact you can't make a perfect vacuum, right, the temperature will still equalize, but it shows you that there has to be a medium in everything, or else the equalization won't work. There ain't
It'll
necessarily a
slow
flow
down.
of electrons.
It may slow down the transfer, Brian, but I'm not going to talk hypotheticals in a medium of nothing, right? Which we know absolutely nothing about because we've never created them. We're just talking in la la land here. And we're
No, that's
talking
not
about
true at all.
a medium of
Just because you
nothing.
don't understand something doesn't give you the right to just
No.
demonize everything said.
No, I'm not
All right?
demonizing it at all. We have not created a medium of nothing at all, ever.
I
We've
understand
never
that.
done it.
Nobody's ever said that. I never invoked that. I completely agree. A perfect vacuum is impossible, but that's not what I was talking about. I was saying removing majority of that medium in a vacuum and still having your flow of electrons without anything to guide it. There's no guiding wires. There's a lack of a medium to create your flow of electron path. Like, that's what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to understand how would this work without your confines that you are required.
No, I don't have confines because the medium that you have reduced, there is still a medium there for things to flow through. So I'm not working with any confines. I'm just working with the confines that are presented in front of me. And if you're going to present to me,
but you're making an assumption.
No,
you're making an assumption saying that it'll slow down or this or that or whatever. But the fact of the matter is it still works. I don't know that it does slow down, but it still works without your flow of electrons. There's nothing to have your flow per se.
No, the slowdown I talked of was the transfer of heat, which was the example that Brian brought in. Right? I wasn't talking
Let me
about.
elaborate on that a little bit.
I wasn't talking about any Wi-Fi signal for number one DISO, right?
Like, check this out, though, man. Real quick. When they're talking like, they think like pressure is heat and expansion is cool, but dude, that's not the case. Like, it's not the pressure that causes heat; it's the pressure rising that causes the heat. Once that they've added the pressure and it's stable, there's no more heat being. And same thing with like air conditioning and refrigeration. It's the act of the air expanding and the pressure, lowering is what's creating the cool and sucking the heat or whatever you want to put it. It's not that once you get it to a certain pressure and you stop it from expanding, it's not going to keep producing cold air. It's not going to keep sucking or getting rid of heat. Same thing with like when they say the Earth's core is created from that pressure. That's bullshit. If the pressure is already there, it's not going to be creating any more heat. It's the act of pressurizing something that causes the heat, man. You see what I'm saying? It's not the pressure itself. You feel me?
That's incorrect.
Hey, Brenda.
Yeah.
Trouble's in the room.
Temperature is just,
there goes the neighborhood.
Temperature is just kinetic energy.
What's the difference between kinetic versus potential energy?
Kinetic energy is when something is moving, has velocity.
Is energy ever at rest? Or furthermore, is anything ever at rest from coming from your heliocentric paradigm?
Things are in equilibrium.
Is anything ever at rest from your heliocentric paradigm?
What do you mean by at rest?
Because you don't have rest. You don't have non-motion. Everything is in dynamic motion within your paradigm. So that's why I'm just trying to understand you better.
Right.
You're invoking motion where motion is ever so. So that's why I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying, because nothing's ever at a wholly Cartesian rest.
Motion is relative.
Everything is relative. Everything, period, is relative. Not just motion. Heat. Like I said, pressurizing something is how you heat it up. Not the pressure itself. If you put a ton of pressure on something it's gonna heat up. But then when you stop and you just maintain a certain amount of pressure on that whatever it may be, it's not gonna keep heating up. It's gonna stay right there. It's gonna stop, and then if there's cooler air around it or whatnot, then it'll reverse. It's relative to what it's around. But like I said, it's not the pressure that's causing the heat. It's the act of pressurizing it. You feel me, Brenda?
If you put a flame under it, it'll get hotter.
So, yeah, who wouldn't agree with that? What's that got to do with the price of potatoes in Texas?
It has to do with the fact you're not increasing the pressure.
No, I'm using an example of pressure. The fact that like I'm kind of comparing it to the core of the Earth. They say the pressure is what's causing the heat, but if the pressure that's already there is not heating shit up, it's the act of pressurizing something that heats it up. And opposite.
It's the change, and it's the change is what he's saying.
Right.
Yeah, that's just wrong.
It's the pressure differential.
Heat is kinetic energy.
What's the difference between temperature and heat?
I don't agree.
You don't get to disagree. This is just what heat is. Temperature is kinetic energy.
Let me ask you a question. So
if I just state something, it's just true.
If I add pressure to say a piece of coal, okay, and I
but then you're doing work and you're causing the pressure to change.
Right, and I add a shitload of pressure, okay, and it heats up, okay. If I stop and I just I leave say 2,000 psi on it that I applied to it that heated it up, if I stop adding pressure, is it going to maintain that heat? The hotter?
Yeah. So
no.
Yes, it will.
Is it going to keep heating up? Is it going to keep getting hotter? If I just maintain the pressure, is it going to keep getting hotter just because it's sitting under pressure?
It'll cool off. It'll equalize.
It'll keep that heat unless that heat is conducted away.
But it won't keep getting hotter though, just because I maintain the pressure on it, right?
Never said it wouldn't.
No, because I got a propane tank in my backyard, 2 of them. They have gas in them, but they're cold. So yeah.
So how is the core molten? How is there molten shit down there if the pressure is already there and there's no more pressure being exerted? The pressure is already there. It's
and if it was releasing, it would be cold, right? That makes sense.
Well, according to the common model, there is a heat source other than pressure. Pressure is like you said, it will eventually reach equilibrium.
Let me ask you this. I think maybe it'll cut through what's being said to a degree. Is there a center point to gravity? And if so, does it increase or decrease as it gets to the center?
That really is kind of out of left field.
You can't answer that question.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
No, it does make great sense because it's got to be the most gravity has got to be on the surface of the ball, whatever ball you're talking about. And as you get down, there'll be less pressure because there'll be less gravity. The closer you get to the center, the less something will weigh because there's more stuff on top of it pulling in opposite directions. So there's going to be less pressure towards the center of the earth. And then hold on, almost done, dude. Almost done, bro. And at the very center, that's what I was going to say. So sorry, I should have just let you go. So at the very center, there's zero pressure because there's zero gravity. It's equilibrium at the very center.
No, you still have the weight of the column all pushing in. It's the mass of that column is all pushing in towards the center.
No, you don't.
The gravity will be zero in the center.
No.
However, the force of all shit sitting on top of it will be pushing in.
Yeah, but gravity's pulling from every direction. It's pulling equal and opposite. It's pulling equal and opposite. There's got to be a...
It has to be a source that is pulling from, right?
Yeah, if you're at the center...
Maximum pressure would be at the center, roughly.
If you're at the center, you can't have gravity if it's pulling equal from every other direction. That's going to give you zero gravity.
It would have to disappear at the center point, right? Yeah, it would have to be a 0 point.
And it can't be a zero gravity point. It be normal and then hit zero all of a sudden, right?
That doesn't hit zero. Smashing down. Where would the weight have gone? Where would the force have gone?
Your own Globers agree with us that
I don't give a shit. They're wrong.
Float at the center. I understand that you have a contradiction. But the whole problem is you don't have a heat source at the center. If what we're saying is true and what your own camp is agreeing with.
Well, actually, the heat source for the center of the Earth, for the most part, is there's residual heat from when it was created. I don't know how much of that resides still there, but there's insulate. The mantle and everything is an insulator, and you have a source which is what do you call it? Nuclear.
So you don't agree with the Lagrange? You don't agree with the Lagrange point, then, right? You
No,
don't
it
agree
has
that
nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does.
Since you have a physical you have a physical material where there is an applied force at the top. That force doesn't go away at the middle.
The problem is it'll slowly dissipate. This is why, like, when I put hot coffee in my Yeti mug, it stays hot for quite some time. However, it never increases in temperature. It only slowly diminishes.
Right. Yes, but if you had a nuclear piece of waste in your cup, it'll burn for thousands of years.
Gravity's a squared function, man. Okay, so it's got to gradiate. It can't just go from something to nothing. It's got to get stronger or weaker depending on what direction you go. Now, if you go down to the center, you're saying the column of pressure, but that column of pressure you're describing is gravity. So if you have equal column pulling and pushing, that equals zero. You can't have that downward pressure if it's not there.
No.
Yeah. Gravity has nothing to do with pressure, Brian.
What downward pressure?
There's no pressure in gravity. It's not pressure.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So we have no 9.8 meters per second squared, huh? Okay.
Yeah, that's not
pressure. That's not things coming closer.
I'll change it to weight.
Closer together from your pseudo force isn't pressure. Got it.
We could change it to weight if she wants to get tricky and fucking obfuscate.
Well, because in order to invoke weight, you would have to understand all the variables involved with it. And I've yet to hear anybody address all the variables involved with weight. They just want to label it a force. No, we're not doing.
He's saying a column. He's saying a column. So that column infers weight. So if you get down to the center and gravity is causing that weight, if gravity is also pulling from equally opposite directions, it's like him denying a Lagrange point, like a place in between to whatever they want to call it.
Well, the equal and opposite reaction is two different columns opposing each other. So basically what you have is you have the entire one half of the Earth, or column of the Earth, pushing against the entire other half of the column of the Earth. That is equal and opposite. They're both pushing on each other because of that.
Yeah. This is a problem.
Not really.
If you didn't,
it really is. It's a fundamental problem.
No, if you didn't burn up, you would feel weightless at the center of the Earth.
And it's relative, man. So if it's relative to fucking where you're at. If I have something pulling one way and pushing the other, I have a net of zero. If it's 100,
not pulling and pushing. That pressure is pushing and pushing.
So when something first forms, it's just a little gathering of whatever it is, dust or gases, okay? So at that 0 point, right, where there's virtually no weight at all, and you start adding to it, and you add to it, okay? Then you're saying that the mass that's causing the gravity, okay? The mass that's causing the gravity is getting equal from every side, so it's pulling away. Okay, so if I'm in the center, then gravity's pulling everything above me is pulling. Like Brenda said, it's relative. Okay, so if it's pulling above me and pulling below me, how is it pressure? How could there be pressure? There'd have to be a fucking spot like the center of the that movie with Brandon Fraser where they hit the center and they were floating around and shit because it's
no, you're right on that part. You would if you could get into a void in the middle without being crushed. So if you had this miraculous material if you were inside of a machine and you went down there, you got to the center, you would weigh nothing. You would float. Yeah, absolutely. However, there'd be a
Hy-
tremendous pressure
hypothetically.
still pushing on you from the
Think
entire
about what you just
column
said.
above you smashing down.
You mean
Think about what you just
hypothetically,
said.
right?
Hold on a second. I want to address this. What's the
Well, yeah, I
definition
did
of
too.
what's the definition of float, Moyak?
I don't know. Not move in any specific
No,
direction.
no. Let's Google it. Let's be concise here, not just project our feelings. Let's Google it and let's understand what you mean by float, and then let's see if this is possible to have something floating, right, while being at the center point of being emerged by mass and material. Let's see if this
I
is
don't even know
accurate.
what the fuck you're talking about at that point.
So go ahead.
You would
and
have
Google
forces
float.
equal in all directions as far as that goes. Now, if you include the force of weight,
I don't
that
want the
mass, that
concepts.
combined cumulative
I don't.
effects of
I
all
don't
the
want
mass
you
of the Earth
talking.
smashing in,
You invoke
that's a different
float.
thing.
You invoked something floating underground. Okay,
Yes.
you're starting to sound like the It Clown from Stephen fucking King's movie and shit.
All right. Well,
So
since you're being
go ahead.
toxic, I'm going to leave. Fuck you.
I'm not being. I was being funny, and I apologize. I'm
Yeah,
not
no,
trying to be.
I was you was joking, man. But look, if you have a fucking say a big ball at the center of Earth, and you put a hemisphere above it and a hemisphere below it, okay, how could it be squashing you when you have a hemisphere pulling one way, a
You're
hemisphere
floating.
pulling the other way?
It's called floating. I want to understand what you meant by that.
Where do we have this again? Where is
Oh,
this?
he left. What a sis.
I know, right? Like, yeah.
He often leaves. But where this is all in someone's fantasy mind, right? This is
Yeah, it is. Man.
we're just giving them the fantasy and
No, it's not.
dagging the question. Yeah, is it your turn? I'm sorry. I'll go on mute, Brenda. Go ahead.
Yeah, good.
No,
If
that's not
Earth
good.
power,
I want to hear what Rakia had to say, Brendan. Let's not be rude. Go ahead, Rakia. Come on, man. You have
Well,
some
I
good
just
stuff.
didn't want to give her, the excuse of cutting me off 3 times, clipping, when I might make a mistake and clip her later. So, anyway, I don't know if my mic might have been bad, so I was giving her the benefit of the doubt that she wouldn't do that since she complained so much about it. But why are we giving or talking about some Narnia? I mean, it's fun, I guess. It's entertaining, but it's not really any of my reality. I don't think we're ever going to dig down in a machine and float in the middle of mass.
No, that
Yeah, but
contradicts
it's
it
just,
by its own
but anything
fundamental.
without an opposite, Rakia, anything without an opposite is easy to tear apart, man. Because if you can't find an equilibrium, then you can't hold on to logic, man. Like everything.
Okay, well, let's logically deduce what he said. Dig down in a machine to a point where you would float. I think you can kind of end the conversation right there.
Game over.
it's a
I
hypothetical.
think,
It's a
yeah,
hypothetical.
it is super begging the question. I give you that. I can't argue that, bro.
It's not begging any question. It's a hypothesis.
No, your hypothesis has to be premised on logic, okay? The second you start going into abstract Narniaville, you're not ever hypothesizing. You're creating a story, a fictional one.
A hypothesis is just a prediction or a guess about
It's a logical prediction, right? But the second you start invoking cartoon characters as something phenomenal and real, like, are we really getting closer to an explanation than we are just throwing around words?
the idea is to see whether or not you understand the principle.
So go ahead and tell me how you can have something floating being surrounded by mass. I mean, this contradicts the definition of floating to begin with.
Now we're going to let her
Got a
tell us
better
about her fantasy. No, I mean, it's not logical. It's fantasy.
Well, we can get back to logic. She disagreed that compressing something like this is like real life shit. She disagreed that if I compress something and I heat it up, she disagreed that when I stop applying pressure, it'll stop heating up. She's under the impression it'll keep heating up whatever it is I was adding pressure to. I give an example of a piece of coal.
I never said that.
You said it, I disagree. You said when I said that a piece of coal, if we add 2,000 psi to it, it'll start heating up. As soon as we stop adding pressure and we just leave it at 2,000 psi, it'll quit heating up. And you said I disagree.
That wasn't the part I disagreed.
Well, you made it. You didn't make it very clear then.
That's correct, because people.
No, that's exactly what I said. I didn't say it in them exact words, but that's exactly what the point I was making. And you came in and said, I disagree. You didn't disagree to anything else I said, just that.
Let her explain herself. Go ahead.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree that if you compress something, it will heat up, right? I don't disagree. And if you stop, it'll stop heating up. I don't disagree about that.
What you disagree with then?
That it would necessarily start losing temperature. It won't lose temperature if there's nowhere for the temperature to go.
So you're saying in the
I didn't say nothing about losing temperature.
Is that what you? So you just basically sidebarred it then instead of.
I didn't say nothing about it losing temperature. I said.
But even she's wrong in that it would lose temperature. Temperature.
Yeah,
would
but you're
always go
inferring
down.
that a vacuum wouldn't absorb any of the heat or whatever you're talking about a state of it, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why the heat would always go from hot to cold, always go down, unless you're adding.
Explain the part I want to know is then why is the sun a breaking of the second law of thermodynamics? And
you're talking about
because we don't know where the energy is coming from, right?
You're talking about you're talking about illumination, which is what we see coming from the sun, which is interacting with a medium, causing this radiant heat. So.
No.
Even though.
Well, my opinion is that it's a point of light. I don't even think it's a solid object. But that's my theory.
As far as everything going from hot to cold, I don't agree with that. Whichever's more prevalent, whichever's more prevalent is or dominant is the one that's going to flow. Because look at weather. I mean, majority of the time you have the cold blowing into the fucking hot. But in some cases, like at the equator with hurricanes and shit. You have the hot going up toward the cold, but usually it's whatever's dominant, whatever's prevalent.
Yeah, but cold will always overcome heat because the cold is denser.
Like I said, whichever one's more prevalent.
If
you open the freezer and it's kind of warm, it's kind of cool in your house, but you're gonna see the cold rushing out. Like if you open the stove. And it's hot. If it's already hot in your house, it's gonna rush out.
So you're using special cases. We understand what you're trying to say, but we're not talking about that when we say hot goes to cold, low to high, things like that. I mean, high to low.
Well, there's a convection cell where it takes this circular path. It's not a direct path. Nothing in nature travels from A to B in a direct fashion. It's always curvilinear.
Yeah, I think it's all equilibrium. Everything equalizes, period. I think like disequalizing something is giving it potential. So to me, potential energy is bringing something out of its equilibrium or its state of rest or its state of whatever you want to call it. And then the kinetic energy is basically harnessable. It's what we harness, and it's whatever we took out of equilibrium. It's trying, going back to its equal nature. So I don't.
Yeah, that's
think
well
it's
said.
one flow to the other necessarily.
Creating flow or current, right? Either one produces movement,
Sure.
which is what? Energy. There you go.
Movement.
If you
to something. So
sorry.
To do work on something to give it potential energy.
Oh God.
Yeah, I get that, because if you wind up something, then that's potential energy, with the ability to let go of it and then it's do its work.
No,
So
I would say that's a mislabel. I would say that would be capacitance. I would say you wouldn't have to have the storage of energy to have the potential thereof. Like, these are two different concepts.
No, he was right. The potential energy.
Yeah, sure.
The potential energy is stored if you wind up a clock, you're storing energy in the spring.
Yeah, but it takes energy just to store that energy, to keep something out of equilibrium.
It takes you and your willpower in order.
If you bring something out of equilibrium, just to hold it there is gonna take energy. You can't. Ain't nothing free. Just to
So Brent,
maintain its disequilibrium will
disequilibrium.
that in itself will to maintain the disequilibrium will in itself take force or energy or something.
So Brenda, does that clock have potential energy before it's wound, or only once it's wound it has potential energy?
Well, if the spring is, all the way relaxed, it's not going to move, is it? You have to wind the spring.
So
But
what
I'm
if the
asking
clock
a
is on fire?
question. I'm
Isn't
asking a
that the
question,
release of
Brenda.
energy?
Simple
I could light
question.
that clock. I could light that clock ablaze, and we're gonna have what? Fire. Why? Because there was already potential energy within that material to begin with. Doesn't necessarily have to be wound or sprung or anything. This is why I say you guys don't understand energy. You only understand the release of it.
Well, that's a chemical type of fuel energy, but agreed that you need to put kinetic energy to make potential energy in one example. You can't, I guess you can't just have potential energy on its own without something creating it, maybe.
I'm pretty sure that clocks made out of metal don't burn.
Everything has potential energy. Think
Oh,
of
so metal
think of a
doesn't
crystal.
burn. Got it.
Think of a crystal in its rest state. It has
I'll make sure
potential
I take
energy.
note of that when I analyze 9/11.
Does a crystal have potential energy when it's just sitting there?
Say that. You could say that.
Frequency, maybe.
No, it's at rest. It's at equilibrium.
So there's no potential energy within that.
Itself, just the fact that it's matter, it has the capability for energy. Yeah, without that, I don't see where you could have any kind of energy potential. You got to have the matter to begin with.
Correct.
I think everything's moving all the time. I don't think anything's at rest. So, possibly in one way of speaking, there possibly is no such thing as potential energy. Possibly in that way.
That's what they call spin. It's not really spin. It's the way they quantify the vibration. They give shit spin. It's all in quantifying shit, man. It ain't necessarily
vibration
how
and
shit
voice
works.
frequency ultimately really is just oscillation. They're only looking at it from a two-dimensional perspective. They're not looking at it in its full entirety.
Yeah, it's the same thing as like if you think the moons are looking at a big level, not as big as they say, but whatever it is up there, it's probably pretty fucking big in my opinion. But like saying the moons of Jupiter that are going back and forth, oscillating, they say, it could be moons orbiting or spinning. I don't know. That was kind of stupid.
Right, Jupiter. They orbit Jupiter. It's an orbit.
Yeah, and even time is kept through oscillations, right? So we use quartz crystals to keep time because as you pass current through and around that quartz crystal, it has a specific vibration depending on its size, right?
The piezo effect.
Correct.
Yeah, you can put a charge to it. But I just don't believe in negative charge. Whoever's trying to talk to you, you're barely coming in, you're robot.
There's negative and positive charge.
Sorry, I'm on the road.
It doesn't matter whether you believe in it or not. It still exists. There's negative and
you can't have one without the other. You can't have a negative charge just sitting there. What is a negative charge?
You were saying about piezoelectric. Don't you have to squash or apply pressure to get the charge?
Yeah, small amount of
It
pressure.
was just charge and then the absence of charge. There wasn't negative necessarily.
Right.
That's what I disagree with. When I take I take one of my lead plates and I add lead oxide
Well, we have
to
ground, right? We have like the ground, like the dirt. It grounds everything.
I'm good with that. But I'm saying if I take one of my lead plates and I add lead oxide to it, I didn't make it where that plate is a negative charge. Okay, that plate is nothing until I put it around a regular lead plate without the fucking oxide, and it'll show up as a negative. Okay, depending on how I hold the leads from the voltmeter, but I don't believe that I made that plate a negative charge plate. It's nothing at all, and without the positive plate, it's not a charge at all. It's
Right,
disequilibrium.
yeah,
Disequilibrium is my
you're
point.
right. Yeah, it's seeking equilibrium that causes it to flow. Right, exactly. I get what you're.
So there are.
And you can make a salt bridge, right? You can make a salt bridge and get charge from one beaker to another. If I have one plate
you
and
can
one
with a
beaker
potato.
and
Yeah,
one
there's
plate and another
of
beaker,
course.
I don't think it's literal electrons traveling through the salt. It's just the equilibrium. It's the fucking flow that's in the apple part, ether,
That
whatever
could
you want
be,
to call it.
what you're saying. It's interesting what you're saying because there might be something to it, but I'm not really sure. I don't know all the details, down to scientific ways of explaining it and how that all fits together.
So
well, I could probably help with that.
Charge. So negative charge, Brian, is when you have an excess of electrons, and a positive charge is when you have a deficit of electrons, and you just have the protons. Protons have a positive charge.
When I added lead oxide to that plate, I have two identical lead grids. I add lead oxide. Did I add negative electrons? Is that what you're saying? Because that doesn't make any sense. I've literally added lead oxide to one of the plates, and you're saying that I've added less electrons. That
I think
that's
ionization and electrical charge is two different things, right?
What was that last question?
I'm asking her, did I add negative electrons by adding lead oxide to one of them plates and giving it a negative charge? Did I add negative electrons? It doesn't make sense. I added lead oxide. I created a differential.
There's no such thing, dude. Yeah, I know you're
lead oxide is real.
fair.
What are you talking about? Lead oxide is real.
Nobody claimed it wasn't, Brenda.
I thought Dyslow said it doesn't exist.
No, I'm talking about specifically about electrons, of denying the existence of electrons.
On the basis of what?
It's silly.
The
silly concept.
The discoverer of the electron, J.J. Thomson.
Maybe we would need to pay more attention to what people are saying. That way we can understand what's going on.
Brenda, you're always going to fall short trying to quantify everything into particles when what you're talking about is not particles. But it's okay. You can continue to do so and believe it. That's fine if that's your belief system.
This is where they start invoking virtual particles and virtual photons, to further their concept.
No, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yes, it does.
No matter what, they got to keep it materialistic, no matter what. So they got to have the electron, and then when there's no chance for them to keep it materialistic, then they start talking virtual to somehow keep that quantification matching the fucking explanation.
Correct. To a hammer, everything is a nail. To an atomist, everything's a particle.
Well, to a physicist, everything is atoms.
Nah, I wouldn't say that to be true either.
Yeah,
I think it depends on the scientist.
What we're talking about is electrons and protons. Electrons have a negative charge, protons have a positive charge. I don't see what the problem.
Ask you what a negative charge is. What is a negative charge, Brenda? What is a negative charge?
It's the charge that an electron has.
He doesn't get it.
Whole story, dude.
So it has negative electrons, meaning it has less than 0 electrons. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, an object has a negative charge when it has excess of electrons.
Cool story.
Okay.
What you're trying to do is you're trying to quantify things into particles that you're calling electrons. This is like me saying centimeters, right? So I have negative centimeters and I have positive centimeters.
That's exactly right.
Is a centimeter a particle?
That's incorrect. So an electron is a real
Well, that's
thing.
where you're making it sound, though, Brenda. That's what we're saying.
Electron is just a unit of measure, dude. There's no such thing to facilitate in this sort of methodology.
An electron is a real thing. It has charge and it has weight,
Yes, but a proton just has the potential of being charged. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a negative charge. That's what we're telling.
Proton has positive charge, and it has a weight, and it has, a diameter, it has a size, and all those things. It has all these properties.
What's heavier, an a negatively charged electron or a positively charged electron?
Electrons are not positively charged. They are.
It's like saying negative degrees. So if I use heat to get electricity, hot and cold on either side of a plate, so degrees. So I have positive 50 degrees on one side and negative 50 degrees on the other. So degrees are degrees physical things. So the plate on one side, does it literally have negative degrees? You're reifying electrons like they're jumping,
Great
and all they
example,
are is
Brian.
a
That's a
concept.
great example, Brian.
Temperature is not the same as an electron.
Sure it is. You just said there's negative electrons and a negative charge, and I just said, so did I add, when I put lead oxide on the other plate, did I add negative electrons? No, it's a concept. It's like he said, centimeters or degrees
No,
or
it's not.
feet.
No, it's not. An electron is a real thing. Temperature is just a measure of the average kinetic energy.
Bulk quantification of units doesn't explain, Brenda. What aren't you getting?
I just explained it to you.
No, you're talking fantasy.
Is a centimeter a real thing?
Like elementary school physics. Temperature.
So when that plate equalizes, okay, and the one side that was negative 50 equalizes, and both sides of the plate equalize at 0. Did the plate that was negative 50, did it give its degrees to the positive side, and now they're balanced? So you're saying the negative plate's given its electrons or positive, whatever, it's given its electrons until they equalize, and then there's no more charge. But so the degrees. So to get to 0, did the one side give its degrees to the other side? No, that's what you're saying, basically. It doesn't make sense.
Degrees is a measure of temperature. Temperature is an average of kinetic energy of the material, of the atoms.
Electrons is a measure of charge.
Wrong.
Okay?
Wrong. Electrons are negative charge. They're defined as having negative charge.
No, an electron is defined as the terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction. But good story, Brenda.
Correct.
That's wrong. That's not. That's
no.
fantasy.
That's 100% accurate.
That's fantasy. That's a fantasy.
So how am I getting electricity, Brenda, from the heat differential?
You don't get electricity from heat.
No, from heat differential, Brenda. From the heat differential, how am I getting electricity?
You don't. You don't get electricity from heat.
From the differential, Brenda, the heat differential for the last time. If I heat one side of the plate up, and you could do this with metal, heat one side up and cool the other side down. I mean, the better you build it, the more you'll get, but you will get electricity.
No,
no. Oh, for fuck's sake!
You won't get electricity by heating a plate of metal. That's not how
you will if the other side is cool, Brenda. It's a differential. Are you purposely ignoring what I'm saying? By creating a differential, you get electricity. You can extract electricity. As long as you maintain that differential, you will maintain an output of electricity.
No, you don't. You don't generate electricity by heating one side of a plate of metal. No.
Oh, wow. Okay. You sure about that?
Yes.
How about a nuclear reactor?
What about it?
Does that generate heat and transfer that heat into practical, usable energy?
Yeah, it generates heat, but it's not by heating it. It generates heat.
Oh, but that heat's not transferred into to practical energy usage, huh?
Of course it is. The heat is used to do work. Right? But the energy comes from the decay of the nucleus of the uranium. It's radioactive. It has nothing to do with what Brian was talking about.
Okay, then I'll stand back because I did step out of the conversation
Yeah,
for a minute there.
Radiation is when the nucleus of an atom decays and it emits alpha particles.
Oh, so the nucleus of an atom decays, huh? What does it decay into again?
It depends on what it starts with. Uranium decays into lead.
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is neutrons. What does neutrons decay into?
Neutrons don't decay. They're
You sure
particles.
What
about
about
that?
Jimmy Neutron?
Yes, yes.
You never
Neutron,
heard of neutron decay, Brenda?
neutrons don't decay in an atom. They get ejected, right? Neutrons and protons get ejected when a radioactive
Really?
atom decays.
Huh. Interesting. And what does it eject into? Is that
Protons,
like gamma radiation or something? Beta?
depends on the type of radiation, but it's typically alpha radiation, right? And highly energetic particles are ejected by the nucleus because the nucleus is unstable.
Brenda, I just posted in Discord where if you heat one side of a conductor and cause a differential and heat, like I said, differential, you get electricity out of it. It's called the Seebeck effect. I think there's another name for it, and there's different versions of it. But it all comes from differential, from a heat differential. So, like I said, if you maintain, the more of the differential you got, the more electricity it will provide, and the more you maintain that differential, the more you'll maintain the electricity output. It's called the Seebeck effect. I put it in Discord, so
Yeah,
maybe you learned something today.
that's for special materials. But if you have just a plate of
Or
iron,
conductor, and a conductor.
if you have a plate of iron and you heat one side of it, you're not going to generate electricity.
Yes, you will, Brenda. Any conductor.
It
Okay?
says
Anything.
special material. You need special materials.
Or if you use special material, you can get a better effect. But any conductor of electricity will generate a current.
Hey Brian, would you say that a current is just an energetic flow of energy trying to seek its neutral or its rest state?
I'd say you could call it a flow. It's basically entropy. For lack of better words, it's trying to reach. It's basically taking that energy that was added to disequalize whatever it may be. It's you're harnessing that potential or differential energy as it going back. You're recollecting that energy as it goes back to balance. So the more differential you add or potential, the more energy you can collect as it goes back to balance or equilibrium.
It's just positive or negative, high to low. It's the same thing as water flowing, current, same thing.
So with the Seebeck effect, Brian, what you need are two different materials, two dissimilar semiconductors.
Yeah, it'll work better, okay? But I'm telling you that's to get, optimal shit. But I'm telling you, if you just take a conductor and you heat one side and cool the other, it will show up. It will show up as electricity. Yeah, you're talking about how to optimize, and they actually use that shit in some devices. It's not very practical, but it's practical in some circumstances. Everything in nature works on equalizing. That's why I don't like entropy. I don't like it being described as disorder. I think it's order. I think everything likes to stay where it is. Everything, if it's in motion, it likes to stay in motion. If it's sitting there, it likes to stay sitting there. If it's if it's on the ground, it wants to stay on the ground. If it's up in the air, it wants to stay up in the air. If it's underwater, it wants to stay underwater. If it's hot, it wants to stay hot. If it's cold, it wants to stay cold. And
none of that is
everything's relative.
Yeah.
Everything's relative, though. It's the way I see everything.
That's
You
not
were
how.
fine until you said relative. You were great, but as soon as you said relative, no, that's a problem.
Things are in the air. There's gravity that's acting on it that will pull it to the ground.
No, yeah, but how did it get up to begin with? You can't raise something up without adding energy. You can't pull something down without energy.
Yeah,
We're not talking about gravity. We're not talking about gravity. That's not the conversation. Gravity doesn't even come into it.
I mentioned it.
Yeah, but it works on everything, though. Really, it works on everything. You can't disequalize something without adding energy, giving it a potential. Everything is going to want to stay balanced, and everything's going to want to stay where it was, how it was, and you can't disequalize it without some type of energy.
Well, when things are at rest, that means that there's they're at equilibrium. There's an equilibrium of forces acting on something when it is at rest. And when something's in motion, it will tend to stay in motion.
Right. And if something is, like I said, if something's hot, you can't cool down without, that's why I said relative, because if there's nothing around it that's cold, there's nothing around it cold, then what's going to cool it down?
If something is cool down, what are you talking about? Things don't stay hot.
So, Brian, you think there's only positive charge, no negative charge, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's all. I think it's just I think there's either charge or no charge.
Okay, charge or no charge. But that higher charge will always look to go to a lower charge. It'll try and equalize itself out, type of thing. It'll flow. It'll flow from a positive state and it'll flow to the negative state. That's the direction. That's the way we can channel it. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that's
yeah, exactly right. So actually looking at it, I can see where you're coming from. Like there's no negative charge per se, but to look at it maybe in a negative state or a lower state might be a more correct term that you might be happy with. Right. I think that's quite all right. Just to recognise that flow from positive to negative, high to low. Sorry, Rukia.
It's of course more complicated than that. I mean, you have resistance, you have capacitors and things that can be added, but that's, the basics of it is positive to negative, trying to reach, what we call equilibrium. It's flow, current.
Yeah.
That's not how electricity works.
Yeah, okay.
No. Well, that's your understanding of it, or the consensus. We're having a different conversation.
So if I take a balloon and I rub it on my wool sweater, what I'm doing work, and I'm removing electrons from the material of the balloon, and therefore it will have a net charge.
Are you adding degrees to it? You're adding degrees to it too, ain't you?
No, you're not adding. Degrees isn't a thing.
Neither is electrons, Brenda.
Yeah, they are. They're real.
No, they're not. So are degrees.
Well, you don't get to say what is and what isn't. Electrons.
Sure, I do.
Electrons have been experimentally observed. Temperature is not a thing. Temperature is just an average. Statistics.
So is electrons.
86 degrees outside. Are you saying that it's not really 86 degrees? Degrees don't exist?
Degree is a measurement.
Yeah, that's what we're saying about the electron.
They're not. An electron is not a measurement. It's a particle.
Sure they are. You can't measure electrons without You can't measure the negative without the positive. It doesn't exist. It's the same thing as degrees. You can't have a fucking positive temperature without something relative to measure it against. Like you can't have heat. You can't have hot without cold.
You can literally measure the electric charge of a single electron.
You can't have positive charge without negative charge.
You can literally measure the degrees. I measured the degrees and it says it's 86 outside.
Yeah, you can't measure the degree of a single atom.
You can't put your voltmeter just on the negative side of a battery and get anything at all.
So
you got to have both to have anything at all. You can't put a thermometer and fucking nothing. I mean, you got to have heat to have cold is what I'm really trying to say. You got to have pressure to have a vacuous state. You got to have a pressurized state. To have a hot state, you got to have a cold state. That's how Mother Nature acts. It's always yin and yang. You can't be happy. You can't have, love without hate. You can't. That's where gravity is the only fucking thing that doesn't have an opposite. That's how you know that it's fucking false right on its face, because there's no opposite to gravity.
So I don't know how much wrong that was. So you can have an electric charge just by itself, a negative charge, which is an electron. It just has a negative charge, and that can be measured. Temperature is just average kinetic energy of the atoms that make up a material.
So when you say it has a negative charge, Brenda, does that mean when you go to measure its charge, it is somehow subtracting something away from anything that's trying to measure it? What do you mean it has a negative charge? Negative in relation to what? Because you can have negative degrees, right? A negative temperature, but that's only relative to what we define as like freezing, right? So it's only relative in a scale that it would be able to be considered negative. So when it comes to an electron and you say it has a negative charge, what does that mean?
That's simply what an electron has. It has charge. It has and it's defined as negative.
So what's the biggest negative charge
you have
ever measured?
If you have an ordinary object, like say a balloon, right? It has trillions of atoms. Every atom has electrons orbiting the nucleus, and you rub off electrons. When you rub it on your woolen sweater, right, you're rubbing off electrons. You're doing work. And so then it acquires a net positive charge. And because
that's
attach it to the wall is neutrally charged, and therefore it will stick to the wall because there's a difference.
Without the wall or without the hair, there's nothing. Okay, without the wall, you just have a balloon sitting. Without the hair, you have a balloon just sitting there. You didn't steal electrons from my hair. I assure you that I could rub 1,000,000 balloons on my head, and the same thing will keep happening. I won't run out of electrons, Brenda.
That's literally what happens when you rub, say, an object like a balloon, or say, like we do in classes, like an acrylic rod and rabbit's fur. You have the acrylic rod rubbing the rabbit's fur. You are
It's the motion itself, Brenda. It's the friction itself. Okay. If you keep rubbing, as long as you have the energy to rub, then you will keep getting the effect. You won't run out of electrons. Okay. It's not physical. It's a concept.
So that's wrong, because you are literally rubbing electrons off of the acrylic rod and onto the rabbit's fur.
So how many electrons does it have to offer? And why do I have to rub it? Why do I have to create motion and friction?
Because
why is that the case?
You have to do work in order to move something.
So it's the work then. It's the work.
To move the particle, the electron particle. You're doing
so
work.
If I rub a balloon on my head and stick it to the wall, okay, then every time I do it, I'm gonna get less and less electrons There's going to be a point where it runs out of I don't have enough electrons to give because I've already got them all. Is that what you're saying?
No, no. There's
And the fact of the matter is, as long as I create that motion and that friction, and I rub them two materials together, as long as I rub them and create the friction, and as long as the rubbing's there, so will the static.
So the balloon will eventually fall off of the wall because the charges will neutralize. Electrons will flow.
Right, it'll reach equilibrium. I agree.
Electrons will flow from the wall to the balloon to replace the ones that you rubbed off, and that will fall to the ground.
Where do they? Okay, so they go back to the balloon. So the wall can run out of electrons too, right?
It will equalize. There's electrons. There's matter all around you.
That's the best example of trying to dispute an electron, but it still doesn't work for me because as long as you keep giving it potential and keep rubbing it, that same effect will always happen. There's no supply of electrons. I'm sorry to tell you.
You can observe electrons in a cloud chamber. They have been experimentally observed for a long time, and the electric charge of a single electron measured a long
They're
time.
observing a differential. They're observing a differential and shit trying to equalize. Okay, and it could use static electricity can be viewed. Okay, we can see sparks.
Do you have a
and
reference
shit.
for that, Brenda? Do you have a reference for that, like where I can find the info?
J.J. Thomson measured the charge of a single electron.
How come we don't see the light? How come we don't see light when we stick the balloon to the wall? How come we don't see light? Is basically what I'm asking.
Light is made out of photons, not electrons.
Okay. Anyway, my point is, as long as you're creating a differential, I agree that that static has a differential like in charge, but it's not. It's in the field. It's in the material itself. It's not donating or subtracting electrons. That's just a concept of quantifying it.
You're correct that there's a difference, right? You're doing work and you're creating a difference between the charge of the balloon and the charge on the wall, right? You're doing work. You're removing electrons and creating a difference, and that's why it sticks. And eventually it equalizes. That's why it falls.
I disagreed that there's any kind of exchange necessary. I think like he asked you earlier, how much weight did I lose if I rub a balloon on my head let's say 50,000 times? Okay, at what point is that going to show up as me losing any kind of weight or anything measurable?
Yeah, it's not something that I don't think any scale could measure. It's just
I think all your hair is gonna fall out.
So Brenda, what say you about passing a magnet through a copper coil, right? Meaning that there's no contact, there's no friction, right? But an electrical current can be induced. What's taking place there? And at what point do these two materials run out of electrons?
You're doing work. It's doing work. Gravity is pulling the weight down through the copper. It's inducing an electromagnetic field. Creating an electromagnetic field takes work, and that's why it slows down going through the copper tube.
Right, but what is the exchange there, and what are the properties that are needed, and does one material run out of what is needed, right? Particles that you're talking about get dislodged.
Well, no, there's no particles. Your electromagnetic field is created by a moving. Sorry, I don't know that one. An electromagnetic field is created by a moving object, right? It's created by the weight moving, through the tube. That's how you do it.
But what is it doing? No, we're just talking about a copper coil, right? And a magnet passing through it induces an electric current.
Yeah, that's a generator or a motor.
Right. So what's taking place here in your electron particle idea?
I don't know what you mean. A moving charge creates an electromagnetic field.
Brenda, when I rub this seashell on my head, how come it ain't sticking to the wall? I rubbed it violently, a little light ass seashell, and I rubbed it violently, and it won't stick to the wall. Why is it just the certain materials? Is it lacking the electrons or something?
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably too heavy.
Of course you don't know, because it just depends on what you're using. It depends on the differential. What you're rubbing together, it depends on the differential. One without the other is worthless. It's a conception. It's it's just a way of quantifying charge.
Good point, Brian. Because both that
it's worth
that seashell has atoms, right? There's atoms.
Or paper. What about a piece of paper? I rubbed it on my head and just tried to stick it against the wall, and I rubbed it 5 times as much as the balloon, because it's not enough disequilibrium between what's in my hair and what makes up the piece of paper. It's all differential, man, and it all takes work. You're not going to get a transfer of your so-called electrons with the magnet just sitting by the coil. It's the motion. It's the motion.
What evidence do you have that permits you to deny the existence of electrons?
It's logic. It's just logic. Like me moving that magnet it's capturing that disequilibrium that I'm giving it. If I spin that magnet near a coil, or if I spin the coil around the magnet, okay, it's capturing that motion, that disequilibrium, and storing it. And same thing with the balloon. It's just capturing that energy and storing it. That's
electrons are not concepts. They are physical entities that we can observe in the laboratory. You can observe electrons in a cloud chamber. What evidence?
It's charged. It's charge. That's all it is. It's not little particles. It's charge. So yeah, you can observe charge through sparks, through things like that. But without the differential, there's no spark. There's not electrons just sitting there on standby, Brenda.
Yes, that's what atoms are, Brian. Atoms are composed of electrons and neutrons and protons. What are you talking about?
So they'll run out then, right, Brenda? So they'll run out.
No.
So they just replace themselves magically. If an atom is electrons, then it's a finite. Okay, if you're trying to give something particle nature, but you won't give it weight, and you won't give it finite fucking anything finite. You're saying we can see it. Yeah, we can see charge through sparks, through shit like that. But if it was some particles, it would have a limit to them. And like I said, if I keep rubbing the balloon, it'll keep sticking to the wall, period.
Yes, but you're surrounded by matter all around you, right? And so electrons don't just have charge. They have weight. They have a diameter. They have spin.
It's all equilibrium, Brenda. It's all disequilibrium, equilibrium. You give something a disequilibrium, and it's going to want to equalize, period. There's nothing in nature that will disobey that rule.
What evidence do you have that permits you to not deny the observation of electrons?
The fact that it's infinite by your calculation. There's no physical way to measure it. There's no way to measure it.
It's not infinite.
There's an infinite amount of ways to define electricity. But it all boils down to this. It's all disequilibrium, equilibrium. Okay? You can't have one without the other.
What is your evidence that permits you to deny the existence of electrons?
You got to prove electrons. I don't have to disprove them.
They've been
Okay?
experimentally observed. You can experimentally
Okay, degrees have been experimentally observed, Brenda. So disprove degrees, Brenda. Disprove feet. Disprove feet.
Brian, you can't observe a degree.
Yes, you can. You can observe 10 feet.
You can't observe 10 feet, Brian. That's a measurement. It's not an observation.
You can't observe charge either, Brenda. You can't observe charge. It's a measurement.
Yes, you can. Electrons can be experimentally observed.
So can degrees, Brenda.
No, they can't. You can't observe a degree.
You can't observe charge. We can go in circles, but you can't observe charge without one. You can't have one without the other.
What experimental evidence?
You can't have a negative charge, Brenda.
What experimental evidence do you have?
Oh, this is taking a bath with a bunch of crabs. Can we say the same thing over and over again, Brenda?
Well, you're just denying the existence of something without any reason.
Again, saying the same thing over.
She denied the Seebeck effect. You know, she said that if I put heat on one side of a conductor and cool and give it a differential, then I can't get electricity. She sternly denied that fact. She denied the fact. She also denied the fact, that if I add 2,000 psi to coal as I'm putting pressure on it, I can heat it up. But as soon as I stop adding pressure and just maintain that pressure, that it will quit heating up. She disagreed specifically with that statement.
That's a lie, and I told you that's a lie several minutes ago. And with the Seebeck effect, you need two conductors, two different conductors, semiconductors.
Do explain further.
With the Seebeck effect, you need two semiconductors, and it's there are differences between them. That's how a thermostat works.
What do I do to them? What do I do? What do I do to them? Just explain it, please.
You can heat them up, and because they're different conductors, they conduct at different rates. You get the Seebeck effect.
So what you're saying is you have to create a differential?
You have two different conductors.
So you have to create a differential in order to get something to flow? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Right? Heat flows from hot to cold. Right?
I would agree. I would agree there. It's that differential that causes the action.
No, it's the energy that you put into a system will cause the action.
Because of a differential.
Yeah, the energy will create a differential. You have to do work, right, in order to get some kind of useful energy out of something.
There just has to be a differential, right? When you say do work, right, what do you mean by do work? You have to establish a differential, right?
You have to do some kind of work. You have to perform some kind of action, right? So you have to rub the balloon on your hair. That does work. It removes electrons from the balloon, thereby creating a differential, and it's sufficiently strong enough to hold up the balloon against the wall, against the force of gravity, until it equalizes, and then it will fall. But again, electrons are particles. They are observed in a cloud chamber.
No, you observe basically a shadow of energy and you try to quantify it as a particle.
What is a shadow?
When all it is a termination of energy.
What is
so
a
it's a termination of energy, meaning where the energy terminates. And seeing that termination of energy, you're trying to quantify that energy into a particle. What's the difference between a particle and energy, Brenda?
The electron has mass.
What's the difference between a particle and energy?
Energy is just the ability to do work. Particles have, most of them, many of them have mass, or they have some other property.
So energy is the ability to do work, right? Is that what you're defining energy as?
Yeah.
Okay. So something's ability to do work. So if we have the ability to do work, what do we have? A particle?
You have energy.
What's the thing doing the work?
So the energy is what's doing the work, and energy is the ability to do work. Interesting definitions.
Yeah, the ability to do work is doing the ability to do work.
No. So I don't see the problem here. So energy is just the ability to do work. A particle is just has a diameter, it has mass, charge, and spin.
So when you're transferring energy, you're just transferring the ability to do work?
I don't know what you mean.
If you transfer energy, are you transferring the ability to do work?
You're imparting some kind of motion or force to an object. Right?
So what would you define force as?
Well, so if I have a box, heavy box, it takes force. I have to do work to push it or to lift it.
Okay, so what is the force needed to move an electron?
Well, I don't know how much force it takes, but it does take energy to move an electron. Yes.
So it takes the ability to do work to move an electron.
You have to apply some kind of force, right, to the system.
And what is force?
It's work. You have to do something.
Force is work, and energy is the ability to do work.
So you have to do some kind of work. In the case of, let's say a motor, right? I have to attach it to, say, a waterfall, and the falling
Yes,
water.
we have movement, so you have to have movement, right?
Yeah, so, or to the wind pushes on the turbine, which rotates the generator. That work, that the moving conductor will create a magnetic field and does work, and it will create.
And the ability to do work.
It will create. It does work, and it will create an electric
So,
force.
so when you're doing the work, you're creating the ability to do work.
No, you're creating energy.
But you defined energy as the ability to do work.
So the generator, the propellers of the windmill, right? The wind does work on them. It churns the rotors of the generator, and the generator, and there's work being done to create the electric current.
Right. It induces the electric current from where?
from the metal, from the copper.
From the metal. So the metal inherently has infinite energy within it. Is that what you're saying?
No, it has electrons. And the
So
electrons,
it has infinite amounts of electrons, right? Because we know if that motor is going, and as long as that motor is moving, meaning as long as the magnets are being moved through the wound copper coils, it will induce energy. Meaning, in your terms, what's happening is as those magnets are moving through that copper coil, it's removing electrons from the copper coil.
it's causing the electrons to move along the copper wire, right? And those
Right.
are replaced from the ground.
Let me ask this question real quick, Brendan. So we have a coil of wire, of copper wire, 100 foot long, and we unspool 10 foot of it, and we put the spool in a cold box, and we have 10 foot of it sticking out, just in an airtight seal, basically, and 10 foot of it sticking out, and we heat the 10 foot that's sticking out with a torch. Okay. Is something going to move? Does it take like electrons or degreetrons to move through that copper wire
Yes.
to cool the rest down?
You can measure something coming out of the other end. Absolutely.
So you're
Right.
taking
But it doesn't. But it
Energy.
doesn't take particles. You know, the point being is the shit. It's just the field itself. I mean, the material itself, the differential. It'll equalize. It's not particles moving from one end of the wire to the other, equalizing it, right?
It's degreetrons, man.
So
What
I'm
are you,
not.
Brenda? Are you denying degreetrons exist?
Of course,
Prove they don't exist.
I don't have to. You have to prove they do exist.
Same goes for the electron.
I just did. And in my lab, I got 10 foot of the coil sticking out, airtight, and I heated it up with a torch, and the wire inside the box, the rest of the coil starts heating up. So that's proof that the degreetrons are moving through the conductor.
Yeah, because we see an increase in degrees, right? So obviously, we can deduce from that that degreetrons moved down that copper coil or that
Yeah, you
copper
can see
wire.
it. And you could see it. You see that it starts to glow red hot, and you'll see the degreetron spread. You'll see that hot glow start to move.
The difference is, Brian, is that we can experimentally observe electrons. You cannot observe degrees.
No, degreetrons, not degrees.
You can't observe them.
We measure
Sure you can.
degreetrons in degrees, and I have outside a coil that tells me the amount of degreetrons that are hitting it, and it fluctuates and it gets hot and cold. That's experimental. Are you denying that those degreetrons exist?
Yes, I am.
You have coldtrons and hot. You have coldtrons and hotrons, and degreetrons, and yeah, they're all measurable. They move. They move physically.
They don't exist.
So you're denying
They're physical particles.
Are you denying, Brenda, that when things get hotter or colder, they change in degrees, which degrees is measuring degreetrons? So we have degreetrons, obviously, because we can see the gauge move up and down, measuring the different degrees, right? And all it's measuring is degreetrons. How can you deny this?
Of course, temperature exists. Temperature is just.
What about phlogiston?
Temperature is just an average kinetic energy. You're imparting kinetic energy to the coil, Brian.
Yeah, and that temperature, right? That temperature, hot and cold, that is particles moving the degreetrons. So the more degreetrons you have, the higher the temperature.
Yeah, degreetrons don't exist.
You could transfer the degreetrons too. You could rub that coil on a magnet, rub it, and watch it spark when you put it up against a metal beam. You see the transfer of particles, the degreetron.
Electricity isn't temperature, Brian.
No, it's degreetrons.
No.
They transfer, right? Don't they physically transfer?
Electricity isn't temperature, Brian.
What is electricity, Brenda?
Flow of electrons.
I never said that temperature was the same as electricity, not even once. What I'm telling you is that we can physically see the temperature heating up. If
Brian?
we heat the one side, we physically see the other side heating up. So doesn't it have to be particles moving?
Brian?
Doesn't it have to be degreetrons? That's my question.
Brian, you said that sparks were degreetrons, which you previously called temperature. So no, electricity isn't temperature, Brian.
No, that's a buildup of degreetrons.
No, there's a different properties.
Okay, well, how about this? We rub it, and then we can touch it on the steel little rod and transfer some of the degreetrons, and we'll see that little rod heat up. We rub the coil on a plate and build up the degreetrons, build up the heat. And then we can transfer them particles, them degreetrons. We touch that coil onto something like a little metal rod, and the little degreetrons transfer to the rod, and it'll also heat up. But it takes something physical though, like you're saying, electricity. It takes physical electrons. So I'm telling you, with the temperature to heat this shit up, it takes physical degreetrons.
Electricity isn't temperature, Brian.
Once again, I agree. Electricity is not temperature. I'm not transferring electricity. I'm transferring degreetrons. And
you were claiming they're the same. You were equating your.
Okay, well, I'll retract that. Just so we're clear. I changed my example. I'll stand corrected. I changed my example to degreetrons. So we build up the degreetrons by rubbing the copper coil on a plate. We rub it, and it gets super fucking hot, super built up with degreetrons and little particles, and then we touch that on a rod, a little aluminum rod, and we see the transfer of degreetrons, and it'll heat up. In turn, the rod will receive the degreetrons, and it'll heat up.
Temperature is just kinetic energy of the material, of the atoms in the material. That's all it is. That's what temperature is, Brian.
Agreed. Degreetrons.
No, there's no such thing as degreetrons. But there is.
How's the heat transferring without the degreetrons?
The energetic, when something is hot, it has a high average kinetic energy. When it is put in physical contact with something that's cold, they literally bump into each other.
I don't have to physically contact it. I just get it close, and the degreetrons can bridge the gap.
No,
we can measure this. I can show you this in a lab. I can show you where
there has to be physical contact to conduct the heat from a material.
Nope, I can get it real close, and a certain amount of degreetrons will transfer.
That's because there's air, Brian. It's radiating.
Sure, I can do it in a vacuum too, Brenda. It'll even work faster in a vacuum.
It works slower in a vacuum.
Yeah, it probably works slower in a vacuum. I agree with that. Yeah, it works slower in a vacuum, but we would still transfer degreetrons, though, right?
No, you don't know how. This is just total nonsense.
So is electrons, Brenda.
No, electrons are experimentally observed. They have.
So are degreetrons. I can show you degreetrons.
If y'all are going to circle back for the 1000th time, I'm going to interrupt and scream the whole time.
Well,
could you explain wireless power induction in a vacuum? If it is the electrons doing it, wireless power induction in a vacuum. for the electron person. Can you explain that? I can't, so I mean that's why I'm asking.
What?
Wireless power induction in a vacuum. You know, like a wireless charging, but in a vacuum.
I don't know.
All right, that's all. Thanks.
Well, so you have an electric
Perfect example, man. Perfect example of how there's no fucking electrons diving through the air.
So a wireless electric charging, oh, that would be through electromagnetic fields, and electromagnetic don't need air.
What's a field?
So a field. There you go. You got her on task. So a field, Brenda.
What's a field, Brenda?
What? A field?
Yeah, can you define a field?
Fields are just everywhere in the universe. They're just everywhere.
I don't know.
There's an electromagnetic field. There are other fields, right?
That's your definition of a field, is they're everywhere?
Right? They're a point where you have a certain influence. And it's disturbances in the field that cause things like electricity, magnetism, gravity.
Yeah, we're asking for the definition of a field.
So it's like the Force in Star Wars, is what you're saying. There's this disturbance in the Force?
In Star Wars is fiction.
Hey, that video I posted, you guys should check that out. It explains a lot of stuff that might help. I don't know. It might help understand a little bit better about what electricity does and what it is. I'm watching it right now. It's quite fascinating. It explains a lot of things that you don't normally learn in electrical class. You know what I'm saying?
I don't see it. What's it called? It must be way up there.
No, it's not. But I don't have perms, so it's just a list. It's just me. I just posted it, and then it's just like a list. It doesn't pop up with the video or whatever. I think that's why.
What's the name? What's the name?
I'm Ryan Rookie. It's at 8:52 a.m. is when I posted it. Anyway, I just thought it might help a little bit.
Oh, so is it the ferrocell one? Well, I gotta go.
If you go on YouTube and you search for how electricity works, it's the first video that pops up. At least it did for me on both searches I did. At about, I'd say about 14 minutes in, they start showing this program in a computer that shows the flow of electrons around the outside of wires. Sorry, I'm having a hiccup at the same time. And it's like some kind of an app or a computer program that shows how the electrons flow and how it works.
Hello?
Look at this
video.
Oh,
Oh, why are you all so quiet? What happened?
I posted a video. I think everybody's watching it.
What did you say, rookie?
We're all out hunting for electrons.
Are you guys on the phone?
Rocky, yeah, man, I was trying to jump in yesterday when y'all was having that conversation about the about level and all that stuff, and you was talking about the surveyors going around that lake instead of shooting over it because they couldn't put a guarantee on the elevations over half a mile body of water, and they wasn't going to shoot the lake itself. But so I made a little video and I condensed Jay Tolan Media's video, which was like 55 minutes long, and I kind of got the went straight to the point. And so he took and at a hill, he had a good angle. He measured like almost a 2 mile span of aqueduct in between gates. Like there's a gate like every couple miles, and showed, and he had a good angle. He had a great angle too, man. He had like from 0.5 degrees to like 7.5 degrees along the span, and it showed that the top of the aqueduct was following Earth curve plus 3 inches per mile, like perfectly. He was like, "What the fuck," and he was, and then he went down. Then he realized, wait, this is a man-made structure. So he went down and measured the water level from the water level to the top of the aqueduct, which is what he was measuring, and realized that there was a 15-inch difference in the water. So just because the aqueduct was built with curve considerations, the water didn't give a fuck. The water fucking behaved naturally level and flat. And he had a talk with one of the guys at the one of the workers at the aqueduct who charts the levels, and he showed that that the electronic sensors showing the flow over the top of the gates, where they weren't measuring the water going underneath the gate. He said he tried to tell he tried to call the office and tell, and they just kind of brushed it off, like, or didn't believe him. Like, and the guy is sitting there trying to tell him about the water level and shit. And that's a sneaky little trick they pull. So the water, they have 3 inches per mile drop, but since it's such a long, since it's such a long structure, they added curve considerations. But the water didn't give a shit. The water behaved accordingly, and it just basically gave it extra drop. And then it's almost slick the way they tried to hide it. But anybody who looks at it can see that the water is flat, and it's showing more than the 3 inches per mile between all the gates, and the water is flowing under the fucking gates. It's slick. It's anybody, I'll repost it. Anybody who wants to watch it. And it wound up measuring, like I said, 15 inches of drop in the water. I mean, basically no drop, basically. Compared to the aqueduct, it was really no drop at all. The water was level. Is basically the point of it all.
Brian, if you had unlimited money, what is the one thing that you would do to check the curve, if water's curving or not? You just got unlimited money and you can do one thing. How are you doing it?
If I had unlimited money,
Yeah.
God, I've had a few ideas. Give me 1 second, and I'll pin it down to my idea with unlimited money. Hold on 1 second.
I know what I'd do.
What would you do?
I'd fly up and find out what's really up there.
You would do an optical thing?
Hell yeah.
Would you try to get like an
I'd start with that.
orthographic view of Earth so
I
that
would
you could see
start.
the
I would
moon going
start with
around it
that.
or
Yeah.
something?
I would start with going past Antarctica and keep going, probably. But I would want to know what's on the other side of whatever's stopping the gas from escaping. Yeah.
You would go out. You would go up and try to get like an orthographic view of the Earth so you could see like the moon going around it and shit.
Yeah, if that was possible, yeah. I would try to get high first, but I don't think I'd get very high. I think I'd probably get about 80 miles and then I'd smack into something. But that's only my opinion.
You would,
Well, maybe.
if you did, you would die.
But I think Antarctica.
Only if I was going fast.
I think Antarctica. I think Antarctica is the decoy because everyone's facing or looking at Antarctica for that's where it's all at. And that's how they're winning, maybe.
I would do. If I had unlimited money, I would travel to the extents to the ends of the earth and find out for myself what's really there. That's what I would do.
To try to prove curvature, I would do like a force the line type experiment. I would do basically like large carpenter squares, right? So you have these big large L's. So these big large L's that once you connect them together, make sure that they're perfectly 90 degrees when they get placed against one another, that there's no deviation, and continue to extend that out from a certain point, preferably over water, and see, over however many miles you could do that. If I had unlimited money, I would do it, 10 miles.
You'd have to get better than carpenter squares though, because if you're off just a little tiny bit at the beginning, then in the end you'd be off. If you ever hear what any of the Glovers tell you, they'll tell you need to have something within a millionth of a millimeter or something is your error bar or something crazy.
Yeah.
I'm with you though. Making straight lines is definitely a move. That's definitely
very precise. Yeah.
That's definitely the move. Making straight. I would make a bunch of straight lines in one spot.
And the only way that I can do that is with something like a carpenter square, but on a larger scale, right? So that you can not only prove the.
Yeah, I would do a bunch of lines in one spot.
A level, wouldn't it? It would have to be
Probably
a level.
Down, man. I'd tunnel down at like 1 degree and maintain a perfectly straight line in my tunneling, just regardless of any outside forces. If we ran into liquid, any buoyancy or any gravity or whatever you want to call it, I'd probably bore down at a 1 degree angle down into the ground and see if I came out, 79. I would maintain a dead straight line with that tunnel and see if I popped out of the ground in 70 miles.
Well, yeah, that would work. That's an interesting idea.
1 degree is a lot, man. 40,000 kilometers, 360 degrees divided by 40,000 kilometers is 0.009, or is it 3 zeros and a 9? But 1 degree is
you'd only have to go, well, I would only have to go 69 miles before I came out of the surface. If I went down at 1 degree,
that's fucking dope, Brian. That is a really good idea, because then you're like, yo, I'm digging down, and you should never come up. You know what I mean? On flat, if Earth was flat, that's only going to take you down. You're never going to like pop up to see the light of day if you're going at that angle. That's dope. That's a good one.
Well, right. So once I got past about 30, I'd never have to get that deep either. I wouldn't have to get very deep.
69 miles worth of land too. That's a good one. It's not a lot of land.
Yeah. I'd never get very deep, and then once I got past halfway, I'd have to start. You wouldn't even have to go all the way to the end. Once you got past about 30 miles, you'd have to start coming up. If you didn't start coming up close to the surface,
you only get about 7 miles down, and you get stuck.
Well,
I mean, we could technically go down. We could go down at like 1/4 of a degree if we had precision. If I had all that money, I could get a precision straight line like 1/4 of a degree down.
No, I get where you're going with it, but I'm saying I think you'd run into trouble if it was a ball. You'd run into some trouble.
I wonder what
how far down would 1 degree take you? More than 7 miles?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Not exactly. How many miles does 1 degree take you down?
No, I was agreeing. I was saying exactly like agreeing. Yeah.
The question is, how many miles does 1 degree take you down?
It's going to be like over like 2,000 miles. I think.
No, that's horse shit. Who said that?
I did.
Jerry.
I mean, if
That's
the
Wasn't me.
circumference is,
If you're measuring curve calculator,
24,901.
let's say we talk about a
Hold
triangle.
on,
What
Realm. Jerry.
is a right angle triangle or an
Realm.
isosceles?
Realm.
Isosceles.
Realm, you got
Yeah,
Jerry
go,
blocked?
Hold
go
on.
Jerry. Go
Let's see.
Jerry.
24,901 divided by 360. Oh, it's 69 miles. Sorry, boys.
Oh,
That's the
damn.
link. That's the link.
Done,
That's the
dude.
link. That's what I said. That's the length you'd have to go. But the depth
No, not
is not
not the length, the depth. We're looking for the depth. How
right.
deep would
Oh,
it
yeah,
take you?
not nowhere near that. Yeah, hold on.
Realm, do you have Jerry muted by any chance, or?
Why not just go to space? Wouldn't going to space be the easiest way to prove the shape of the Earth?
No.
If you had all the money in the world?
You'd have to get far. You'd have to get far enough away to get an orthographic view of like the moon going around it or something. Like just going up high, a couple of 100 miles. That ain't gonna really do nothing because a flat surface would look curved as you came up off it anyway. So
Yeah,
you
the
got all
best
kinds
way.
of refraction and shit.
But you have
Best
all of the
way
money
to,
in the world, so you can stay in space for like a whole month and just look at the Earth rotate underneath you, right?
you have to
We need to
eliminate
get far
optics.
away.
Yeah, but that's like 5 years
But
away.
even if you weren't far away, you had one world to stay on the ISS for a month. If you looked at the Earth each day, or like for a whole day, you would see it rotate underneath you. You would see a different face of
At
it,
its
right?
deepest, 1.2 miles at its deepest. That's if we did the tunnel.
Oh, that's not bad.
Why are you
There we
making it
go.
so complicated, Nate, by going to space? You don't have to go to space at all. You just have to circumnavigate from north to south and back to north again. That's all you have to do.
That's a good one. Yeah,
don't have
that's
to
a
That's
good one.
another way, Bansel. Yeah, that's another way. It's
Don't have to
it's
go
just
anywhere
Bansel. Like,
near it.
well, yeah, your example and mine are pretty simple. What these guys are trying to do, I'm hearing a lot of calculations, and it sounds like they're talking about digging into the Earth. Like, I don't know.
It was
I
flat.
would
to
just do
prove
what
water.
your eyesight.
But even something as simple as north to south navigation, you'd think that would be simple, but you're also having to deal with where you're at position wise. And when you get to the south, you have pretty big declination for magnetics, right? So you'd have to be dependent upon certain things to know for sure that you're doing true north to south.
You need a
Yeah,
fixed
I've
point.
always thought that was a problem. Which direction you're going? Like, how do you know if you jump on a plane and the pilot's like, "Yo, I'm gonna take you on a north-south circumnavigation flight," and he's just flying and like, how do you know if he turns or not, or if he's going straight south? You know what I'm saying?
GPS, right? You would use your
You don't.
GPS or your Google.
GPS
Google
one
Maps.
doesn't work.
They don't have any.
GPS does not work with
fine.
poles, right? And all GPS is Cartesian coordinate systems mapped, right? So that I wouldn't trust that. Anyways.
Wait. What do you mean GPS doesn't work at the poles? Why not?
You tell me.
Because it's
Allegedly,
not
there's
space,
no
space.
satellites over the poles.
But just because there's no satellites doesn't mean they can't map your position over the poles. Why would GPS not work there?
They don't accurately map it. GPS doesn't even accurately map planes in the middle of like the Pacific Ocean. It gives you a estimated
They
position.
delete that, don't they? Don't they just disappear when they leave the coast?
Yeah, about 500 miles off the coast, they go into estimated mode, meaning they don't have an exact GPS location. So,
But there is an electronic thing that takes them from that point to another point, so that they're supposedly drawing a line from one place to another, right? You know what I'm saying? Like if you know where they took off and where they came back across the coast, then you kind of know like what their plot was, right? Technically.
yeah, but in between, it's GPS is estimated. It's not an exact. It's an approximation.
Yeah.
So circumnavigating north-south sounds easier than it might actually be.
Well, you could do it from several directions, couldn't you? Maybe break
That's
it
what
up.
I said. You'd need height and you would need distance. Like, so you could see, like, you'd have to be able to, like, place a marker somewhere on the ground and then be able to see that from a distance and then follow it, so you know you were going in that, you know, declining in that direction, right?
My point being with the magnetic declination, you get weird anomalies around where you're having to factor in the declination, so you're not able to really use.
You mean like the pole to the north gets weaker as you go south? Is what you're saying.
Yeah, but then you also south you have magnetic lines of declination. So if you look up like magnetic declination maps, you'll see that all of these lines you're having to make a correction based on the magnetic fields that we have on Earth, right? Right. So you're having to make corrections. So your compass wouldn't necessarily continue to point true north. So you would have a hard time navigating.
Don't you find it very interesting and fascinating that there's already electrical wires under the ground to connect everything? Isn't that kind of interesting? It's almost like it was put there, right?
Under the sea cables? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about ley lines. There are magnetic fields of lines of electricity that move, that flow across under the ground, right?
Yeah, but those lines aren't like something that's been those magnetic lines, right? Or the force lines or the magnetic declination lines aren't physical lines that are underneath the ground. You can't dig up like a magnetic line or anything like that.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying that even though it might be etherical, right, or whatever, there's still declination in certain areas, and we don't know exactly why it's there, right? We don't know what's causing it, what kind of metal or what kind of dirt's causing it.
I was wrong about the height, man. It's not. I mean, the depth. It wouldn't be 1.2 miles. It'd be less than a quarter mile. It'd be I misjudged it. It'd be less than a quarter mile. You take the height. I mean, there's a few ways of doing it, but if you take the height of if you just do it on top of the ground on a flat ground, 69 miles in 1 degree would put the height at about 3,600 feet. So if you flip that over and judge that going underground, if you went down at 1 degree on a flat surface, then at the end you'd be down 3,600 or approximately 3,600 feet. So if you added an arc to that, you pretty much cut it in half, because that'd be the maximum depth of the arc. So it'd be less than a quarter mile, little less. Or actually, it'd be a little more than a quarter mile, I think. But technically, you just start angling down in the ground at 1 degree, and after we get about 35 miles, we'd have to start coming up if we was maintain a perfectly straight line. And that, I don't think that's what would happen in reality. I think if we maintained a 1 degree straight line down, I think we'd just keep going until we couldn't go no further, because we'd get too deep, and it'd be well beyond 69 miles.
Sounds like a lot of hard work.
Well, he said unlimited amount of money, so I was just trying to think of something practical that could actually be done.
Well, I think something practical, maybe build a horizontal tube that is capped at both ends, and then we can measure that hump of water in the center of it. You do this on land. That seems very practical.
Yeah, but they say the horizontal bends, so there'd be no way to.
No. You can build a perfectly horizontal straight pipe, right? And the horizontal being derived from the center point, right? So it's center.
Right.
So
That's just it.
Yeah. So on their ball, like, it's horizontal from that tangent. So we have a perfectly straight horizontal pipe at that tangent that's not in water. We can then cap it. We can fill it halfway up with water, and apparently halfway in that pipe, the water's going to be higher than the lower ends. That seems far easier.
Yeah, it does. But listen real quick. For me to call it a perfectly horizontal line, if it's not raising up out of the water, like say I start in a middle point and I go each direction, if I don't raise my pipe above the water, if I'm including a tangent and assuming a circumference, then my pipe has to come up above the water 8 inches on the first mile, and then the second mile they'll say it's not a straight line. You see what I'm saying?
No, they won't say they'll say it's a straight line. They'll say it's a straight
Yeah,
line.
but in reality it'll be a bowl. If I raise up above the water, no, it depends on what side of the argument you're on. If I raise the pipe up above the water, then yeah, the water is gonna pull in the middle. In reality, now we're gonna say that is a straight line, and we're gonna say no, that's raising it up above the straight line, right?
No, in reality, the question has been posed to them over the last couple of days. If they have a perfectly straight pipe, perfectly straight, no curve in it whatsoever, that is horizontal from a central point, right, and capped on both ends, if you fill that pipe halfway up with water, the water in the center of that pipe will be higher than the water at both ends. This is what they've been saying for 2 days.
Yeah, they're right. If you call your straight line 8 inches above the water on one side and 8 inches above the water on the other end of a 2 mile pipe, then yeah, we're going to call that a concave pipe, and the water's going to pool in the middle. They're going to call it a straight line and say the water pools in the middle. So then the argument would be, is what's straight? You see what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying.
No, a straight pipe is a straight pipe. Why are you got in your head, Brian, that this pipe is bent in any way, shape, or form?
Because if their water is curving, if that pipe is not coming up above the water, they're going to say it's not straight.
No, they do say the pipe is straight.
Yeah, coming up out of the water.
I think Brian's trying to say that if we do this and we show that whatever happens, they will just say the pipe's not straight, right? Like if we were to make a line and put it up against water, and we made a straight line, and the straight line followed the water, the Globers would just say the line's not straight. It must
Yeah,
be
if we
curved.
build
You
a
must
pipe
have made a
sitting on
curved
water,
line.
if I build a pipe sitting on the water and we call it a dead straight line and we have it capped off, they're going to say it's bent. So then to get it straight, they're going to raise it up 8 inches on each side of that 2 mile pipe. Then they'll say there's your straight pipe. When we know, or we would argue that no, that's a bent fucking pipe. But either way, it's going to collect water in the fucking middle if you raise it up 8 inches on each end. And
no, I'm not talking about building this pipe on top of the water at all. I'm not talking about building it anywhere near the water. I'm just talking about having a perfectly straight pipe, the shortest distance between 2 points, perfectly straight in every single dimension, no curve whatsoever. Now that pipe is then set horizontal from the central point, right? So on their ball, it'll be a tangent, right? It'll be horizontal to their tangent on that ball. But the ball but the pipe is perfectly straight. Now, if you fill it halfway up with water, they are saying that the water will pool in the middle due to gravity with that straight pipe. That's what they're saying.
Right. If you use GPS to do a straight line, okay, like the surveying, like what Kozlowski used, then your pipe's gonna be 8 inches higher than sea level or a water level. So yeah, the water will collect in the middle. We'll say because it's fucking raised at the ends. They'll say no because it's a straight line on a ball.
No, I'm just talking about building a straight pipe. Don't worry about the GPS and what they're going to say is straight, is curved, or anything like this. This is a perfectly straight pipe, regardless. It's not a straight according to their horizontal at every single different tangent point, which will make a curve. I'm not talking about that at all. It is a perfectly
I already
straight
did that though. I agree with you, but this is what they told me. When I laid out a straight line, I put marks on stakes down the beach, and I didn't go 2 miles. But let's say if I went 2 miles, but the length I did go, it maintained level, and I said I laid out a straight line. They said no. They said that's not a straight line. They said that line's bending. They said I was changing angles every time I set up my instrument, that I changed angles without knowing it. And therefore, the line that I laid out that I called straight with my auto level, they said is literally a bent line. They said if it was a straight line, it would have started, it would have rose. It would have rose up above the water. So the argument comes back down to what is a fucking straight line? You know what I'm saying? I'm not disagreeing with you, trying to get you worked up. I'm saying that comes down to the fucking whole argument. Is what is a straight line? To them, it's it rises. To them, a straight line rises above the water, 8 inches per mile squared approximately. To us, the straight line is the damn water. They take and do curvature considerations. So they take state planar fucking elevation details, and they change the angle approximately 1 degree every 69 miles. And they say you could measure it, which is horseshit. But then they say you can't see building leaning away side to side, looking way off in the distance because it's too small, you know. But they can measure it though. So how the fuck are you know?
Wait, hold on. How do they measure it? Hold on. Before you go any farther, hold on.
Just want to
Wait a second.
Just 2 seconds, Sonic. Just 2 seconds, and then you can jump all over me. Brian, if they say that they can build LIGO perfectly straight, right, with no deviation whatsoever, right, building a straight pipe is also possible.
Yeah, but LIGO is LIGO is only a you only have 6 inches of a deviation, even if their pipe is a straight. Let's say we're on a flat Earth, and the pipe is slightly concave. The size of the pipe is big enough to encompass a 6-inch differential because it comes out to be like about 12 inches, which is 6 inches each direction. So they would have the allowances within that pipe, even if it is like they could still pull off a straight line from beginning to end with that amount. But I feel you, man.
I got 3 things now before I forget. So with regards to LIGO, slack is 2 miles long. So there goes that theory. And the pipe's only 300 millimeters across. And they can actually shoot a laser on the edges as well to see that it's straight all the way across. So it is the straightest object in the universe that we know of.
Can we look straight through it?
Well, that's why I had to jump in, Van. So now your prior sentence was about what? What were we talking about? You said
building a
straight, and it was completely incorrect.
Building a straight pipe and the water pulling in the middle, according to gravity, being horizontal at a central tangent point.
Yeah, no, he said something else about.
Oh God, I don't know. I can't remember Zanuck.
That's why I had to jump in real quick because I knew it was important. He's completely wrong about it.
I was completely.
Vance, I mean,
I doubt that.
What? Can you remember the last statement you said about you're making some qualification why you can't have something be straight or horizontal?
No. I said a perfectly straight pipe. Right, the shortest possible distance between 2 points, a perfectly straight line in every single dimension, just like the arms of LIGO. Right, it is perfectly straight. Right, we know this. We know these things can be built. So if we can build a perfectly straight pipe, okay, and have it horizontal from the tangent point in the center. Okay, from the center, so that's our datum point, the center, so it's horizontal there, and then we fill this pipe up halfway, which has been the conversation over the last couple of days. They're saying that the water will be higher in the center than it will at the ends. This is what they're talking about. All right, so.
No, but he said something before that. I'll address that in a second. But if you fill it with water, you have things at the edges that are going to be the plumb bobs would be angled inward. So yes, the water would pull toward the center because they would be effectively going upward, and it would be upward with respect to the Earth because you'd have something, make it over the globe, 20 feet above the surface. In the center, it's only 1 foot above the surface. So things would pull toward the center. Be angling away from the ground. But what did he say before that? That's what I needed to jump in real quick. It was such a quick point. It was very important because he was wrong on two things he said before he stopped talking.
Oh no, I wasn't. I was 100% right. Go back on the live stream and listen to it. But I was definitely
You were 100% right. Wow, cool.
Yeah, I always am right. So anyway.
Talk to him, Vance.
I wish I could know that. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, like it was a surprise.
I know. Like, hello.
But anyway, the object at Slack is kept within 20 thousandths of an inch over 2 miles straight. So it's not like it's
you fucking love Slack.
accommodating
You
any
talk
kind
about
of.
Slack every day.
I know. See? So we can do these things.
I heard you talk about Slack.
Yeah, we know when we do things like that, we can then see is it level at all points, and then we can actually easily measure that it's not level over long distances for things that we know are and can measure to be perfectly flat.
We know that Slack is straight.
Yes.
Straight.
If a
I've been there.
photograph
I've seen the
takes
test.
a two-dimensional picture and someone photographed the entire Earth, couldn't you just stitch all those photographs together and get a flat surface?
Oh, I remember now. Sorry to divert from that question. The question was, why don't we see buildings lean over? I hear that all the time. That's such a silly thing to say. When we look at something away from us, he said, and yet we can measure it, or we claim we measure that tilt. We don't see a tilt of something away from you. It's almost like foreshortening. It might become ever so slightly shorter in our view, but we can't see it tilting away from us because we're looking at it. Just like if you were looking at me and you were to lean backward, I wouldn't tell if I could measure you leaning backward because all I see is a straight line in front of me, a straight body. The only way you can see it is if you measure where its height changing.
What are you invoking now? I never said anything about buildings.
No, it wasn't you, Vance. Vance, it wasn't you. It was the knucklehead was talking before that. Who was Brian? Was it Brian? Yeah, Brian.
So if you're looking at something and there's two buildings, so you're looking straight ahead, and there's a building to the left of you, to your straight ahead line, and there's a building to your right, to the right of your straight ahead line. Those buildings have to be tilting away from each other, right?
Yep.
Those buildings can be tilting away from each other.
If there was a curve to the Earth, yes.
Correct. Yeah, if the Earth is curved, those buildings have to be tilting away from each other, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the farther away you get, the more tilting away from each other. Or no, they would have to get farther away from each other.
The further away from you, they would just be tilting away from you.
The further away from the one to the left, one to the right.
Is at 90 degrees difference of each other at an angle from your center point, like make an arrow.
Could you get 69 miles away and see two buildings? Sorry, could you get far enough away from two buildings if they were 69 miles apart from each other, or is that crazy?
I can look at two buildings 69 miles apart right now. I'll look out my window and see.
So we should see them tilting 1 degree away.
Hold on. I can see Mount Hamilton, and I can go see actually Mount Diablo, and there's an antenna there. Now you're saying that, can I look at these two things that we know are 69 miles apart? Is there 1 degree of tilt between those two? Is that what you're saying?
Mountains? We're talking about...
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying buildings, first of all. And if we can get 69 miles away...
I said two buildings.
I thought you said mountains. My bad.
No. On top of a mountain is an observatory, a 4 or 5 story 6-story observatory, and then we have probably a 3 or 4 story antenna on top of a mountain, and both those are 69, about 70 miles apart. So you're saying the question that this has been going on for a couple of days now, I guess, when I've been told that if you're looking at these two objects that are looking the vertical plane, that the vertical plane of both of those would be off 1 degree. Is that what you're asking?
I'm telling you.
It's a simple yes or no question, so I can understand what you're saying.
If you're looking at them, you're looking at both of them. You have one's on the left side of your vision.
We've already established that. Why are you going over it?
Because you should
It's a
see
simple
them
question,
tilting.
Jeremy.
Because you should see them tilting away from each other 1 degree if they're 69 miles apart.
So the answer of my question was yes. I look at those two objects, and I should see a 1 degree tilt away from each other.
Yeah, now show us this fucking tilt. Black.
How do you measure 1 degree at 60 miles? I'm 60 miles away from it. They're 60 miles away from me. They're 60. I have a perfect spherical triangle in our world, right? So how are we going to see this spherical excess? Well, the answer is they can measure that. You're trying to do the spherical excess test.
No, we're trying to see if these buildings are tilting away from each other.
Well, that would determine it. If the buildings were high enough, you could measure to the base and to the top, and then we get a spherical excess measurement.
Bro, can we see these buildings tilting away from us or what?
You can't see it because they're on top of 1 degree tilt.
Measure them tilting away from us? Like what? Is there no way to
They're
see
tilting
them
away from me, and they're tilting away from each other. They're both
away from each other? Can we see them tilting away from each
everything's
other?
tilting away from everybody else. All those plumb lines are all non-parallel.
Zanuck, can we measure
Why
these
is this so
buildings
hard to
tilting
understand?
away from Zanuck, can we measure these buildings tilting away from each other?
What do you
Yes
mean?
or no?
What do you measure? How do we measure it? How would you measure it?
I don't know, bro. They measured a spherical excess
So
triangle at 100 miles. Hold on, Zanuck.
so
I was
we've
in
already
mid-sentence, bro. Hold on. They measured a spherical excess triangle that was over 100 miles away. I don't know. This is only 69 miles. Can we measure this 1 degree of tilt or no?
the same way they did in this 100-mile experiment or measurement. They could do with 69 miles. I'm sure.
So you're saying yes, we can. Yes,
It's
we can measure this
measurable.
tilt.
Whether we have instruments and things that are capable of measuring it, I don't know.
Can we measure things that are tilting 1 degree?
Depends on depends on the data points. I mean, I don't know.
You're
You gotta tell me
unsure
the
if we can
situation.
measure something.
You're giving me a value. Can we go? And I can't even think of an analogy. It's so silly. We could measure it if our instruments are sensitive enough. Yes.
You're out of control, Vanek.
No, I think it's pretty simple. I'm stating it very clearly. If we have instruments that can measure a 1 degree tilt at 69 miles, we can measure it.
We have instruments
If we
that
don't
can
have instruments
measure
that are
1
not
degree
capable
tilt.
of measuring that deviation, then we can't measure it.
We have instruments on Earth that can measure 1 degree tilt 70 miles away.
1 degree doesn't tell you anything. It's only an angle.
Do we
You
have
need to have
tools?
what 1 degree really? So I can measure 1 degree. I mean, I could put in terms of like the diffractive limit or other things, radical. There are things that we cannot measure, even though the value might seem large. We can't measure it. 1 degree is just an angle. If it's a rock on a mountaintop and another rock on another mountaintop, we're not going to measure any angle change of it because even though they're both 1 degree tilted from each other, we can't measure it.
On Zanuck, hold on. It was a simple
The 1
question.
degree, you're caught up in some number that you say, oh, it's well within our range. No, it's not.
That was my bad.
Yeah, it's not within our range. We have other factors. Stop it.
Goodness.
We need other factors to take into account to be able to measure that 1 degree tilt of anything. It's not just degrees; it's something else too.
Oh, I only had a simple question. You went on a very long rant there about
Because it seemed like you just don't understand what I was saying.
yes or no. Yes or no question. Do we have tools on Earth for a 1 degree tilt 69 miles away?
Again, so you weren't listening to anything I said. I really was descriptive and articulated the point I was trying to make.
No,
I think pretty
this
well.
is a yes or no question.
No,
Please, yes, we either do or we don't.
It can't be answered. It's unanswerable.
You don't know.
It's
Somebody
unanswerable
can answer
for the
it.
reasons I
Somebody
stated.
knows. You don't know.
No, nobody
You
knows.
can't
No
just
one in
say
the
I
world
don't know.
knows. I am the citation here for this.
You can't just say I don't know.
Cannot be done.
You gotta.
It cannot be done.
This is ridiculous.
What cannot be done is answering your question. Now, it could be done if the.
So you're saying no,
was
we
sensitive.
can't measure it. Is that what you're saying? No, we can't measure it.
No, I said we can't answer your question because you haven't given enough information.
Information. You know where the buildings are. You know where we want to be standing. What's the
Through a
problem?
building. So we're talking about something 100 feet high or 10 feet high. What is it? 5 feet high. Which is it?
Any two buildings where we can get 69 miles apart. The
I
biggest.
need to know the height of the
this?
buildings, and I can.
How
You know
about
what?
this? The biggest two buildings where we can get 69 miles apart. And see one on the very far to the left and one very far to the right.
Tell me the size.
The biggest two
I'm not
buildings
going to
on
answer the
Earth where
question
we
until
can
you give
do
me a
that.
value. I can't answer the question without a value.
How tall are skyscrapers in
2,000 feet for a real tall one. 1,000 feet probably for most of the highest buildings in the world. 100-story building.
1,000 feet.
1,500 feet. Whatever. What do you want?
Do
An Empire
1,000
State Building.
feet. 1,000
Okay,
feet.
so
Two
2,000
buildings,
foot
1,000
structures.
feet.
2,000 foot structures.
70
that are
miles
built.
away.
Right. Yeah, you could measure that.
Perfect. What do we need? A theodolite? Easy.
How is a theodolite going to do it?
I don't know. What would you do? What tool would you use, Anik?
Well, it would definitely be involving a telescope and some type of vertical measurement device or template.
Just use regular words. What do we need to do this?
I don't know of any equipment that can measure the verticalness of something at a distance.
You don't think a theodolite can do it?
That just tells you something horizontal with respect to something else.
No, the
That's all.
question is if we back up and we see two buildings, let's say a half a mile tall, that are that let's say that are 69 miles apart, or even half of that. Let's say they're about 35 miles apart, and we're way back from them. They should be leaning away from each other at a half a degree, from side to side. We should be able to see that, but that's not what we see.
Why is that?
Because over 35 miles, you got half a degree of Earth curvature in your model, so they should,
If I look at a building, hold on, just bear with me and try to follow. If I'm looking
real
at a
quick,
building,
plumb bob would deviate.
Really? Can I just make a question for you, Brian? So I'm working with you because I don't know the answer right now. I kind of do, but let me just go through it.
I'm telling you the answer. Plumb bobs would deviate.
Just stop talking for a second. Let me finish my sentence, Brian. Please. You got a building that's 69 miles away and it's leaning away from you. Would it be straight up and?
No, it ain't 69 miles away, bro.
Right, this ain't gonna go good if you don't let him finish.
Yeah, I know, but let me correct his premise.
No, you can't.
He's
can't
being
do
really,
it, Brian. You can't do this.
really nice about it right now.
You got to listen. If you have a building, Brian, try it. Just try it for a second. Leave that mute.
You want to do it right, Zanik? I just got 2 words to say. We're not 69 miles away, bro.
I'm not going to let you get 2 words. I'm not going to let you do it. You got to just let me finish. You have a building 69 miles away. You're looking at it. It's straight up and down. It's perfectly vertical in your line of sight. Perfectly vertical. It's 69 miles away. Then you look over to the left, 90 degrees. You see another building that's 69 miles away, and it's perfectly vertical in your line of sight. Would you agree that both those buildings have to be perfectly vertical in your line of sight?
Sure, but look, I'm not talking about 69 miles away from us. I'm talking about 69 miles away from each other. We're back. Hold on, we're back about 30 miles.
Yes,
hold on, we're 30 miles away.
And there's 69
miles apart.
You're
getting the wrong example, Zanik. Zanik, I listen to you. Now listen to me. They're 69 miles apart, but we're back away from them. They're side to side. Like say if one's on one little island and the other is across, we're back about 30 miles away from them in the center point, and they're 69 miles away from each other. So they would be 1 degree tilting, like plumb bobs would be. They'd be tilting away from each other 1 degrray, right? We're back about 20 or 30 miles.
I have a circle around me that's 69 miles. And on that chord of that circle, I found 2 buildings that are also 69 miles apart as a chord between them. So we have an equilateral, we have 3 distances that are the same length between these objects, the viewer and 2 buildings. When I look at one building, it's perfectly vertical in my line of sight. We look at another building, perfectly vertical in my line of sight. They're going to look parallel.
Yeah, that's why I'm using a different example. I'm trying to look at 2 buildings from a distance, just far enough to where we could see them both. They're 69. We'd probably have to be a good ways away, maybe even up in the air, but they'd be away from each other. Hold on, they'd be away from each other 69 miles. So we're kind of getting an orthographic look. They should be, according to your plumb bob, they'll be 1 degree pointing in 1 degree away from each other. That's what the plumb bob should do. But I'm not talking about 69 miles straight line of sight. and or right in the middle of them. I'm talking about looking at them both. They're both way off in the distance, but they're 69 miles away from each other. They should be leaning away from each other by 1 degree, right?
Well, they are leaning away from each other, but from the perspective of someone else on the sphere, they're going to look perfectly vertical and parallel to each other. It'd be very hard to measure the distance, the angle between them. I'm just
Listen,
trying to
but
think how
you're
you can do
saying
that.
so. For the record, we're looking at two buildings equal distant off our center line that are both 69 miles away, right?
Yes.
They have to be 69 miles away from each other too, and we have to be. How far away do we have to be?
Well, no. There's a chord between them, not a curve. There's going to be a straight line to you, to one object. The top. Let's say we look at the tops of the buildings, make it easier. So then it's straight lines. Top of the building, top of the building.
You're telling me I
top
could
of the
look
building,
head on at
There's
one?
three straight lines. Three straight lines
to look head on
to the tops of the buildings, which are different than the bottom of the buildings, right? You would agree?
Are you telling me I could look one of the buildings and the other one could just be off to the left or the right?
No, if you're looking at one building that's tilting away from you, it's going to look perfectly straight in your field of view. You look at another building.
We're trying to measure the two buildings
I know
away from each other.
It's almost like a mind bender because I know you don't understand 3D math or spherical geometry. You're stuck in planar, but it's okay.
Play me.
It's not intuitive. You're just going to talk over me while I'm explaining something.
Bro, where do we need to be standing? That's all I'm trying to figure out.
I'm telling you where you're standing. You want to stand between them so you can see it, right? And if they're far enough away, you can see the tilt between them. You need to measure the distance.
Picture this.
Okay.
We're standing on the ground.
They're going to look, hold on, just let me finish. They're going to look straight up and down in your field of view. If I look at one, it's straight up and down. If I look at the other, it's straight up and down. But if I can look at both at the same time and measure a distance between the tops for the bottoms, you would see an angle. That's what you're trying to measure. That's very difficult to measure.
So you can be just what? Bro, we got two buildings.
You all agree if we look at any building away from you, it just tilt on a curved surface, it would just tilt away from you. You get that, right? It's straight up and down.
Now you're telling me we would never see or be able to measure the what?
I'm trying to look. I'm trying to help you.
I think there's a delay.
Walk through how you measure the angle between them. And I'm trying to give you the baseline, the foundation, so you can make your.
But that's not what Jeremy's asking, Zen. But Jeremy's not asking. Jeremy wants to know where does he need to stand if he wants to see the deviation between these two buildings.
Well, you could stand above it.
They have to be tilting. These buildings have to be tilting away from each other by 1 degree if they're 69 miles apart, right? There's going to be a 1 degree difference. Okay.
Correct.
Where do I need to stand to measure this? I can see both buildings 69 miles apart. Where do I stand?
He said you can stand above them and you would see this deviation.
Yeah. Above? Like in a helicopter?
Yeah, or like up in a spaceship.
What? Dude. Vanek, come on, man. Why do you do this all the time?
So you derailed what I was trying to say to you. So I'm trying to give you a foundation.
I derailed you in a
stop
rocket.
Looking at the ground. You're looking at the ground at both of them. You're looking at one object, a building, 69 miles away. It's straight up and down in your field of view, and it's tilting away from you. You look at another building to the right of you, almost 90 degrees to the right of you, and it's also 69 miles away, and they're also 69 around 70 miles apart. And you look at that other building to the right of you, and it's perfectly vertical. There's no deviation in your field of view. It is perfectly up and down, straight up and down.
Okay, so
are you now saying if you look at both of them, the tops will be further away than the bottoms. That's the angle you're trying to measure. I don't know how you could measure that.
You just told me with a telescope and some other goofy shit that I didn't know what you were saying.
I was throwing out things that I probably would, if I wanted, hey, you want to measure this? What do you need? What kind of tools you need? I say I get a telescope, theodolite. I mean, I need some precision equipment.
Can I ask? Are you sure you said earlier that he has to be in a helicopter to see the deviation. It differ, right?
Yeah, something really high.
Okay.
Is a
Or in fact,
helicopter
you're going to
high
see
enough?
that though, right? You're going to see it, right?
You're going to be able. You'll be able to see it. Yes.
Is a
Okay.
helicopter high enough? You're not asking the right questions. You got to be real specific with Zanik,
Helicopter
'cause
high.
he'll
I know
come back next
exactly.
tomorrow and be like, "I never said a helicopter was high enough."
Right. Because you said a spaceship too. So a helicopter, right, will work,
It should be
right?
best. Would be best. Yeah, something kind of
Sorry, I just woke
some
up
kind of
and it still sounds
geosynchronous
crazy to me.
helicopter. What?
Okay, helicopter.
Well, balloon. How about balloon? Space balloon.
Wait,
Satelloon.
space balloon now, or like an air balloon that's traveling around our atmosphere, not a space
On a
balloon?
calm day, not going anywhere.
Stacy, it's, you know what, Doofus or one of the
Oh my
good Globers
God.
will come in a little while. They'll be able to tell us.
I'm telling you.
I just woke up.
Hopefully, Rumpus, maybe the
That
Rumpus
was
will come in.
Yeah, it's like
We'll
the
be able
space
to.
balloon's a good one. You got 60 miles up. You got 60 miles down. You got 60 miles apart of both buildings. You look down with the space balloon.
I love you, the brunettes.
But I mean, what
Like in a good way.
are you guys? What are y'all asking that Zanuck isn't answering? Though? I don't
Well,
understand, 'cause I think he's doing
not
okay.
categorizing Zanuck as a good globe earther was offensive. Not categorizing him as a
Yeah.
good globe earther.
He knows I'm playing. Xanax.
I'm just trying to
Xanax
give you
is-
back what you want. I'm
No,
not doing anything.
Xanax
I'm
one
not
of the
doing
best.
anything out of the ordinary. I'm reflecting what you're asking.
Yeah.
I'm giving you the condition.
Deflecting?
I'm giving you the environment. I'm not making any judgment. I'm not telling what can be done or what can't be done, except that it's very difficult to measure. And I'm telling you to think about things that you do know. We do know if we look at an object, even if it's on a spherical surface, it will be straight up and down in our field of view. Look to the right, that object will also look straight up and down in our field of view. Both will look perfectly straight up and down. Are they
So you don't-
parallel? No. Hold on. Are they parallel? No.
So you're
That's
not
the
sure
thing
if we can measure that.
you're having a hard time understanding.
So if we went up
So,
to space,
so you're not sure. Hold on. So you're not sure if we can even measure this 1 degree tilt between these two buildings. You're saying now?
Well, that's what I said in the very beginning. It depends on the equipment and
What the
Zanuck, if we were
fuck?
500 miles up, or we were high enough
This
to
is
see
why
both
you're the best.
equators.
Xanax.
We couldn't see if we were high enough to see both equators. We couldn't see deviation from one building on the equator to the other, or something bigger. We wouldn't see it.
how about we get so high above
Well,
Egypt?
you're saying no matter how far we see or how
we're above
wide
Egypt
we
now.
see,
We're above Egypt, and we have that 500-mile test, and we look at the shadow through our telescopes from the balloon, and we see the one stick doesn't have a shadow, the other one does. So we can see it that way. We can see the shadows.
Oh, we're actually
of those
fixing
buildings.
shadows now?
Yeah, we built an Empire State Building 500 miles apart in Egypt, one south of the other, and we look at it from the satellite balloon that's 60 miles, 70 miles up. We can see the shadow of one, and we can't see a shadow
well,
of
at
the
least
other.
you've admitted we don't have equipment that can measure spherical excess through line of sight.
No, we do. Well, that's easy to do.
Oh, we do. So we can measure fucking deviating plumb bobs. We just can't fucking measure deviating plumb
No,
bobs.
he wanted to see. No, because are you not paying attention, Brian? He wanted to measure and see the leaning away from these two buildings of 1 degree. How do you measure that? He said. So it has nothing.
Yeah, I wanna
We
see
can
it.
easily measure spherical excess.
Oh, but we can't see it. We can measure it. We just can't see it.
right.
It's beyond human perception. Yes.
Huh?
Okay, what tool do we measure it with that we can't
Any
see
orders
it?
of magnitude beyond human perception.
Let's hear his words, how he's doing
You
this.
can't
Okay,
even.
Zanuck, earlier, wait, let me ask
You
one
can't even
question. I'll
measure.
answer it very clear, Zanuck. Earlier you stated that if we wanted to see it, we could probably see it. Then you said we could see it. I just want to know yes or no, 100% or not. If I get into a helicopter, can I see it deviate? Please,
Can you
can I?
define? Can you define
Can I
C?
see it?
Can you
Oh,
define C?
I'm looking at. Can I
No,
see it?
Stacy.
So no.
Stacy, you can't.
Yeah,
can't,
Stacy, calm down. Calm down, Stacy. Calm down.
You know the
I'm
answer.
laughing. I'm
You
calm,
know
but
the
it's
answer,
funny.
Stacy. Unless you cannot with your eyeballs, and no other help, you cannot see it, and you never will be able to see it.
So here it is. So if you had two vertical crosshairs, and you were back, say, about 25 miles away, and you're up a couple thousand feet, and within your line of sight ahead of you, you had two buildings off in the distance that were 69 miles apart. Now they're plumb bobs. If they were plumb bobs, they'd be leaning away from each other, and away from me, but we're just talking about each other off in the distance. And we're right in the middle of them, and they're leaning away from each other at 1 degree because they're 69 miles apart. So the crosshair would reflect that. The crosshair, the vertical crosshairs.
This is again, Brian, this is why you're not listening. You're talking
Well,
through it. I know what you mean, but you're not listening.
Let me finish real quick.
Spherical geometry is a little different
Danny,
than
I'm almost done, buddy.
Hold on.
Let me
So you're
finish.
gonna talk
I'm
over me
almost
again.
done.
I'm trying to respond to you.
No, but
I'm almost done, buddy.
he's not done.
Let him finish. Come on.
But I was
Yeah,
gonna
let me finish real quick. So as I go up, so 69 miles, they'd be 1 degree, and the crosshairs would represent that. And as we went up and looked further apart, over 140 miles, that it'd be 2 degrees all the way till we could see both equators as we got higher, and they'd be 180 degrees. The vertical, it'd be 90 degrees each.
You're listening to me, Brian. Listen, I'll say it again. Anything in the distance that you look at, anything that's vertical, will look vertical to you. Look to the left or right, look behind you, look anywhere you want. Any object that's away from you will look vertical. Perfectly straight up and down vertical. When you look at comparative, if you could compare the tops of those buildings from each other, they will have a greater distance than the bottom. That's called spherical excess. And you cannot see that with a crosshair or 2 crosshairs in a certain lens, because that lens would be convex and it would incorporate curvature in it, just by the fact that it's convex.
If they can't see it with the lens, how they measure it then?
You just don't get perspective. You're not understanding.
So if I got high enough to see both equators,
foreshortening, you're not understanding anything. Everything I'm saying, you're just not understanding.
So if I got high enough to see both equators, I know I'm going extreme, but if I got high enough to see both equators, they would still be the same direction as my vertical crosshairs, even if I could see both equators.
That's when I teach this stuff to these junior engineers.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I like your style because that's what I do. I always take things I always told them, always take things to the extreme and then look at things, because it's easier to get a more dramatic difference and see if you're on the right page or not. Yes, that's a great example. You're looking, let's say, way above the Earth. You're looking down at the equator, and you're seeing 2 straight, 5,000-foot towers coming out of the equator on one side of the Earth and the other side of the Earth. You look at one, it looks straight, perfectly straight. Look at the other, it's perfectly straight. But if you measure the distance between the 2 tops, it's going to be a chord with respect, a tangent with respect to the Earth, and it will be longer than the base.
And the building wouldn't be 90 degrees to my vertical crosshairs if I was back far enough and up high enough to see both equators, antipode. The buildings wouldn't be vertical to my
yes, they wouldn't be vertical on the lens, because the lens would have to be curved, and so they would be curving. That's one way you could do it. You'd pre-establish this. You ground a lens to accommodate exactly how high you're and match the curvature. You use that lens to look at these 2 objects, and yes, it would be matching the crosshair. They would be opposing each other, but in reality, they're both straight up and down.
Very good. So they would line up with my horizontal crosshairs, both of them. The
horizontal crosshair is going to be curved because you got a convex lens.
So the north and south, okay.
They're wide angle lens.
So you're saying that they'd be antipode and facing in opposite directions, but not line up with my horizontal crosshairs. They would still line up with my vertical crosshairs that are both sticking straight up.
Curved because of the lens. I mean, you're making a real silly. You're just not listening to what I'm telling you. Everything you're looking at on the curve surface is going to be vertical with respect to you and your line of sight. With respect to each other, they're angled apart. Hold on.
That's why I got 2 sets of
spherical
crosshairs.
Geometry 101. Right? It's not that complicated. Everything you look at from the top of the Earth downward to the equator is all going to appear vertical, even though they're now not parallel.
That's why I'm putting them way off in the distance, Danik.
Yeah,
okay?
But they're not parallel.
I'm not right above them,
You
Danik.
can't see it. I mean, you could see it if you got they were long enough.
I'm using optical equipment, bro.
You have a 60 mile antenna, 60 miles high, two space elevators. That'd be a better way to look at it. 2 space elevators. If you don't believe in space, we'd have them powered and they're just floating there because we're.
And I go to Mars to look at them. I go to Mars to look at them.
Just go up 6. Let's make it easy.
No, I'm not going up. I told you I'm going away from them. Every time I try and give you this example, I'm saying they're
above them.
They're off in the distance.
Above them.
I'm only going up high enough to see them past your Earth curvature. Okay, but I'm going away from them.
Right.
I'm going farther and further away,
So now
like
you're going to see
toward Mars, till I can see both equators. And I can see both equators.
Okay,
I would
let's
see the two
bring it back
buildings.
to bring to reality a little bit.
Phoenix, honey, can you please let people talk too? No offense, love, please.
He's not stopping.
Baby, that's you, no offense. You have not stopped since I've stepped in here. And I know you want to teach people because you feel like you're a teacher, but we don't need to be taught. We're having a conversation. This is not
I know.
class.
I'm trying to have a conversation. He keeps on changing. He keeps on
Well, let
moving
him
the
speak and
goalposts
you
on the
might
example.
understand it fully, and then you answer.
I'm trying to make it simple.
Repeat my claims, Yannick, to make sure you know what I'm talking about.
So you got two objects. Let's say they're a mile high, and let's just make them 60 miles apart. I want to go straight up above I'll stay in the middle of between the two of them. Let me finish. I go straight up and look down and see these two things angled apart from each other. How about that?
That has nothing to do with what I'm mentioning. But you can do that, but that's not what I'm talking about, Yannick.
Well, you're going to the equator, and I'm looking to go to Mars to look at this stuff. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm just doing that to go to an extreme. I'm backing away from the building. The further I back away, the wider my field of view, right? The further I back away, the wider my field of view, correct?
And we just have a dot. You're in Mars, you're looking at just a dot.
Right. I was just using that again as another extreme.
That's
But
why
the further I back away, the wider my field of view. So if we can't see it with 1 degree, let's back away where our field of view is.
That's why I brought it down.
It's 1,000 miles away, and then we would see. It wouldn't match our vertical crosshair.
Bringing it back to Earth, bringing it back down to Earth.
He
metaphorically.
did.
No, let me finish, Stacy. I know you're trying to help. Hold on a second. We just get two objects, 10,000 foot straight up space elevators or straight lines that are on the surface plumb, and we go right above, between the middle of them, go straight up, go up 60 miles, and look down at these two things. Yes, we will see them angled apart, and we'll see different shadows, and it will be measurably different. We can probably use a telescope to determine this.
Perspective would make them angle apart.
In both cases, yes. But the greater degree, just like the horizon drop, these will also have a greater angle apart than perspective would cause them to have. So yes, that's true. But that is also true that I've said that they will be measurably further apart than perspective would allow them to be.
So if you lay down on the ground in a city street in New York and you take a picture straight up, you can measure wider at the bottom and closer at the top, right? Due to perspective.
No, it's not going to be measurable. It's too small.
No, you can.
Perspective is easy. Hold on.
Listen to me.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Bro, you didn't even let me finish.
Perspective is easily measured. Easily predicted.
No. Because you're not letting other people talk. He hasn't even spoken hardly yet. And he's trying to explain something. You're over-speaking him, too. I'm just wanting
Stacey, don't gang up on me. He said you lay on the ground.
I don't know. I don't want you to talk right now. What I like is for him to talk right now. And
he
then
did. He said he laid on the ground, looked at things straight up. And I said, can you see that? And I said, no.
Okay, so in my field of view, in this picture that I capture, right? If I take that image and I measure what would be closer to me, right? So the base of the buildings, and I measured the distance on the photograph, you're telling me that the base of the buildings would not be further away than the tops of the buildings if I just measure that photograph due to perspective?
Of course they would be. And the angle would be your distance between them times the length of them, inverse tangent. That would give you the angle that they'd be apart. It would be a definite angle. What I'm saying is if you can get them further, if you could actually get them further apart and do this test, then you would be able to measure that difference. You're not going to have a very large difference, obviously, for buildings that are 100 feet apart.
That's why I'm saying your example of going straight up between two buildings.
60 miles away. 60 miles away from each other. You're missing the whole point.
Perspective is still going to come into play. You can't.
Yes, and I just got done telling you, perspective can be taken into account, and this would be far greater than perspective. Remember we talked about horizon drop due to perspective and horizon drop due to curvature? One would be 0.02, the other would be another 0.02, double the perspective value. Brian, I'm responding to Napalm, please.
Okay, go ahead. I thought you were
to avoid the nonsense, and then just let me finish my sentence. So yes, the 0.02 would be perspective, and another 0.02 would be due to curvature. So there'd be double the effect as an example, comparative analogous example.
I got a question. Okay, if we tunneled down at 1 degree from the surface, so it'd be a slow entry into the Earth, and we maintained a dead straight line. Okay, not a great circle, but a chord, I guess, in your model. If we angled 1 degree down and we tunneled, how deep would the deepest point be, and to where would we pop out?
I don't know what
Maintained a dead
I have
straight line.
no idea
Okay, if
what
we're
you
doing it, basically a chord.
1 degree
A
deep.
chord
What does
that,
1 degree deep mean?
1 degree. We did a tunnel.
I don't know what you're saying.
1 degree from horizontal, 1 degree down into the ground. Okay. What's the deepest we'd get?
What do you mean
in
1 degree
69
down? That
miles.
makes no sense.
69-mile chord, bro.
So
A 69-mile chord line.
values for. You're giving
Listen
conflicting
instead of talking,
instructions.
bro.
I don't know what
Listen
you mean
instead of
by 1
talking.
degree down.
Okay, listen instead of talking. Okay,
I
I've got a
am.
horizontal line. I've got a horizontal line sitting on top of Earth. It's perfectly
Tangent.
straight, not horizontal. Let's say
A
straight.
tangent.
It's a tangent. Okay, now I draw a chord. I physically make a chord in the form of a tunnel. Okay, I start 1 degree from my
Where's the chord?
horizontal at that point. Okay, I start off at 1 degree. However you want to do it. It's 69
Where?
miles long on
What are
Earth.
you talking about?
What the fuck are you, dude? We've spoke this fucking
Does anybody
blue in the
that's talking
face.
about
You don't
this
even
help
know
me
what we're even
understand
talking
what a
about.
1
Do you
degree
know what a chord
chord
line is,
is?
bro? Do you know what Zanuck? Do you know what a chord line is?
I do.
Okay, it's 69 miles long. Okay, it's 1 degree into the
Let me
ground.
try,
1 degree
Brian.
where?
My
Brian, let me
starting point.
Brian, let me try.
Anywhere, Zanuck, on your ball.
Oh my god, I have no clue what you're even trying to
Let
talk
me
about.
try, Brian. Let me try. So Zanuck, you're standing on the globe. We're gonna make a chord line, right? That's gonna be the finished product of this. We're gonna make a horizontal. We're gonna go 1 degree below that and start digging a straight line
What do
through
you mean
Earth.
1 degree? What do you mean 1 degree below a chord?
1 degree from horizontal, Zanuck, into the ground.
Where? What,
1 degree before under
angle
horizontal,
degree
yeah.
angles from something. It has to be
Jimmy,
respective.
can
From the
you
horizontal.
please make it where one person speaks at a time and not 2 or 3? And even, hey, and by the way, Brian, I'm not speaking about you. It just gets really hectic. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be a mod, but it just is too much. I mean, I swear
Yeah.
you guys only get 2 or 3 words before that man speaks.
You're doing
Yeah,
good,
Zanuck,
control.
relax, Zanuck. We're trying to explain something to you. Be the
Stacy,
student and
he's
sit back and
asking, and
relax.
I'm responding. I don't understand.
Listen, we have a horizontal line on your globe. We're gonna make 1 degree under the horizontal and dig a chord through Earth. You
What does that
understand?
mean? Stop right there. What is your 1 degree? What does it respect to?
The horizontal that we made.
Okay, so we have a tangent sitting in the line. Like use slack, for example. Like that could be a tangent, 2 mile long tangent, sitting on the ground, but the ends are higher than the surface.
Pretend you're
right?
in the middle of slack. We're gonna go 2 degrees off the laser beam or whatever that straight thing is. Or sorry, 1 degree off
the
of
laser beam.
We're gonna go 1 degree off of whatever the straight thing is at slack. We're gonna project the line straight down and just dig straight.
Or we're going to tunnel at 1 degree from the horizontal and make a chord.
Shit, I'm gonna fucking tackle you.
Sam saw his head. So what's the maximum depth?
Let me do it, Jeremy.
In that tunnel.
I want
My question is, what's the maximum depth we hit in that tunnel, Zanuck?
Well, I don't know if this answers your question, but you can do the gravity tunnel on the Earth at any place as a chord. So anywhere you make a chord through the Earth, you will have gravity accelerate you and then decelerate you and exactly pop out the other side if it's a vacuum. And
Tell
so
me in feet. Tell me.
Hold on. This is why Stacey's getting mad because you're doing that. So if I did a Jenna tunnel from San Francisco to Los Angeles, you'd be a 30,000 foot deep tunnel, and then it would come out at the surface.
69 miles, Zanuck. 69 miles, 1 degree. What's the depth in feet at the deepest point?
Oh, okay. Now that makes sense. So we want to go 1 degree off of the tangent and make a chord through the Earth. How deep would it be?
And how deep is that? How long and how deep is that chord? That line tunnel going to be? Yes. From
Probably
the Sagita. How deep from the
yeah,
Sagita
I think I
is
would
it going to be?
I would knee jerk say about a few hundred feet, but I could calculate it.
How deep from the Sagita and how long is the tunnel going to be? What's the deepest point?
You just said it was a 69-mile tunnel.
He don't know. He made that up. It's probably is it going to be 69 miles
that's
per
what the 1
degree,
degree.
right?
So that's why you have to get your values straight. So I'm going to tell you, if it's a 70-mile tunnel, all right, it's going to be a few hundred. The depth of it will be about a few hundred feet at the middle.
Question is,
Tell me exactly.
1 degree off horizontal. We do 1
I
degree
can
off
get you the
horizontal and
exact
start
number.
digging.
I can get you the exact number. Got to calculate it.
Degree off horizontal. How long is that tunnel going to be, and how deep off from the Sagita is it going to be? What's the deepest point?
I don't know. Say 300 feet. I mean, I'm not going to be too far off. Let's say it's 300 feet. So what?
It's not 300 feet. Tell me what you come up with.
Get your shovel, Brian. There you go. That's easy. Get your fucking shovel out. You couldn't dig a trench for your line. You're going to dig this fucking thing?
I don't know. I'm still in the spaceship from earlier.
You said I had unlimited money, man. So this would be a good test because Zanuck couldn't understand it because he can't think. Like sometimes it's even hard for Globers to imagine their globe.
No,
so
the
when I
words
tell
you
him
use
digging,
make no sense.
let me finish, man. Let me finish.
Clear.
I'm not dogging you. I'm just going to say something, bro. So if I explain to him starting to tunnel down at 1 degree from the horizontal, his brain can't imagine it right off the bat. He has to really think about it because if we dig down 1 degree from horizontal in their model, that's not digging down. That's digging across. So he's got to adjust his thinking to being on a ball.
Everyone knows you're going across. You're 1 degree off a horizontal. It's going to be across whatever the surface is.
So if I tunnel down at 1 degree, I'm going to pop back up, right? You'd be a lot
deeper. You'd be a lot deeper if the surface was flat. You would agree, right?
Right.
Because you'd be able to calculate the angle, the 1 degree, and make that tangent of the rise over run. So if you whatever the rate, that's the ratio. Tangent.
What distance would I pop up at 1 degree from the horizontal? At what distance would I pop up out of the ground?
Well, it's flat. It'd just be the tangent of 1 degree.
No, on your model.
It's flat. You're never going to pop up, you maniac. If it's a globe, your globe model. What the fuck, Zanuck? Why are you so difficult to converse with?
No, I'm explaining to him if it was a flat, how deep it would be. I told you how.
I'm asking you what distance will we pop up out of the ground if we tunneled down at 1 degree.
Now you want to know how far it is for 1 degree. When do you pop
That's what I told you to begin with, bro. You act like you didn't understand.
No, because the words you're using were so unclear.
Zanuck, the question is, how deep is it going to be from the Sagita, and so its deepest point, and how long is it going to be? Those are the two questions.
It's not 300 feet either, just to give you a hint.
How do you not know that? Everyone in the room knows what's going on but you.
I know what he knows. You explained it to me. I got it when you explained it. I didn't understand what Brian was asking. He was muddling his words.
Okay, now we understand.
You got a calculator. You've got a calculator. You still can't give me the fucking feet of the Sagita.
I haven't touched the calculator yet. I'm still talking to you about what you want.
You don't know.
You want to know. So first it was 69 miles. Then it was 1 degree. Now you're asking me how far it is if I go 1 degree on a curve, right?
It's not 300 miles. Give us the answer. Nobody talked to him.
I didn't say 300 miles. Why can't you remember what I even say?
You said 300 feet. I'm telling you, it's not.
I said 300 feet.
Give us the answer.
That's how deep
you don't know.
And
you can't calculate it either.
I can calculate.
He doesn't know. Listen.
Now, if you let me go, I'll go and calculate it, and I'll come back. Is that fair? If this is so important to you,
you don't have
I'll
to
go figure it out and come back.
Thank you, Diva.
You don't have to. I don't know if you have to leave for it, but let's try to just relax a little bit.
No,
I
can't talk and do calculations. I can't.
No, that's fine. I'd love for you. No offense. Just take a moment. Take a breather. Don't speak for a second. Think about it, calculate it, and come back. That's a beautiful thing. What you should have just said is, I don't know, and let me figure that out. That's okay. It's okay to say I don't know, sweethart. It's fine.
No,
but there's
it's
others
not.
in here that might know, and just like now, you cannot stop talking. Calculate.
Don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say I didn't know what the answer was. I didn't know what he was talking about until Jeremy got involved and made it a little more clear.
You know the answer.
I will get the answer. I don't know the value.
Okay, so you don't know right now.
I didn't know what he was asking for before, Stacy. Stop being so hard on me.
No, I'm not trying to be hard on you. I really
You
not. I
are. You're
actually
assuming I
appreciate
didn't know what he
you.
was talking. I didn't know the value. It's not a matter of
Did I hurt
value.
your
It's a matter of
feelings?
I know what he was asking.
Zanuck, I can't hurt your feelings, can I? Come on now.
I
Come on
didn't.
now. We came from gyms.
I did. I didn't know what he was asking. It came out a little bit awkward. And he knows
What's
that.
funny is he smash talked all over. Said, I'm like 2 words in, he started smashing. Zanuck, you
That's
think
rich
maybe
coming
you're the
from you,
problem?
Rakia. That's
Yeah,
rich coming
really. I'm just pointing out that
Let's
you
just
might be the
scream a
problem
little
here.
more and talk over people again.
Dude, this is the first time I'm opening my mic. I'm saying you might be the problem in this situation as you talked all over the person who is apologizing to you.
Thanks,
Yeah,
that was helpful.
let's take 10 deep breaths, everyone. Okay, in the meantime,
20.
You want people to hyperventilate? Is that medical advice? Oh, wait, no, hot mic.
Count to 10, whatever people do when they're angry. It all works out.
How many people think here? Never mind.
Everybody's good here, right?
You ought to see how many 3D objects I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, but don't get me
all
going.
of them. All of them.
Don't get me going.
Every single one of them, I'm seeing 3D.
You're seeing 3D objects, yes.
Right.
Yes.
Everything, all of them.
Yeah, I'm never seeing
They're all 3D.
these 3D objects as 2D. They're all seen as 3D. It's funny that
we could get a 2D object and make you see it in 3 and trick you to think you're seeing it in 3D.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could be easily fooled. Right.
Yeah. But if you were seeing in 3D, that wouldn't fool you. You'd be like, "Nah, that's 2D because I can see in 3D, so I know that's not a 3D thing."
But if that was the case, you would never see in 3D. If you saw in 2D, you couldn't see.
You don't
3D.
see in 3D. You don't see in 3D. You see 3D objects.
That's what I said.
In 3D, though. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. We see 3D.
No, you see 3D objects in not 3D. I don't want to call it 2D because it's like 2.5.
No, we see 3D.
I think it's 3.5.
It's 3.5. Well, if you count in space time.
Let's just average it out, Jeremy, and say it's 3. How about you?
No,
let's take the mean. So we do see it in 3D. All right. Nice talking to you. Jeremy thinks we see it in 3D now.
No. I still don't. That was
The
killing me
average
last
of
night
three.
with That was killing me last night with the average, and we never see its actual position, but you want to take an average of the apparent
non-actual?
positions and then
Yeah.
tell me that, then what?
That's the best actual position we have. And oh, by the way, you're wrong if you measured anything else. You can't make this up. I mean, when you really get down to it, you can't make these arguments up. They just come naturally to these. Water
This
flows
comes
to the
from-
center of pipes.
Bro, this comes from years of just making shit up on the fly. You know, they did it for so long that eventually another Glober heard it. They're like, ooh, that's good. I'm going to use that one. And now it's just, you know, they got a lot of shit that's been modified over the time.
Oh, yeah, remember that, Jeremy, with your stars? And Zanuck was like, yeah, he literally was saying that we were parroting people. Then turned around and said, I'm sorry, I was parroting somebody else. That's where I got that information from. Like,
Yeah.
what?
They're like, you're reading straight from Ken Wheeler's, you know, this, that, and the other. I'm like, aren't you reading and quoting people from their books? Like, I don't get what you're trying to say here. Yeah, it's fun times we live in.
Yeah, I'm never a fan of the you're just parroting this person argument, right? Because everybody in some way, shape, or form is parroting somebody else's argument.
Yeah,
you know?
none of us can help with this.
It's a genetic fallacy.
You think Kosho discovered the electron or the whatever they talk about? No, he's just parroting what he's been taught.
No, they're standing on the shoulders of giants, which is totally different than parroting somebody.
Or the ankles of midgets.
That was what I was getting ready to say. Thank you, Ricky. That was one of the best things that Denmark said. Angles
That's
and
what the
midgets.
debate is about, right? Whether they're right or wrong. Yeah, that's why there is a debate. If it was easily proven and everything was right and figured out and proven, then no one would be questioning it. You think we're doing this for fun?
Yeah,
Well, some
sometimes.
of us might be. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I like that rubbing it. I like that
Parroting?
rubbing it and creating friction and energy and superfluid
Right.
type stuff. Those
Yeah, but
talks are priceless.
you know, when you start talking about parroting Ken Wheeler about someone who has concepts that nobody has put to use or validated in any way, shape, or form, then me looking at a physics book and reading, or you're saying that's parroting. No, I'm reading things that I do know about that I've actually tested and putting through its paces to show that there's validity to it. Those things I do know about, it's not parroting.
Zanuck, Ken Wheeler parrots Maxwell, Steinmetz, Tesla,
No,
right? So he's
misinterprets.
standing on the shoulders of these giants. He's just coalescing their work into a
But he's
more
not.
digestible form. What do you mean he's not?
A lot of things he says have
You
no
only
relationship.
clipped 3 times
The
there.
conclusions. Can I now, Recky? You're doing exactly.
No, I was just
He asked
pointing
me a
out
question.
that.
He said, "What do
Yeah,
you
I
mean
was
you're
just
not?"
pointing
I'm
out
going
that
to
you
tell him.
clipped him
Why do you
3
let me-
times.
3 people are talking over me right now. 3
Maybe
people.
you didn't recognize it, but you clipped him 3 times. Maybe you didn't recognize it.
No,
If you need the
I heard
formula,
exactly
Zanuck,
what he said.
I'll give
He
you the
said,
You
formula.
knew you
if
"What
clipped
do
him?
you?" Okay, so the
Yeah,
sagittal.
but we can't
I
hear.
got
When
at
you're
1
clipping, you
degree.
can hear, but
Okay,
we can't hear it
so
because you're
Recky just gonna talk
clipping
over me.
him. Yeah, you're clipping, so we can't hear.
Yeah,
You can
because you
hear
were clipping. Go float a
because
boat.
you're
Right?
the one
Go fucking
clipping.
change your prop or something. All right?
The audience can't hear him
Because all
when
we hear is
you're
you bitching and
clipping
whining like a
me
little bitch.
now.
Stop it.
Yeah,
Let's
you're
try
clipping
to
me
let
now.
people finish their Zanuck. Let's try to let
Stop
people.
clipping everyone,
Yeah.
man. Jeez.
Hi.
Yeah, let's try to let people finish their sentences, please, Zanuck. Please.
Okay. Napalm asked me if he's standing on the shoulders of these greats like Maxwell. No, he's taken almost everything they've ever produced and drawn incorrect conclusions. I know this because I worked in the field of electronics for many years, and none of the things he says is true. All the terms, all the conclusions, everything he says, nothing's been validated. Nothing can be put to use or tested at all with any kind of validity whatsoever.
Zanuck, do you need the formula? Do you need the formula or what?
No, I already have the answer.
Oh,
Okay, good.
you do.
Yes.
But before you give us the answer, can I ask you one question? Because you just said earlier about all this parroting stuff that you don't parrot. Have you ever parroted anybody in here that you think in your definition of it then, or anybody?
Have I ever
Zanuck.
parroted anybody
Yeah.
in
Do you parrot
there?
people?
I mean, we can
With
all
your
repeat
definition.
here. Parroting, yeah, we parrot. I'm sure everyone parrots occasionally.
I'm going to start parroting Zanuck, and I'm just going to say, I am the citation with everything I say.
Exactly.
I bet
be a parrot.
Xanax
Hey, this
parrots
is.
me at parties all the time.
Yeah, he does. He told me actually. Zanuck, it's just perfect that you're in here, bro. Because I have a question for you. Do we send radio waves to the moon?
Of course.
How far away is the moon?
The moon delivered 200,000
Yeah.
miles.
And we verify it by sending these radio waves.
The radio waves, the time it takes the radio waves to bounce back and us to receive those waves, which have a descriptive signature that we know and is undeniable that they are the radio waves we did send them.
Okay. Okay. Do you know how long it takes for them to get back?
To get back about a second and a half.
2.5. But anyway, so 2.5 seconds.
5 seconds round trip.
2.4 to 2.7.
It's 5 seconds round trip. No,
it
you're wrong.
Hey, it's good. It's good that you're here with. Now we can have a discussion.
I have an answer that was asked, so I'm going to divert your nonsense, which seems like it's pointless, with response back to you, Brian.
Calm down.
Brian, you asked the question. I have the answer. Stacy, will you moderate, please?
I'm not a
Hey,
mod.
whenever you guys are done, I'd like to have a word with
here. This have a head on their shoulder.
Yo, there's plenty of mods in here. You're the one that needs to be modded, Zanuck. Relax,
I'm coming.
bro, please.
Well,
Will you
why
relax
are you
a little
letting?
bit? Take count to 10.
Come in there and
Okay, maybe he's asking me, Jeremy, to mod him
As he
because the only
interrupts
person
the
that will
mod.
listen is me. He listened to me. Zanuck, can you pretty, please stop for a second, and then when they're ready for you to give your answer, because it's been a second, I guess. Is everybody ready for his answer, or does someone need to say something before that? See how beautiful that was, Zanuck? Thank you.
Perfect.
Oh yeah, so I had to kind of change subject, I guess.
You guess.
I had a question for my bad. If you guys are talking about something good.
Well, if you jumped in, then
I heard
that's
you
a
just
valid
I jumped
excuse.
in on you
If
just
you didn't know what we were talking about,
about
it's fine.
Well, the last thing I heard you say was this very vague appeal to how you know everything, basically.
I didn't say I know everything. I said the things I do know about, I've tested and can validate. Things that Ken Wheeler has explained in his books and in his writings are completely nonsensical, even though they've been built on, quote, the shoulders of electronic and physics greats of our time. They don't make any sense. His conclusions are not correct. They cannot be validated. They cannot be used for any kind of logical or productive of outcomes. And you can prove me wrong if you'd like, but that's right to the point of dipole.
Do you know how to be concise, man?
Magnets.
Do you know how to be
Anyway,
concise?
I have the answer if anyone wants it.
I guess they're waiting on you to give some answer. Maybe you can do it concisely.
Okay, I was off a little bit on the depth.
Yeah,
you
you're
said
off
it wasn't
by a
300.
whole decimal. You're off by a whole fucking place. What do you got?
A whole decimal? 1 degree
Not a
tilt.
decimal, not a decimal, but a place. You know what I meant?
No, I don't know what you mean. That's half the things you say. I don't know what you mean. What do you
it
mean?
wasn't. Its answer ain't in hundreds. Okay, in hundreds
It's not
of
in
feet.
hundreds.
It's
What
in
is it?
what?
Thousands?
Just let him give the answer. Just go ahead. What do
You
you
said
got, Dan?
I'm off a decimal point. I said 300. I said about
Not a
300
decimal
feet.
point. It just.
Which is it?
Zanuck, what's the answer, Zanuck?
No, but he's already trying to help me answer.
Yeah.
Come on.
Tell us what the answer is.
I'm a DM Jeremy the answer. Okay. Hold on before you say it.
Okay.
Hey, whenever you guys are done, I'd like to cut in for a minute.
Yeah, if we could just have that precise answer from Zanuck for once, would be nice.
See who's right, Brian or Zanuck. Hold on. Brian, send it. Yeah, hold on, Zanuck. Brian's trying to figure out how Discord works still.
Okay. I'll just do it.
Hear me too. After that, is there any way that we can have more of a, no offense, Zanuck, not a Zanuck conversation or a Zanuck show? They get other people in the room could speak too, because I know Witsit wants to, and a lot of people just chimed in as well. So is there any way that can happen?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, real
I
quick.
think we just make it like you said, Stacey, more of a conversational.
Zanuck, give me the number and feet and then B-ball.
Less bullying, less attack, less.
Oh my gosh, Zanuck, you're getting on everyone's
Zanuck took that
Zanuck.
as his way to talk. When we were asking for less,
Give me the
Zanuck,
number and feet.
he talked more.
People want to go.
Okay, at 1 degree, this angle off of the tangent, it'd be a 793 foot drop or depth of the sagitta.
Brian gave me, but go ahead, B-ball. He said 793.
Yep.
793 feet. Okay.
Is that your final answer?
69 miles.
Your final answer. Go ahead, B-ball.
That's
so
wrong.
what's it? You still want to claim? Do you still want to claim that those southern
I could be
hemisphere
wrong.
Okay,
flights
so
didn't
now
exist?
this dude's asking me a question. Okay, so I was waiting. Now I'm asking a question. I didn't get to my question. Apparently, you guys had to finish something. Now it's not B-ball's turn to start asking me questions.
No. Yeah, B-ball, answer what's your value?
3,178 feet. The formula for sagitta of an arc is radius minus the square root of the radius squared minus the length of the chord squared. Okay, it's 3,178, judging by 3,959 mile radius. So you just guessed, bro.
No, that's not even close.
You just guessed. That's the fucking formula for a fucking sagitta, dunce.
The hidden feet of the tangent off the curve.
Oh, this is so
at that
retarded.
distance. I don't know what you.
But I know most people don't give a shit about this, so we can change the subject. I'm just seeing if he knew it. I knew he couldn't do it.
I'm going to figure out what you figured out. What was your calculation again? Was your sagitta calculation?
Dude, I'm not telling you calculation. I'm telling you the formula. The formula is for fucking the sagitta is radius minus the square root of the radius minus the fucking square root of the chord length squared. So in other words, take the radius, square it. Take this and square the radius, then square it minus the chord length squared, the square root of that, and then the radius minus that is your. There's a couple ways to do it, but that's the fucking.
And it'd be 793 feet. Yes.
What do you? No. How are you getting 7? Never mind, man. I'm gonna just post a formula. How about that? You're just guessing, bro.
No, I'm not guessing. It's an equation. We're using equations. It's not really a formula, but I'll let that slide.
R minus the square root.
R minus the square root of 4
of the radius squared minus the chord length squared.
Listen to me once more. R minus the square root of 4 R minus DD divided by 2.
Or you get 4. It's 3959.
Oh my God. Okay. We should take this offline because we'll bore
guys, there's a lot of people waiting.
Yeah.
Let's put it in the chat. Post it instead of just saying it.
Okay.
Okay. So
All right.
supposedly we shoot these radio waves to the moon. I think it takes like 2.5 seconds. And that magically verifies the distance to the moon once we assume a medium.
Magically?
Yeah. That's why I finished it with assume the medium. Okay. That's the magic part. Right. That's the magic part.
Please. Zanuck, please, he's speaking. Can please witness speak without you interrupting at all, and then after he's done, you speak.
All right.
Thank you.
You're being a micromanager now.
These magical presumptive conclusions derived from the idea that we can assume the medium accurately. So anyway, if we shoot these same waves that can go 238,000 miles across the Earth, and they go too far based on the radius of the Earth that would physically block them, then that would debunk the radius, right?
How does the radius of the Earth physically block them?
What kind of question is that?
I don't know what that even means. That seems like a strange.
Are you saying the radio waves would?
Radio waves blocked by the radius of the Earth? What does that mean?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so if I shoot radio waves and it hits the Earth, will the radio waves go through the Earth to the other side of the Earth?
No, radio waves do not penetrate the Earth.
So what do you mean? What do I mean?
Oh God!
Exactly. Your question's ridiculous. So anyway,
All right, great. So can we get something else now?
So I'm just asking you a question.
Radio waves. Thanks for your request.
It's hidden by the radius. What does that even mean? I don't know what you're trying to get at. You're being very obscure, very obtuse.
If we can shoot radio waves 238,000 miles, if we shot those same radio waves across the Earth and they went further than they were supposed to go based on the radius of the globe Earth, which would block them, that would debunk the radius, correct?
Not if you shot them from altitude.
No, not at all. I don't even know. I still don't know what you're asking, but we can send radio waves. Ham radio operators, for example, can go, across the oceans. It's only 6 to 10,000 miles, and we're using the atmosphere to actually allow that to happen. It's bouncing off the atmosphere to make it across a spherical surface. It has nothing to do with what we send to the moon from a radio transmitter to the moon and back. Just like we can send lasers to the moon and back. And know by the signature, let me finish. We know by the signature of that light that the few photons that actually return from that retroreflector, that's another way we can determine by the time it takes for those.
Dude, Zanuck, you're annoying, bro. Dude, can you not know how to have?
You don't want to hear the answer.
No, you're not answering. I'm asking simple questions. You answered. You said every.
I don't know what you can ask.
Well, now you're interrupting a lot.
How does the radius block radio waves? I don't know what that even means.
You need to calm down.
Okay. You just interrupted him.
You need to explain yourself.
You just interrupted the end of his sentence.
B-ball, he just talked. No, not every sentence. He talked unimpeded for 40 seconds. Oh my gosh, you guys! I feel bad for you guys. I honestly do. I feel bad for you as people.
What's your plight of the
right?
Go ahead.
Let me try to explain it. I think I understand what he's saying. Let me see if I can.
Let the other Glober jump in. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm going to try to explain what you're saying.
What do you mean? What's it? Let him try.
What I think he's saying is if you shoot a radar at sea level and it goes, 1,000 miles,
It shouldn't be able to radar something that's on the Earth because of the curvature of the Earth.
Right. It hit the ground, and that's why I asked, can it go through the ground? Fuck's sake.
And they
Was
want to
that right,
say
Winston?
it's called
Stacey,
sophistry.
take your own
It's called
advice. Don't get
sophistry,
excited.
Stacey.
My next
It's called
question is that what you meant with it?
What I mean is, if I shoot radio waves at the moon, can I shoot those same radio waves across the Earth?
Yeah.
Oh, let me guess. You don't know what I mean again?
I think there's a power level difference.
Okay. Cool story. Relevance, please.
It's the same thing with a ray gun. It goes at a certain speed and it goes 100 miles. So if it's 50 feet off the ground and you shoot it, there'd be a big giant gap of what you couldn't hit until it started slowing down and dropping. If there was a globe, there'd be a giant range that would be inaccessible to a ray gun.
Is there a thing called radar shadow?
Hey, can we shoot the same radio wave that we shoot to the moon across the Earth?
Are radar waves the same frequency and wavelength as a radar wave? I'm sorry, a radio
It's like
wave?
NPCs. It's like you guys, you have algorithms or something.
I'll not
You
hear
asked
his
a question.
question.
And you
If
asked
we
a
have
question.
if we have a very long wavelength radio wave, is that the same as a radar wave?
Cannot compute.
Malfunction.
Okay,
Can we shoot the
Janet
same
Whitson
radio wave?
again. Yeah,
Can we
say
shoot
it
the
one more
same
time, Whitson, and let him know. Don't interrupt Whitson at all, and answer the question, not with a question. Just listen.
Can we shoot the same radio waves that we shoot to the moon across the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. These radio
Yeah,
waves,
so
if they go 238,000 miles, they obviously go through the ionosphere, correct?
Straight through the ionosphere.
So yes, it's correct.
They're not blocked. Why would they be blocked by the ionosphere?
Yes, just stick with yes, Zanuck.
Oh my God.
Yes.
So obviously that's not going to explain why we're able to shoot these too far across the Earth if we were, correct? Because it goes through the ionosphere.
Well, we can go through the ionosphere. We know it's not blocked. So why would it be blocked horizontally?
What's too far? I don't understand what that means.
So if we can shoot it too far, sorry, someone
What do you
driving.
mean too far? What does that even mean?
If we can shoot it further than the globe Earth would physically obstruct the radio waves, then
Stremistus, what do you mean by that? Can you help me?
No, if you use something at a lower power level, it's going to bounce off the ionosphere and come back down and continue on.
So why can't we use that? We're not talking about those though.
Again, I think he's talking about shooting it ground level to ground level, and the Earth gets the curvature; it gets in the way.
Yeah, how is that not being understood?
Yeah, that hump that you always talk about, that hump would still be there,
Well, yeah,
right?
we know that we shoot off at a tangent. It goes off into space. Now, how does it curve around? It curves around because it's bouncing off the ionosphere. So you're saying, why isn't
Oh my gosh, you're having a
Hold on. Can I finish the question?
You're talking about
I think
two
I understand.
different.
So you're shooting it, and why is these radio waves bouncing off the ionosphere going around the Earth when we shoot straight up? It doesn't bounce off the ionosphere. Is that what you're asking?
But my question is, what is too far?
Oh, right.
What is that distance?
I know.
It's too far. What is that specific distance?
So flat.
Too far. Give me a number.
Wherever the
The ones
physical
that-
curve of your Earth should be.
The ones
Yeah,
that
their
go to the
model.
moon wouldn't bounce off the ionosphere. It would just continue off into space.
It would be based on your height, right? So if you have the thing that's shooting the beam, right, for lack of a better term, it would be based off of the height would be the distance, the same as doing observations, right?
Yeah.
Why is it so hard to provide a number? I'm a complete moron. I have no idea how big the Earth should be.
3,959.
There we go. Thank you.
What's happening? I'm
They're
so
shutting down.
confused.
They're shutting down.
No, if we lose a lower amplitude. No, we're not shutting down because we can go to another subject if you'd like.
No.
I'm sure you. I'm
I
sure
don't even know what they're asking.
I'm sure the
I don't know what
subject
this is
I
even
want to go
asking
to.
you right now.
I'm sure the subject I want to go
question
to.
to try to
You
clarify.
definitely want
Are
to.
you saying that because we use the ionosphere, which is not on the moon or in space, to bend to reflect these radio waves as we shoot them horizontally, why aren't they stopped from going to the moon? Is that what you're asking?
Oh my
Okay.
No,
god.
Xanax.
I'm kind of confused. Streamus, maybe you can help
Xanax.
me understand what he's asking.
He thinks the ones that are going to the moon, right, should be able to go all the way across the Earth. And the ones that are the normal ones on Earth that we shoot, like to different radio towers, those are the ones that bounce off the ionosphere. I think he's missing the difference between the two.
I think I agree. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, I was talking
You said it was the same ones, Xanax. You said it was the same ones.
No, they're not.
They're different,
Well,
but they
Xanax
can't
answered
still
that they
be
were.
used.
That's the first thing he established with you.
Did we
That's a
supposedly
non
finally get an
sequitur.
answer?
I
I was
didn't
talking
say
to
that
someone.
they're not the. It's a non sequitur. I didn't say that you couldn't. The question was asked: can you use the same radio waves across the Earth as you do to the moon? Yes, you can. You can shoot any radio
That's
waves
not the
any way you
question. That
want
was
on the
not
Earth.
the question. That was not the question.
What was the question?
So you are shutting down. You need to take a deep
I'm
breath.
not shutting down. I'm listening very patiently.
Dude, you need to take a deep breath and listen, okay?
I'm listening.
Okay. Can we shoot the radio waves that we shoot to the moon across the Earth?
Yes, but they would not. They would go off into space.
Okay. So if we received these radio waves on the ground, beyond where the ground should block them, that would falsify the radius, correct?
No.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Explain why not.
Yeah.
Because the radio waves are bending because of the ionosphere. They're bouncing off the ionosphere and they can travel around the Earth.
Xanac,
Do
we
you have
just
an
talked about
do you
how
have an
these waves
example of this?
these waves go through the ionosphere.
Do you have an example of this happening? You're asserting like you have some
Not
sort of
the
example
point.
somewhere.
Which they're using the bouncy,
And I think I
non-bouncy
answered this
radio
question
wave.
before.
They're
If
using the
you shot it
bouncy, non-bouncies.
He
from
very
ground
clearly
from a
stated it
ground
would be the
station to a
same ones used that they're shooting
if
them
you
at.
shot it from a ground station to another ground station, low to the ground, right? The ones that go to the moon, then yes, the Earth would be flat.
Are they
So if I shot
bouncing off the
if I shot
ionosphere or not, Debo?
If I shot it from the
No,
top of a mountain
if
to
you shot
another
them
top,
down straight towards your target, you didn't aim it up at the sky. You shot it parallel to the water, 3,000 miles away. Then yes, the Earth would be flat. But that's not what happens, is it?
Like what Marconi did, right? Like what Marconi did, 2,900 miles, right?
No, those are different kind of waves. Those were lower amplitude or something like that. They're lower power.
Longer
Are you
wavelength.
sitting here
Some are
pretending
longer
that-
wavelength. There you go.
wave. Some of them are long as a football. Something 100 meters long.
Yeah. So are you sitting here pretending that you actually have knowledge of them trying to shoot them across the Earth and it not working? Is that your claim?
I never said that. Never.
I wasn't talking to
Didn't
you.
entertain the idea.
I wasn't talking to you.
No, I'm not claiming anything.
Okay. So
I
we'll
mean,
throw all that
you're the one
nonsense
with
out.
all the knowledge here, right?
We'll throw all that nonsense out. Then you just said, well, you made a claim and you said that's not what happened, is it? That's not what happens, is it? You said it like 4 times. But you obviously
is
have
that what
just come
happens?
clean and admitted
Do
you have
you
no
have-
idea.
Is that what happens though? I mean,
Well, are you saying
you
it's
have
not
this
what happens,
knowledge.
does it? You
I
said
don't.
you've been exposed.
Go ahead.
Shut down. He can't
I've been
not shut up
exposed.
now.
We're gonna
I've
move
been
on back to
exposed.
the question.
How have I been exposed? No, let's move
Wah,
on.
wah,
With
wah.
this.
You know what that
Let's
sounds
go to
like?
that.
Wah,
Hold on.
wah,
Let's
wah,
go to
wah,
that
wah,
claim.
wah.
Let's go to that claim about the Southern Hemisphere flights. Let's go to that one.
No, we're sticking to this
And let's
claim,
not,
right? So
since we like since every time we bring up this subject, we get really, really quiet and we don't want to talk about it. We want to talk about something else. But we're going to talk about this right now. So you claim that the Southern Hemisphere flights didn't exist, right? So let's go ahead and walk that back because I showed you. No, hold on. Let's go ahead and walk. Wait, hold on, I'm not done. Let's go
Slow
ahead
down,
and walk that
excited
back.
boy.
Let's go ahead
Slow
and
down a
walk
little
that
bit.
back. I'm getting cut off. Am I?
Yeah,
not
calm
being allowed to
down. We
talk?
can't understand you. You're talking like Xanac.
Guys,
Just
let him.
slow
Let's
down.
go ahead and walk that back since I showed you where you could purchase those flights. So you want to go ahead and claim that you want to go ahead and tell everybody you were incorrect about that? or are we going to be dishonest?
Are airplanes measurement tools?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Witsit.
Let's go back to these radio waves.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
no,
talking
no.
about
We're
radio
talking about
waves.
these southern hemisphere flights.
No,
Okay,
no,
we're
let's not talk about this one.
No, we're talking about. No, we're currently talking about radio waves.
No. No. We talked about that before. Now let's talk about the southern hemisphere flights.
No,
Okay,
we're
so
talking about
that you claim didn't exist.
We're talking about
Okay.
radio waves, a practical
Oh
experiment.
no. Okay,
that
so
can
you
be
don't want to
done.
talk about the southern hemisphere flights, so you claim
if
didn't
the moon is,
exist?
I can just continue to talk too, bro. So if the
Oh, okay.
moon is on the
you're
horizon
nice and
and you
Witsit now?
shoot the radio waves at the moon when it's on the horizon, would you expect to see a signal back from the moon? Basically, in theory, shooting those waves horizontal across the surface of the Earth to the moon that is on the horizon, would you expect to get your moon bounce back when the moon is on the horizon?
We're not talking about that subject now. We're talking about southern hemisphere flights. Okay.
Great question,
You want
bro.
to talk about? Let's talk about southern hemisphere flights.
love
With
it.
it.
Oh my gosh, this is too funny.
No, it is
Danger,
funny because you
danger,
clearly don't want to talk about
danger,
this, right?
danger,
You
Bill
clearly don't want to talk
Robinson,
about this.
danger.
Yeah,
B-ball. If the
danger.
railgun, B-ball. If the railgun has the fucking
We're not
target.
talking about rail guns, Brian.
Real quick, there's a quick question. If it has a distance of 110 miles and
I'm
it's
not going
50
to answer
foot off
that.
the ground,
I don't know.
or Janet can
I don't know.
answer. And if it's 50 foot off the ground, the railgun, and it has a distance of 110 miles, what's the safe zone? What's the safe zone due to Earth curve that of targets we can't hit? If the railgun's 50
real
feet
quick,
off the ground, what's
can
the
I say
safe
something
zone?
really quick, please?
Bro.
I see what's going on
still
here.
has a fall. It's still a object that will be affected by gravity and its weight. It will fall.
Yeah, there's still a pretty large safe zone. You know what that would be? Just approximate safe zone.
What do you mean a safe zone?
Wow.
I don't know what
Safe
you're talking about
zone,
either.
man. You couldn't hit because of the curve of the Earth.
Why would we go
It's
into
not.
another weed
It doesn't.
conversation
When
with that?
something is, see, that's another misconception about how things fall. It's not because of Earth curve.
Oh my god.
It's not because of Earth curve.
Let's talk about radio waves instead of
It's
railguns.
caused by
I'll
gravity.
retract it, man. I'll retract that
If
statement.
if you shoot something,
Xenic, stop. We're
shoot
talking
something,
about
it will
we're
fall
talking about
the
an actual
same way,
experiment.
the same vector, because the vector is. Okay, you're just gonna talk over me, so I'm not gonna answer.
Yes, that's right. I'm going to talk over you because you're literally trying now to. You're frantically pounced on that, bro. They're both trying. And this other guy's screaming, "You're afraid? You don't want to talk about that, huh?" It's because he's self-projecting.
Well, I think he should talk about the radio waves. I don't think he should divert. I agree with you. What's it? He should answer.
Then you tried to divert.
Yeah.
Though.
Yeah,
no, I didn't. Someone asked me about a
you guys
rail
can
gun.
talk about the
back
radio
to the
waves, but
point. Back to the point.
He asked me about a rail gun,
conversation.
about Earth curve, and I said there's no safe zone.
You got to chill, man.
He asked me about the rail gun. I was talking about how things fall. Doesn't matter whether the Earth is flat or round.
Napalm had a question.
Maybe
he can read.
Not because the Earth is round.
Okay, maybe he can repeat his question. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll repeat my question. So if you're bouncing radar waves off of the moon, let's take the moon at the horizon, which you should be able to do the exact same thing if the moon is on the horizon. Let's shoot those radar or radio waves, however you want to define them, towards the moon to get your moon bounce when it's on the horizon. If we had a receiver at a distance laterally from where you're shooting these radio waves that wouldn't be able to receive the signal due to the curvature of the Earth, if we received that signal, would that prove that the Earth is flat?
I think we already answered that question.
So if we received a signal back from the moon on the horizon, it would debunk the globe.
If we sent a signal to a tower, low to the ground, right? From another station, low to the ground, horizontally, and it didn't bounce off the ionosphere. Yes.
Could both these towers be something like 2,000 feet of elevation or 5,000 feet of elevation, as long as they're the same elevation over the distance, right?
Shooting
the calculation.
They've done measurements at moonrise and moonset to measure the distance. Do you know that, right? Without any problem. There's a Doppler effect that happens, but that's been done. You can look that up if you want.
Wait, I didn't even hear that nonsense, dude. I'm sticking with just the moon itself. How does it get to the moon? How does it get to the moon if the Earth's going to block it?
Well, there's no Doppler effect when it's right above you. But there is a Doppler effect when it's at the horizons. And you can moonrise or moonset, and these frequencies will be able to be returned from the moon, regardless if it's at the horizon or if it's right above your head.
Yeah,
as was mentioned, this is a specific frequency. I think that's when I talked about that. 144 megahertz. And okay, so you're not getting it.
So we're gonna move on.
They do that. Okay, here's the bottom line. You can dispute it and you can argue it all you want. We do measurements with radio waves, long wave radio waves at moonrise and moonset.
Don't care.
There are effects.
I don't care.
Hold on, you're talking over me. There are effects that do not happen when it's right overhead, but it's still, you can still communicate with it.
Okay, so if we can shoot the same radio waves we shoot to the moon, 238,000 miles away, horizontally across the Earth, it debunks the globe Earth if we shoot it too far.
I still don't. This too far thing kind of puzzles me. What are you
Earth's
saying?
Going to physically block the radio waves.
It's a different type of radio wave, as was mentioned.
Doesn't matter. Non sequitur.
It does matter because it doesn't bounce off the ionosphere.
Okay, exactly. That's why we're using it.
Well, yes.
So you can't make up your excuse that it just magically bounces down. Like when Marconi debunked the globe, we're going to take it a step further. Are you catching up now?
What wavelength?
You're confusing yourself. Actually, you're starting to shut down.
How am I shutting down?
Because you're confusing the types of radio waves that are used in the
no, I'm not confusing them.
And frequencies that are used.
The first question I asked was, can we use the same radio waves and shoot them across the Earth?
Well, yeah. So my answer will still be the same. Yes, of course we can shoot them across the Earth.
Okay, so if we shoot them too far, it debunks the globe because it can't bounce off the ionosphere, which is the globe's other excuse for shooting radio waves too far, including up to 10,000 miles.
Well, we wouldn't expect them to be transmitting long distances because of the fact that they don't bounce off the ionosphere.
Okay, so if we did, it would debunk the globe.
Why would it debunk the globe?
Oh my gosh, you can't even see. They can't respond to the words "debunk the globe."
So you're saying if we did shoot those radio waves and they did go too far, I mean, they were bouncing off the ionosphere, then it would debunk the Earth. Okay, that's what you're saying, right? Yeah, I get it. You're saying if we do receive them in France when we shouldn't, that means the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what he's saying.
Okay, I get it now.
You're catching up.
Do you have an example of this happening?
We see too far. Words that are very strange, and I didn't know what you were saying.
We see too far. You're shutting down.
I don't know what that means. Too far. That doesn't make any sense.
Do you have
an
example?
This is satisfactory for me. I don't have long to be in here. I just honestly the algorithm.
No, don't run away.
Don't run away with it. Hold on.
We have to have a conversation.
I'm not running away. I have stuff to do.
You're running away.
Can
you show us examples where
interrupting, but it's okay.
Hello.
It's okay. I forgive you. So anyway, I'm going to continue talking now. Thank you.
Can you show us examples where this has happened?
Can you calm down? So I actually am pretty busy. I'm doing a lot of different work.
Yeah, you're a real busy guy. I can tell. Arguing.
You got to calm down. Okay.
I'm calm.
So
you're the one talking me.
You're literally in here doing the same thing, pal. I'm explaining that I just took.
Can you show us example of these?
I feel bad for you.
Showing too far reception.
He doesn't have an example. Of
course he doesn't. He's never shown that example. Use the 144.
He never claimed to. He never
or
claimed
300
to.
hertz.
He's asking if we do this. He's asking.
Show us going too far.
We're trying to find a test, right? So he hasn't claimed that he's done it. We're trying to figure out if this is done, would that be a sufficient test for you guys, basically?
Here's a good question.
Oh my God, it's just like with any other radio wave. We can't shoot to France from New York with FM radio. It doesn't work.
Here's a good question. If you flew a specific distance at a specific speed, would that debunk the flat Earth?
We're using
non-sequitur. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Hey,
we're using 144 megahertz.
Witsit, before you go. Witsit, before you go. I don't know if you got a new number or not, but if you did, I sent you something that didn't go through, but I'll hit you up another way.
All right, I'll check. I should have my other number. I have two numbers. One kind of gets left in the dust sometimes. But I'll check and get in contact with you, bruh. All right, yeah, I'll catch up with you
Cool.
guys later.
Appreciate
I
it.
thought it was I love you, man. The crazy question should be simple to
Not a crazy
understand.
question.
I'm gonna
You just
summarize it without you interrupting.
go
I know it's
go
gonna
ahead. I
hurt
thought you
you.
were leaving. I
You need
wanted
to
to catch
go
you
on
before you
mute.
left.
You need to go on mute. I am
No, I
leaving.
just thought you were leaving. I wanted
You
to
have
say
to have the
something before
last
you left.
word. That's why.
I'm just summarizing my point. So I'm sorry you're triggered. So
I'm not
anyway, I'm
triggered.
busy. Gotta go. Oh my god. So all I'm saying is if we supposedly shoot these radio waves 238,000 miles to the moon to verify its distance in between 2.4 and 2.7 seconds duration, and then we assume the medium to determine that, blah, 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 blah. If we shoot these same radio waves, which of course within that assumption there would have to go through this ionosphere, which saved the globe from radio waves debunking them a long time ago, then over a century ago, then if we shoot these same radio waves that go through the ionosphere over the Earth horizontally and they are received at vast distances, that would debunk the globe because the globe would physically obstruct them. And you cannot say that they are ricocheting off the ionosphere because we're using the waves that do not do that. So that's just objective. I don't know. I've never done it. I'm not saying it's been done. I'm just saying
No,
that
it hasn't been
it is
done.
something that would
If you could
objectively
consider.
debunk the globe. All right. Talk to you guys later. Peace
Yeah.
out.
So you just made up a whole hypothetical. It
Later
says
with
if I
it.
do see that, then it will debunk the
You
globe.
left.
Yeah, possibly.
But
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
no
We
one
don't
ever
see this
asked.
kind of
No one
radio
ever.
waves being bent by the ionosphere at the horizon because we see the moon at the horizon and we see it at the horizon both in moonrise and moonset. And there's actually a Doppler effect that's well known. So he came in here, made a shit show, completely short circuited himself, and then left.
No one ever wants to ask the questions. What would debunk the flat Earth, though?
What would he debunk the flat Earth is a horizon drop with altitude. And we see that every single day without exception, ever.
And I love how he doesn't want to talk about the Southern Hemisphere flights anymore. Completely wants to ignore that topic.
Well, maybe you can bring that up next time. You know, we were right in the
No, we
middle of
can. I mean,
something. We
he
were
doesn't
already
want.
right in the
He's
middle of
never going to
something
bring it
here.
up. Jeremy, he's never going to bring it up. You know why? He made a claim about it, claimed that they didn't exist, and I clearly brought it up, showing you could purchase these tickets.
Does that mean that they exist and they actually happen, or does it
Yes,
just mean there's a website?
that means they
Does it
actually.
just mean there's a website? So anything I put on a website is real, you're saying?
Jeremy, how many times have you flown? How many times have you bought airline tickets?
You a bunch of times. Why?
Have you ever bought an airline ticket and they said, "Oh, sorry, this flight actually doesn't exist"?
No, that's never happened.
Okay.
So any flight you put on the internet is real. Is that what you're saying?
These specific flights that we're talking about, yes, they are real.
Have you ever taken one?
You can purchase them. No, I haven't.
Have you ever taken? Well, all right.
No, I haven't. But
okay, so
I'm pretty sure
maybe they're real,
have.
maybe they're not. Who knows?
But again, that's
this was
definitely
your big
one of
argument
the
that you
things that
had
are
for
always.
Witsit?
Yeah,
This was your big argument you had?
he claimed that they didn't exist. He tried to find them, he couldn't find them. I found them for him. It was pretty simple.
Do they
All he had to do was
exist?
go to the. Oh, absolutely, they exist. All he had to do was go
On
to
a
the
website
website and filter the nonstop flights. But he couldn't do that.
Anything I put on a website exists, you're saying, with this logic?
Yes. If you want to buy plane tickets to a specific place, yes, they exist.
Okay, so if I make a website and put a plane
themselves.
ticket, if I make a website and put, say you can fly nonstop to Middle Earth or Narnia or something, that flight's real because it's on the internet?
Yeah, but that probably wouldn't last too long because people would be getting ripped off, wouldn't they? Now would they, Jeremy?
Unless they booked a flight and I just refunded their money, like, oh, sorry, this flight's not available at this time.
And then every time someone tried to, and then that would happen every single time, right, Jeremy? And then your website would be bullshit. How would you sustain a website like that?
I can keep a website up indefinitely. What's it, like $10 a year or something?
So
I host it for free at this point. I mean, it doesn't cost anything to keep a website up, Bebo.
So now your claim, okay, so the claim used to be that there's flights that make more sense on the flat Earth map, right?
Bro, your claim is that these flights are real. Are they real? We don't know. You just have a website.
Yes, they are real.
Do you have anything more than a website?
Airline websites, Jeremy.
Do you have anything more than a website?
You can go to
You
the
can purchase the
airlines.
flight.
Okay, do you have anything more than a website?
Yeah, and then you can
How do you
track.
buy
You
a
can
ticket?
track it.
How do you buy tickets, Jeremy? You go to the airline's website and buy a damn ticket.
Yeah, that's
what
how
we're
we get
talking about.
airplane tickets. Yeah.
We're not talking about some goofball putting up a website on his own. We're talking about going to Qantas or whatever carrier it is flying those routes. They list those
Okay.
flights.
Okay,
Are
they
you
have these
saying the
websites.
airlines are lying about it?
They have these flights on their website. Yes. Has anyone taken Blue? Have you taken one of these flights?
No, I haven't taken one.
Okay, so from here on, all we know right now is that there's a website with these flights on it.
All we know is there's an airline website that has those flights listed. Yes,
An airline website with these flights. Yeah.
Multiple airline websites. I might add.
Multiple airline websites with these flights. Yes. No one's actually taken one.
Hey, Brian, where's your
Pretty sure
calculation, by the
hundreds
way?
of people have taken these. Hundreds of
Well,
people have
who?
taken these
Name
flights.
one.
I don't know.
God.
This is boring.
Either.
Let's go back to
Oh,
the
yeah,
Wednesday
this
and
is boring.
Saturday.
Hold on,
This was
Danny,
B-Ball's
please.
big
Hold on.
argument for Witsit. This is
Well,
ridiculous.
no,
So you're only.
He can't even figure out what the chord is. He can't figure out what the Sagitt is. He told me it's 3,000 miles. I said it was 600 miles or 700 miles, right? And he gave me some crazy calculation. I don't know where he got his calculation from, but he was totally wrong. And I got him. I got him on that, and I wanted to see him concede.
So
He's still
Jeremy,
arguing with me, by the way.
your only claim is that you don't think these. You think it's fake. That's your
On a
only
website,
defense.
yeah. Anyone can put anything on a website they want. That doesn't mean
I
it
don't think
exists in
anybody
reality,
can
right? Does any?
I don't think anybody can
Does
list
that just
flights on a
because
website.
something's on a website? Hold on a second. Maybe my mic's fucked up, but just because something's on a website, that doesn't make it real, right?
Jeremy, we're talking
Can you
about
agree to that
flights here
premise?
that
I mean, that's
people.
easy,
We're
easy to
talking about
agree to.
flights here that people can purchase.
If
A flight
something's
that
on a
happens
website,
several times a week.
B-ball. If something's on a website, does that mean that it's real in reality?
Depends on what website it is. If I go to Travelocity and I know all the flights on there are real because I know they really happen.
But you've never taken one, so you don't know if
So
they're real or
what,
not.
Jeremy? So
You
what?
also,
It's there. You can purchase it.
if I put a website up and say you can purchase a
That's
flying reindeer, does that mean my flying reindeer is real?
Jeremy, you're making a terrible argument here. It's terrible.
You have a terrible argument. You're telling me something's real
It's
just because
terrible.
there's a website of it.
The flight is tracked by GPS, right? You can
And you're
even
going to do that
download
on another
all the
website,
data.
right?
Listen, you can
You're going to
download
track it
all
on
the data from
GPS
this
on another
flight.
website,
You
right?
can download all the GPS coordinates like for every few minutes from this flight, right? You can
Track
download
that on
all
another
the
website, right?
Yeah, Jeremy,
No, you
this
can
is
plot
silly,
it
bro. You are
yourself.
literally insinuating that air traffic companies make up routes. That's what you basically say.
It's ridiculous.
I'm
It's just a
insinuating that
website.
just because something.
you can't
Hold on,
find
I'm
it.
insinuating that just because.
It's
Hold on a
fake.
second.
No one's been on it. No one in this VC's been on it, so there's no way we know that it can be a real route. Like, come on, man.
I'm insinuating that just because something's on a website, that doesn't mean it exists in reality. Everyone should everyone should agree to this. This should be easily agreeable. My statement just now.
You know why? You know why it
What's
exists? Because I can
the
purchase.
point?
Hold on.
What's the point of your statement? If we agreed that any random website, just because you put some information on it, it doesn't make that information true, and we agreed to that. What is the point? What does that have to do with like the argument?
The point is the only proof he has. The point is the only proof he has is a website, and we already agreed that just because something's on a website doesn't mean it really exists in reality. So I don't. You have a terrible argument with it.
So the FAA is lying to us then, Jeremy?
You got a terrible argument right now. Your argument sucks.
Is the FAA lying? Do you think the FAA is lying?
Come on.
Your argument is trash.
Do they put fake flights on these websites with?
I don't know. Have you ever taken the flight?
Purchase? No, I haven't taken the flight, Jeremy.
No, I don't know.
I've never flown. I've never flown to LA though. So do I know that flight exists?
So your argument sucks.
So
your argument sucks.
Yeah.
Your argument's
So are you
garbage,
okay?
Jeremy.
Do you claim? Are you claiming that the airline that flight is fake? These several flights are fake. They don't happen. Yes or no, Jeremy? And then the reason why I was bringing this to Wissa because he claimed that he tried to find them and he couldn't find them. There were no non-stop flights in the Southern Hemisphere. That was the claim. Which is exactly why he doesn't want to talk about it, because I clearly showed him that there are non-stop flights in the Southern Hemisphere, and you can purchase them. So, I mean, in your mind, or in any flight attendant's mind, these flights, they have to be fake. Because if they're real, shit. I mean, goddamn. What have we been doing for the past 7 years? And you guys claim that most of these flights make more sense on a flat Earth map, except for the Southern Hemisphere flights, though. When we show you the ridiculousness of the Southern Hemisphere flights and on a flat Earth map, that's when you claim, oh well, that's not the map that we use. Oh, but don't they make more sense on a flat Earth map? Except for the ones in the Southern Hemisphere.
The ones that you aren't sure
Oh,
if they exist or not. Yeah, those ones.
yeah, they
So I don't have
exist.
money
You can
for
put,
buying this flight. How do I confirm that for myself when I just go outside to confirm that we are living on a curved surface? I mean, if I don't have money, no internet access, how can I go outside and confirm it for myself without having those flights?
wait, what?
I mean, we are applying secondary evidence here, right? So in a way, if I don't have the possibility to confirm that for myself, when I just go outside, how do I confirm the curved surface I'm living on?
You can watch the sun go below the horizon.
Yeah, but that's only dependent on the sphere of vision, right? With an orthographic view, there would be no horizon. Just because we see in a sphere of vision, there's a horizon, things can apparently go below. Sure.
I don't see it go below the horizon. I see it fade into atmospheric distortion that's just above the horizon.
So do I.
I see it go below the horizon.
Convergence. Everything converges at the horizon due to angular perspective in the human eye.
The horizon is a fixed position where the observer is, and the sun is going beyond it.
Nope. Everything converges into the horizon.
Well, I agree with that, but the object, like the sun, is moving. The horizon, unless the viewer is moving, is a place where he's optically seeing it. It's not moving. And the object going behind it, further away from the viewer, is going to give him an optical view.
There's what's called a vanishing point, dude. That's what I just outlined.
Yeah, and I just agree with you.
Well, I agree with you
Slow?
even more. How about that?
Alrighty then.
No, I
What
love
up,
you
flirt?
more.
No.
I will agree that it does appear to go below, but that I'm smart enough to figure out that it's just basically a way we see it, an optical illusion.
Actually, it's called an optical illusion.
I think it's called an optical illusion.
I think it's an illusion of optics.
Baseline mirage. Definition of a mirage, optical
Yeah.
illusion caused by the atmospheric effects.
I don't know if you guys know the 3D program Blender. Anyone familiar with that here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there are two different options to display the viewport, right? There's one perspective option with a focal length, etc., where you can set up the lens of the camera you're looking through to the viewport, which you are like modeling and rendering, but there's also an orthographic option where this is like this game view where it doesn't converge in the perspective and all grid lines and squares on the grid stay exactly the same size. This leads to the fact that in orthographic view you don't have a horizon because you have no convergence at all, right? So the celestial sphere and our sphere of vision is only because our perspective eyesight, right? So this
100% agree.
Yeah.
Can we call it an artificial horizon?
Optical
Or a
horizon.
generic?
Optical horizon.
Generic. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it's just how we see it.
Man, it got quiet in here. I guess B-Ball wants to talk about flights again instead of this.
White said he doesn't know if they exist or not. That's his. I can't believe that was his big argument for Whitsett. That's silly.
What's the point even? Unless you're claiming that an airplane is a measurement tool, then there's no point of even arguing the flight thing. Like, even if the flights exist, right, and they do take place and they're nonstop, what is the point?
Yeah, even then you couldn't prove the distance, or even if they are real, it doesn't even lead anywhere. This was a terrible argument, B-Ball.
And what about the rotating
The
Earth
human eye
underneath
has
the
limits.
plane, right? Angular momentum.
Did anyone else hear that the way I did?
I just heard a bunch of blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I just tried to
That was
imply a
pretty
joke.
cool.
Oh, sorry, man.
I thought it was hilarious.
It's due to virtual photons, guys. Come on.
Yeah, the other day when we were discussing I hate to keep bringing it up, but B-Ball made a video and basically called me a liar, so it kind of touched me the wrong way. I said that direct flights are not non-stop flights, and he should check into it, which basically all I said, because I don't really use flights as any proof of anything. But when he's listening to it or talking about it as a direct flight, it's definitely not a flight that doesn't stop sometimes. Direct flights mean that you have a ticket that's going to take you directly to your destination, but might have stops, but you're not going to have to get off the airplane, B-Ball. That's a direct flight. Non-stop flight is when you buy a ticket and you go A to B to your destination with no stop. We could clear that up.
The problem is neither planes nor boats travel in a direct straight line from A to B. They're always taking this curved path, following the magnetic guiding compasses.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And currents push you around, air currents, water currents, wind. But my point was he thought direct flights were non-stop flights, and that's not correct.
He basically called him out for lying when he said flight from Sydney to Johannesburg, and B-Ball showed a flight from Johannesburg to Sydney, and said he couldn't find this flight, and here it is, but he didn't find the Sydney to Johannesburg, which is kind of getting technical. But if you're calling a man out on his fucking honor and his honesty, make sure you get his claim right.
I would let Whitsitt defend himself, but B-Ball wanted to really smash him, especially after he left. It's like Whitsitt's never going to be around. I mean, B-Ball got so excited. It's weird. We'll be here today. We'll be here tomorrow. Whitsitt will be back later. It's all right, B-Ball. We know you made a video. It was great. You called me a liar and called other people liars. Awesome. Great video, man. Nice talking to you.
they didn't use tactics like this, then flat Earth would just dominate. So they've got to try and do some sort of a tactic.
Grown men making videos about other grown men. It's kind of weird. Right, Blue?
And it's your fault that they do that, apparently.
I made Blue make that video.
Yeah, you just jumped in his mind and started. You stuck your hand up his butt and started manipulating him like a sock puppet. He had no control over his actions. He just can't help it.
Of which, after he made the video, he said I was dancing.
I think D-Mock's got better arguments.
Who?
I think D-Mock's got better arguments than Blue Ball.
I like D-Mock's originality and free thinking. It's interesting nonetheless.
I like
he has come up with some good stuff.
Yeah, I like D-Mock's originality. I don't like his propensity to shut down conversation, though.
Right,
with
100%.
Well, we're all going to be different in that way.
Yep.
Has anyone ever seen the movie Sling Blade?
I aim to kill you with it. No, I hadn't seen it.
Oh, dude, you got to watch that. It sounds just like D-Mock.
I just quoted... Never mind.
Oh, that was you? I didn't know that was you.
I aim to kill you with it.
Reckon them some good taters. It fucking sounds just like D-Mock, dude.
He's just a boy.
Turn right to stay on center.
It's just a boy.
Yeah. Anytime D-Mock's pissed me off, I start calling him Sling Blade, dude. He gets so frustrated.
We've been in some pretty good tussles, but I do defend his originality and his right to speak his opinion. If you're going to have a Discord where all this BS can be, talked about and more, right? Like, talk about some subjects in here that are, pretty crazy. Not, away from the globe, away from a spinning rock, right? Holding water on the outside with some magical force. Away from those crazy things, we talk about some other things and then shut down D-Mock? Yeah, I don't think so. It's not right. Now, maybe mute him and control him when he gets out of hand and shuts down the conversation. I can go with that.
I
You got some Play-Doh and comic books. You want to show me a globe? Show me your cartoon globe.
I like his straw ideas. His straw idea is brilliant.
You got a demonstration for me?
Show me your plastic cartoon ball.
Look at it through your toilet paper tube. Get your toilet paper tube out.
Show me your sticker ball. Show me your plastic sticker ball.
I want to have just like a back and forth rant between D-Mock and Dave and what's his name? That guy Dave. What's his name? The Dave guy that's always talking the crazy shit. You know what I'm talking about?
Dallas Dave.
Dallas Dave and D-Mock. Just the rant between the two of them back and forth would be crazy.
Well, my name's Dave too, so.
There's a guy that comes into 24/7. He's been deleted about 2,000 times. We call him the pee drinker. I would love to hear the pee drinker. I'd love to hear the pee drinker and D-Mock. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Cherubim. Yeah.
Yes.
You got a electricalicity water ball you can demonstrate?
If drinking pee cured cancer and you had cancer, would you do it?
Of course.
Yeah, there you go. I think people believe it cures things and has benefits, so they do it.
There's actually a guy that was banned from treating cancer. And
if I did
his formula was revealed that it was urine, urea that they were using for their cancer treatment.
If I did it, I certainly wouldn't talk about it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I would.
Either urine Or you're
If
out.
it cured my cancer, and I think that's what did it, I would tell the world.
If it cured my cancer, yeah, of course.
Okay,
But
that's
if
what
Well,
it
we're
that's the
didn't,
saying.
other
claim.
than that,
They used
no, I
urea
wouldn't.
for the cancer Now there's 17 patents on it.
I mean, I suffer neurodermatitis, and therefore, like urine is also a very good care against it.
Yeah, what were they saying? Like something you have something happen to it, pee on it or something. I forget what it is.
Oh, that's
Snake bite.
athlete's foot.
Oh no,
Athlete's foot,
that
and then
jellyfish.
the jellyfish, and then the other one is lye poisoning. Like if you've ever worked with concrete, it's got a lot of lye in it. It'll start eating at your hands and shit. Urine will counteract the effect.
There you
No,
go.
it definitely fucking works for jockey or athlete's foot and shit, and or fucking.
That's
Yeah,
what I
it
was
definitely
thinking of
works.
though. Jellyfish. I think it's jellyfish was the one I was thinking. Oh, you get stung by a jellyfish. I think you're
You
gonna
would
let
think
somebody
though,
pee.
like just like raw urine, like just like all the time. If you're doing it all the time, you think it would just like make your stomach just like you think it would have an effect where it would just like
I wouldn't think that's
sour
what
your
they're
stomach
doing
up.
though, right? Even the people that claim to be doing it, I wouldn't think that's how it's being used. But I don't know very much.
Some
It's
of them
not a
are just
gross
like
subject. Yeah,
doing it every day, all the time.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, like I said, it's not really a gross subject to me. But I don't know. I don't know, man. Gotta be tough. That first sip, right? But I do
Did you
have a
hear there was like
saying.
some star, some I don't know who it was, maybe one of the sisters that's so famous was she said if it would I forget her name, but she said just recently if eating her own excrement every day would reverse the aging process, she would do it.
Yeah. Think about how many people, if like Tom Cruise said he drinks piss, how many people would start drinking piss? Like half the known world would start drinking. It's so
If I
stupid how
pee
they.
in your butt, it might make you jump high.
Anyway, we can move on. It is kind of a weird topic. But it is my point, right? We talk about all sorts of things. So why should we, tell someone else?
The guy's name's Unholy, and I've given him servers that it's just a shit show. It's like everyone here just screams at each other. They just freak out about all kinds of stuff. I go, why not go to those servers? You'll get the reaction you're looking for. And he just doesn't seem to want to do it.
Okay, it was Kim Kardashian, of course. Yeah, Kim Kardashian says if eating her own excrement would reverse the aging process, she would do it. I mean, she probably definitely would do the baby's blood if she'll eat her own excrement. All right, no more poo poo pee pee. Better topic.
Let's go to Brian's estimation of the sagittal depth. And why he said I was wrong, came out there, publicly said it, and then backed it up with very little. He said it was something like 3,000 miles. And it's like, how did he get that number? And he had some formula he rambled off, but that was incorrect. I posted the formula, the equation, and he didn't respond back.
Did you hear that, Brian?
Brian, you still there? I just double checked my work. It is 700 something miles, close to 800 miles.
I'm fighting words.
Well, I gave you the number, and you can use to dispute it. 1 degree drop, you'd have a 800-foot sagita. That's how far deep you would be. And theoretically, in a vacuum tube, you could roll a marble down it, 1 degree drop, and it would accelerate and get to the other side. And what is it? Is blue marble still here? I think it's like 90 seconds. Anywhere in the earth, you drill a hole, come out the other side, it'll be a 90-second trip. No matter where you are, straight through the bottom, any chord, 90 seconds. Is that right, Blue? Are you there? He's undeafened. Where is flat Earth? Test, Brian. He said he was going to post this equation. He never did. And he regurgitated it over the chat here, but I don't see it written. Oh, there it is. Okay, what do you got there? He says, we can calculate the sagita of this arc with the help of this formula. Yeah, I did that. Sagita arc. Arc. Radius. Square root of Swift tutors. So he's going off the web and trying to find a calculation and seeing if he's going to apply it to his question correctly, and he's not. Oh, he figured out the sagita length. That's what he did. So yeah, he did. He's so funny. You guys get it? Jeremy, you see the problem with people when they try to challenge people that actually done this before? I can always figure out the problem, the error. You there, Jeremy? We want to know the depth. He gave us the length. You hear me, Jeremy?
Yeah, I hear you, no doubt. All right. There was a little confusion.
That's easy. He even posted the equation. Did you see the equation there? I'll repost if you want. He said we calculate the sagita of an arc with the help of this formula below. And he posts the formula. No, that's not the error. I was mistaken. I don't know what he did. I'll have to dig deeper.
Sounds like a contradiction. You know what he did, but don't know what he did.
No, I thought I knew what he did. No, I don't know what I thought he did. I thought I had him. It's like, no, that's wrong too. Because he did use the length of his equation is the length of the sagita, the radius of the arc, and the chord base length. But he doesn't know the length of the sagita.
What was the framework for that?
He had some crazy question. I don't know. Still don't know what it was based on about how deep you would be below the surface if you tilted and drilled into the earth. 1 degree below horizontal.
It had to do with if you had an unlimited amount of money.
Well, no, that's a different. I think I overheard a different conversation. This was about drilling. Or maybe it was about that. I don't know. He said drill to the earth and 1 degree dip. And how far would you come out if you did a 1 degree dip? And the answer
Based
is
on
69
based on
miles.
what?
The depth is, I calculated to be 700, 800 miles depth. I mean, a feet, 800 feet deep below the surface. And he came up with a equation where he got it from and got a completely different answer, but I don't think he knows what he actually got here. But I'll still dig and see if I can figure out what he did.
Well, I was asking for the length and the depth of the sagita and the length of the cord, so
Oi, fellas.
Hoi, hoi.
Is my mic fucked up or does it work?
You're good, dude.
No worries.
Would you guys fall asleep?
Hey, what's up, guys? Jeremy, Moyak, Danny, Die Slow.
What up, Graham?
Brian. Don't want to leave. Who else is in here? That's it.
Say what? Say what?
I'm just kidding. Well, the sun is beating down today, though.
Damn them angles.
The angle of incidence is literally like 89 degrees. Hey, actually, it's probably only 87, but still, that's fucking
My truck says 91.
degrees.
Yeah, 91 degrees.
No, I meant like azimuth. I'm at
My
100
truck
here
does not
probably.
check the. My truck does not check the azimuth.
I know, that's what I was thinking. Wow, man, what do you got going on your truck, bro? I just looked up and thought, about 3 degrees over at 10 after noon. This is probably my azimuth. What's up, baby? I love you.
Chronic was, I don't know if you caught Chronic's thing last night. He was saying that you would know if it was refraction because of the wave coming off of the star.
Yeah, but the plasma actually shoots a refractive wavelength as if it's refracting itself. That's the whole issue. It matches.
Sorry, say that again?
So in the electromagnetic reflecting that's going on there, it matches the
You're saying it does match, or he was saying it doesn't match refraction.
yeah, it doesn't that refraction does match what you know what they're saying is supposed to be happening with all the wavelengths bending in their model. See, it's not just simple refraction. There's an electromagnetic component to it, and it's more complicated. But the man has written papers on it. His name is Dr. Edward Dowdy, and he's a former NASA scientist. And they sort of started putting him out on the outskirts of things when he started saying, hey, wait a minute. You guys are claiming you got wins on this shit, and you haven't ruled out all of this stuff that is the obvious answer in a laboratory. This is what it does. We don't have any of those experimental physics, any gravitational lensing we can manipulate in the laboratory, but we have the same environment that you're claiming is out there right here in this laboratory doing exactly the thing that you claim only gravity is doing. So hello, what are we doing here? And like he's done presentations, been a part of a lot of stuff, just like Ron Hatch when these guys try to say no, he wasn't doing anything about special relativity. The fuck he wasn't. Same with this dude. These dudes are showing practicality to their theories and still being marginalized or minimized, minimalized, whatever.
I mean, you probably just don't understand. You probably just don't
Yeah,
understand. You're not taking it's out of context. You're misinterpreting it. What else?
I know so many different things that, that's why I love it when I go, well, here's the guy saying it in layman's terms. How did I misunderstand that? you know?
I hear you. I
And
know.
even if he didn't, which he did, even if he didn't say it, I mean, imagine the guy who wrote the book Escaping Einstein, the book with physics in it, Escaping Einstein, is the one who augmented the GPS, which they say special relativity would have had it, in the bag. If special relativity
In the
was
book,
right, then the
in the
fucking book would
book,
never have been off.
in the book, Escaping Einstein, was he going against special relativity or?
Well, yeah, well, not all of it. I mean, well, in the sense that radiation gains energy as it falls into a gravitational well, he proved that that's not the case. That no energy is, gained on the atom. So it's a really interesting thing. Basically, the underlying concept is actually time didn't change at all. Since neither of their ever experiments are measured in real time anyway, how could they give you any answers? The thing is that it's not the time that changed, it's the chemical reaction rate, energy state upon the atom that's changing. So, it just...
The cesium atom?
Yeah. So in a certain environment, the cesium atom actually decays faster, not because of anything to do with time, but because of, how much, external pressure is actually added to that system.
No, I thought it was because the oscillation.
Well, yeah, all of that's the same thing.
I thought it was because the oscillation of the. Oh, all right.
Yeah, it's like external magnetic pressure, or
Yeah, I was talking to somebody in my ear. Sorry. I'm sorry.
It's stupid anyway because they add the fucking power to start measuring the decay, and then say it's time that's changing the shit. I mean, that's not even a fucking, literally not even a variable. I mean, I guess it is if you want to say that the rate. I mean, I don't know, man. It's stupid, man. It's like it's not, time ain't doing shit if it's just sitting there doing nothing.
Time itself has no physical
attribute. They have to add the power to make it happen to begin with.
Yeah. Like time itself, it has no physical attributes. It's just a measurement in between chemical reactions.
Well, they got the thing on the plane though. I could see okay, you put it in space, different environment, the cesium atom works different. What about the ones on the plane that they did?
It could be the fucking power they're adding is different, or the reading they're getting from the power that they're putting to the cesium atom is different, reading different because of the different speed. I mean, it could be god dang, it could be.
Well, if it's speed, that's what they're saying.
That's what I'm saying. It could be the fact that
they're claiming that
it could be the fact that it's
it.
moving. It could be the fact that you're getting a different reading from the juice that's being put in to make the shit fucking decay. It could be the fact that it is actually changing the actual current going to it because of the speed. I mean, dude, I don't even know where to start with all the potential variables it could be, man. Time is, I don't know, them to just stay right. It's just time. It's a fucking joke. I was under the impression also that they used the fact that the sun, that we're traveling, like when they say a certain direction, they use the fact that we're traveling around the sun also and factor that shit in. That's what I was under the impression of. I heard somebody say that might be wrong, but if they factor in something that's not even happening in reality, I mean,
It's reality. They give you a net vector at the end of the day, right? All those movements are taken into account, and then they give you a net vector with respect to something, because it's all respect to something else, right? It's all relative.
Don't make me destroy you, Xan.
How can they say the motion around the sun is factored in to say that time is fucking is an element when they haven't even proved that we're moving around the sun?
Of course, they prove you're moving around the sun. That's easy to show.
I just caught on here a little bit. With respect to Grimm, I think you agree that the Earth is moving and everything. So I mean, this isn't going to apply to you much. But when you're dealing with the airplanes experiment where they test the cesium atom going east and then west, why do you guys think that there's a difference in the amount of time between those clocks?
What's that difference?
Because you're going the same speed over a relatively flat surface.
What's the difference?
Well, there is no difference. You're going 500 miles an hour east, and you're going 500 miles an hour west, and you're at the same altitude. So all those other things that were cited about how it could be some kind of a weird energy state, it could be the velocity adding up. No, it's the same velocity.
I would say it's a margin of error. What's the difference in the time?
It exactly matches relativistic calculations. I don't remember the numbers.
What is it? What is the difference in time?
I don't recall the numbers.
Okay, well, that would be pertinent because I would say it could easily be within a margin of error of the instruments.
Within a margin of error yielding the exact result. I see. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to understand statistics. There is a.
Are you doing a class here tonight?
There's not a squared value.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, what is the difference? I just want to know what the difference is, and if we have devices that
yeah, they were in here last.
The value won't be of as use to you as the repeatability of that.
You're expecting a random event a random error or a random precision thing to be giving you the answer, to give you a precise answer. That's pretty unusual. I don't have the numbers.
Element? Is cesium a natural element, or is this one of those man-made elements that only exist in the realms of outer space?
It's on the periodic table.
Okay, got it.
But that's totally irrelevant also.
Yeah, well, where was the baseline oscillation of the cesium atom measured? Was that measured at Earth's surface?
Yes.
How many experiments have been done regarding the oscillation rate of cesium atoms at altitude?
Well, I know they've done it in buildings, on mountains, and stuff like that, so I would say it's in many, but I don't have any numbers.
How high were those planes flying?
Oh, they'd be flying about 30,000 feet.
What was the measure of the magnetic field in the laboratory that they were doing?
The measured electromagnetic field.
Yeah, because it's not going to be it's not going to be the same values across the board. Like that's the whole purpose of nullifying this.
I think you're failing to understand the concept of the test. Basically, you took your control, your one clock, you left it still. You flew one east, and you predict that it will, I don't remember which direction, but it will speed up. And you fly one west, and it will slow down. That's the expectation. Now, on a flat Earth, that should be pretty much the same speed. Both clocks experience the same speed.
Well, like I said, you have a magnetic field.
Same altitude.
Right. You got a magnetic field, dude. That's reciprocating. So depending on how that field affects your experiment, you would have to account for that.
What do you mean?
If that magnetic field is drifting east to west, then you may have some difference there.
Drifting east to west. What does that mean?
Yeah, the magnetic field. What's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't stay fixed, right? Like it's a like I said, it's a reciprocating field. So
It's a reciprocating field, meaning that it goes and changes polarities back and forth?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, no, not
Oh,
not
cool.
necessarily polarity.
Wow, my
Not
compass is
necessarily.
broken, man. It's
Yeah,
only
not
pointing
necessarily.
one direction.
All right. Well, you're straw manning me. I didn't agree to the polarities.
No, you did,
But
but now you're
well,
going back. That's cool.
I did
How's it
because I
going?
answered a little quick. So
Good,
if you
good.
want to hold me down on something that I made a quick little error that I'm trying to correct on, then I guess you won, right?
So what is a reciprocating field? If it's not changing polarities, what's reciprocating?
Besides that, I want to see it. I mean, how many times have they done this as far as in the aircraft?
I only
'Cause
know
heard
of the
they-
once, but
Right. Where was
that
the
doesn't
sun
mean
at?
anything.
Were they flying close? Were they flying towards sunrise, towards sunset?
East
there's a
and
lot of things.
west.
Right.
It
Where
took
was
more
the
than
sun at?
24 hours.
I'm asking where was the sun at?
All around the Earth. It took more than 24 hours.
Were they flying toward it or away from it? Was
Look,
it sunrise?
you went all around the Earth. You went under the sun both directions. How else?
All right. Hey,
God.
settle down. Settle down. There's no need to get feisty.
Good. How are you?
Jeremy, you're hot cocking.
All right.
Moyak, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that time slows down, or speeds up?
Based on speed? Seems
Yeah.
to.
What? So you're saying time can slow down or speed up depending on your speed?
Seems to, yes.
Or could we say that the oscillation of a cesium atom can vary slightly?
In conjunction with velocity, and that's a function of time. Yes, it seems to. That's
What?
the
So
implication right now.
you say it's a function of
relative.
time. What is time? Time
It's
is just a
relative to
measure.
something
Time is a
else,
measure.
right?
Time is a measure, right?
Time on the Earth is a progress of existence, and time is on something going very fast also is a progress of existence. They're different,
Well,
but
can
they're
I
with
just ask a
respect to one
question real
another.
quick? Zanuck, there's someone in here that thinks that this time dilation aging thing, right? You send twins out. One of them goes away 50 light years, come back 50 light years. The other guy's 100, and the baby's like 1 or something, whatever. There's people under the assumption that
Wait,
think
he's one.
only
What?
happens. Hold on, I'm not done, dude. I'm not done. There's people that think that are under the assumption that you have to come back in order for it to happen. Otherwise, there would be no age difference.
The
You get
fact
me?
that they don't have to come back, they just
They don't
relative
have
to
to
each
come
other.
back, right? I know. I tried telling
Right, they
him
don't come
that.
back.
He didn't listen to me. I don't know where that person even got that from. He's been saying it for a long time now, but I don't know why.
That's how you could compare them side by side.
Yeah, but regardless, if you could compare them side by side, the other one would still be older or younger than the other one, right?
Yeah, that guy also said if you just spun around
Right,
Earth at the
Zanuck?
speed of light,
Hold on,
nothing would
Brian.
happen.
Right,
Remember?
Zanuck?
With respect to one another,
Zanuck?
yes.
Yeah, with respect to one, so they don't have to come back. All right, well, you need to tell Gummy Bear this because he's under this crazy assumption. He's under this crazy assumption that it only happens if you come back.
Yeah, remember also, Jeremy, he said if he spun around the Earth at the speed of light, nothing would happen.
If you ever
Yeah, he
look at the
actually, if
universe,
we just went out into the universe for whatever 25 light years or something, the aging thing that would only happen if the guy came back. I told him no, that's not how it works. I asked him to cite it and where he got it from, but he didn't. I don't think he ever produced anything because that's not how it works.
so
Right?
how it works is this. If you're alive and you have your twin, he takes off in a rocket, gets near the speed of light, whatever it is possible before he disintegrates or whatever he does, implode. Mass goes to a million. Mass goes to infinity. 100 years from now, you die. From your perspective, he's still alive on that spaceship.
Cool story.
He's still alive.
Time's just a
That's what I mean. That guy would.
it's a
That guy
convention.
would.
That guy's still
That guy
alive.
would die of old age at 100.
That guy's still
Hold on, that guy would die of old
because
age.
on his watch. Hold
on,
on.
Zanuck.
On his watch, he'd only aged 1 year.
Yeah, and he would be 1 year old. He'd be like a little baby, right? Another guy would have died of old
No,
age or whatever.
no. Oh yeah, okay. With babies, then we start with babies. Yes, he's 1 year old
Yeah,
still.
the
He's
guy's
only a baby.
the guy's a baby. You send him out. He ages 1 year. Meantime, back on Earth, the guy
You
that got
die.
moved
You die. You're dead.
is dead of old age. He
But you
died at
got the guy
100.
that's on the spaceship. I know he's still alive right now. He is alive and
Yeah, you
well. And
don't have to come back. The point is, you don't have to come back to
you
Earth
don't
for
have to come
that to
back.
happen.
That's
I don't know
right.
where he got that from. It's weird.
Yeah.
All right, maybe if you ever see Gummy Bear, let him know or something. Because he's going around saying that it only. He's walking around saying you got to come back. I'm like, why are you saying this? I don't know where he got that from. Like, this is a very
I know.
complex thing. I don't know why you would make
I
maybe
know,
he read
right?
something wrong. I don't know.
Maybe. First of all, I don't know how you can bend a concept is beyond me anyway. How do you bend time?
You can't.
Right.
Well,
Thank you.
that's a
You
good
can't
point.
bend a concept. Thank you, Zanuck.
Xanax
Time is
All
nothing
this shit.
more than a construct. It's a convention of measure.
How do you
There is
bend
no physical
how do you bend
essence
a
to
word?
time. Oh boy. All right. How do you bend a fart?
All this
Yeah, I
shit's to
know.
keep us moving around the sun, dude. All this shit's to keep us moving at, what is it, 5 miles a second or 30 miles a second? That's all what this shit is.
Bending time would be the equivalence of bending inches.
Exactly. It's no different than bending unicorn farts, bro. Like, you're talking phantasms.
What about
Every one
time
of those
dilation?
fucking figures has us moving fucking at a stupid, ridiculous rate. Like fucking.
What about time dilation? Is that not real either?
By the way, I just posted the predictions of general and special relativity when it comes to the clock experiment and the actual results, and it did not match predictions, by the way.
Ooh,
How does that
ouch.
not match?
That hurts.
Oh,
How
you
does
got
that not
us.
match?
You got it. Yeah, you got us. What about the fact that these satellites rely on these relativistic elements to function? I mean, they actually have to use
Dude,
them
did the
for them.
prediction
Except they
Xanax,
fucking have to get.
did the prediction match the real life experiment though? Or I mean, that's
Within a
always
margin of
why do
error
you
that
want
is
to change?
perfectly acceptable. Within a
Well, how do
margin of error that is
you
totally
know what the
acceptable.
margin of error is? How do you know what the margin of error is before you even do it? I love when you guys say margin of error. Like, you have no baseline for this. So I don't know how you know what the error would be. You do that for a lot of stuff.
All right, so we have the eastward one, which has relativistic and kinematic special relativity. It was supposed to be a grand total of -40, and it came up -59. That's pretty damn close. I don't think you could come close to that with the prediction from Flat Earth or from time not moving. And then the westward one,
So the
likewise,
prediction.
was within what? That was even closer.
So close but no cigar.
No,
I mean, does close only count
oh,
for
that's the
horseshoes and hand
unfair
grenades, or?
expectation of perfection.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying you got a scientific prediction here with this time dilation thing, right? Like,
Yeah. And then you have all the other
how
things that
close?
go
How
on that
close is
actually
close enough?
affect the clocks and stuff like that, and gravitational anomalies on the surface of the Earth that may not be accounted for. It's a real world measurement.
Would you say the prediction was 40 and he got 59?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what if he had gotten 67? Would you still be
Well,
saying that?
it's -40 versus -59, and you're talking about over a period of 24 hours, this measurement's taken in one direction. But the fact that it's negative, it could have been off, like the other ones, over 273. So
The clocks have to be adjusted twice a day, man. So it ain't just some right calculation. The clocks have to, in GPS, the clocks have to be adjusted
This isn't
twice a day.
GPS.
It's all the same shit.
Yes, because there's time dilation.
No, if it was just that,
Wrong.
if it was they could just factor in the fucking mathematical fucking equations, then it wouldn't need adjusted twice a day.
Didn't
The
somebody
equations
do that
the
for
time dilation
GPS?
would be enough. The compensations would be enough, but they're not. It's still got to be adjusted, so they're off. They're yet to have it pinned down completely.
Yeah,
in
but
my
they have
opinion.
it pinned down way better than anything that you guys have to offer.
Well, let's start off the basis. Let's redo everything and say that we're fucking not moving at all. We're
Well,
not
we
moving
do it
around.
all
We're
day,
not
every
moving
day with
5 miles
satellites.
a second. Let's start from that premise and see if we could fucking build it right where we ain't got to adjust it fucking twice a day.
What do you mean? Like, first off, I don't remember what the adjustments are, but there's a fixed adjustment that they just run on it, where they just take. I don't remember. It's like 35 microseconds or something crazy like that. Nanoseconds are just taken off every day. So if that's the twice a day you're thinking about, it is formulaic.
They say we're
There's
going
also
fucking further. Okay, they say that their satellites are traveling further because they're further away from Earth, dude. Okay, there are fucking assumptions built into this shit that they need that shit to fucking equate for. They assume we're traveling like 5 miles a second around the sun. They assume we're traveling a greater distance being further away from Earth. All this shit affects. There's consequences to these fucking assumptions, man.
Well, I think relativistically speaking, the trip around the sun is going to be common between the clocks on the ground and the satellites. So that trip around the sun, I don't think has any impact on it. Nor does the trip around the universe.
That had to do with the time dilation to begin with, man. That had to do with hold on.
That's only from a baseline time. If you wanted to go to absolute God time, a fixed point in space, you would have to consider the galaxy's motions and all that other stuff. But as far as I'm concerned, the Earth and the satellite are in the same relativistic state, have the same relativistic baseline, which is Earth-centric. Then any differences in velocities will apply, relativistically speaking, between those two bodies.
Weren't there originally just like errors within GPS that were up to like 2 city blocks difference that needed to be corrected? There was somebody that came in and did the correction, and I can't remember the name of the individual.
Yeah, I know.
The guy that came in and fixed it wrote a book called Escaping Einstein. That's weird.
Are we talking about this non-material entity that can control material things? Is that what I'm hearing?
Sorry.
Did you not hear what I said?
I heard you. I'm with you.
So a non-material entity can control material things, have an effect on material things.
Please elaborate. I'm not following.
So is time material or not material, or is it material or non-material?
I don't know.
You don't know? What is time?
I mean, I don't technically call it material. If I was trying to push to give an answer on that, but I don't know. It's our experience of time.
That doesn't define time. And what is time?
In the case of this clock's experience of time.
A clock is not time; it measures it. So what is time?
Would you call length material?
Right, exactly. Space, length, width, and depth. Depth, that's non-material. but it seems to bend and warp. It has effect on material things also.
Okay, so then yes. But it's not an
But how's that? How can a non-material entity have an effect on a material entity?
It's I think it's more that the material has the effect on those 4 dimensions.
Interacts with those 4 dimensions, right?
Yeah, which it's just physics is just the interactions between the bodies.
So you're saying a material thing can have a effect on a non-material thing now?
If that's what you want to call it, sure.
Well, yeah. What is it? Is space-time? Is it material or not non-material?
I don't know. It seems to vary with velocity, so you tell me.
Yeah.
You guys are the astrophysicist and the
Oh, God,
physicist
no.
here. I'm just asking questions.
I'm just a radio engineer
yeah,
getting 5G into people's houses and radiating them.
Oh, you gave my
I'm just
daughter the
asking
COVID?
Yes. I gave myself it, too.
Yo, don't.
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
If I get the 5G, then I'm okay with it.
Yo, don't do that.
Yeah,
Stop. Just
they
stop,
don't
please.
remember, Jeremy. They didn't know. Moyak especially. He's freaking stupid, I guess, to say that word.
That comes from you.
Yeah, I'm not the one mentioning
I'll take that
word.
as a compliment.
Yeah, let's talk about that some more. Bring it up some more. Maybe say it 5 or 6 more times.
I guess it counts
I
as
came on and
misinformation
that's
if you're being
the first thing I heard.
sarcastic.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. They don't count that. You know
Okay.
that.
Yeah, they don't care about
I hear
sarcasm.
And
Let's bitch about it for 5 more minutes, though.
Well, let's just move past it.
Okay, we are.
yeah, I got a topic. Y'all can call me stupid all you want, but I have the sun 45 degrees in my sky and the moon 45 degrees in my sky. The moon is a half moon. Now explain to me why it wouldn't be a full moon and why it's a half moon in your own words.
Because it's directly in opposition of it with respect to you. 90-degree angle exactly.
Yeah, not 180.
See? And you can see the sun too. And the sun will be 89. If you could see it earlier in the day, which you probably could have this morning, you would have saw that the sun and the moon, both visible, would have a 89.6 degree variation.
Why do you think physical models show this? I mean, it's not something complicated. All you have to do is get yourself
It's not that hard to
a flashlight and a camera, and you can do this. I mean, this isn't rocket science, man.
You know, the funny thing is, Mayock, is when they look at the moon, they see it setting, they see the sun setting, and they think, "Oh, it's below the Earth now. How could it be? Should be shining up to the?" Because they cannot understand the vast distances. If it was just like 1,000, 10,000 miles away, they'd be absolutely right because it's millions and millions of miles. The angles become so very small that they can't grasp the fact that this angle is achievable.
So that's where I was trying to get to. It's only due to the distance, right?
No, distance and relative position.
Correct.
Well, the position is I'm right, like I'm in between them. One's in front of me, one's in back of me. They're both about 45 degrees to me. But it's just because of the distance of the sun to the angle of the moon, right?
What's 45 degrees from you? The moon and the sun?
Yeah.
No.
Well, that's not. You're in between them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
First of all, you're not measuring a 45 degree angle between the two. By the way.
Well,
if you see a half lit moon and you see them both in the sky at the same time, that's not a 45 degree angle.
All right, let me.
If it is.
Okay, the sun
is. First to admit I'm wrong.
The sun is higher, so it is the sun is higher in my sky and it's further away. That's what's causing that angle, right? That shadow.
Check this out real quick for you.
Yeah, the sun's probably more like
you're only 2 hours. You're 2 hours ahead, 3 hours. I think you're 2 hours ahead, right?
It's 2:40 here. The sun is definitely higher than the moon.
I thought you were in the same time zone as us.
I'm in. Well, they play wacky with the time zones here now. Some states don't do the change anymore.
I hope New York doesn't. Then Ontario might not.
No, I don't think New York. I think New York still observes it, but like Florida and maybe a couple other states.
Florida does it
Anyway,
now?
I don't
we're
think so.
earlier here. So I should see back in time. We're bending warp space time. I should see it from here, right?
Yeah, I love how y'all jump on it. All they gotta do is get on. I know the model. I'm just trying
Which
to like.
direction? Hey, Becky, which direction is the moon? Is it to the are you facing the sun?
No, I'm facing the moon.
Well, just face the sun, and is the moon to your right or your left? Is it east or west?
My battery's fixing to go out.
Is your moon east or west?
It's more towards the east. I would say southeast.
The moon is southeast.
Yeah.
So it's rising.
Yeah.
It's rising, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see that the sun for me is right up ahead. So probably the sun for you is probably at maybe a little 20 degrees to the west, right, from you?
I would say it's west northwest, about 60 degrees in my sky.
60 degrees from right now?
Yeah.
Okay. And the moon, if you look at the moon probably should be about, it's not quite half. It was half last night. So it should be to the left, to the east, about 90 degrees. It could be a little less than that because it's not a half moon anymore. It's probably a little less than a half moon.
Yeah, it looks like a half moon.
Okay. Well, the closer it is to a half moon, the closer you will have it be near a 90-degree angle between you, the sun, and the moon.
Yeah, and what I'm asking is because the sun is higher in the sky and it's further distance, that angle creates that lighting of the top portion of the moon, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's directly in opposition to the moon. That's why you're only seeing half of it illuminated. It's so far away that it's doing that. And that's why the angle from you to the moon as an observer is about 90 degrees.
90 degrees?
Yeah,
I'm
your
missing
feet.
that.
Yeah. If it's half illuminated, it's about 90 degrees. It's a quarter moon, in other words. Quarter meaning you see a half of the moon.
Quarter meaning you see half the moon. Okay.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, it's really, truly, you see half of it, but what it really is a quarter of it.
Okay, can we finalize this? Because of the angle that I'm viewing and the distance to the sun and moon from me is what's causing the half moon.
Yeah, your perspective being 90 degrees in opposition to the sun and moon is the reason you're seeing half of it illuminated.
But everyone's seeing a half a moon, right?
Yeah. Everyone should see a half moon.
Even people thousands and thousands that have a different angle to the moon right now.
Yeah. I can see the same half moon you're seeing.
Yeah, because those thousands of miles are insignificant to the, 240,000 kilometers.
I agree, but it's more of the sun's angle, right, to the moon than the viewer angles, right?
It's both. It's the relationship of all three.
Well,
where you see the moon, or where the Earth sees the moon, more accurately.
You just said my angle doesn't make a big difference.
Not
Anyway,
for
I
the shadow on the moon.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for your time.
You can call your angle the same as the Earth's angle, right?
Put a big ball at the end of a football field. Shine a flashlight on it. Move 10 feet to the left and right. Does it look like more and less of that basketball is being illuminated? Or that ball that's being illuminated changes? I just don't get how people don't, like, with you, Ricky, I don't understand why you aren't out there physically modeling something to try and understand this. And if it's not jiving to you, get a ball, get a flashlight, and start experimenting. The further away, the better.
I'm not accusing anybody here except for my dad. My dad suffers from dyscalculia, where he looks at something and he reverses it in his head. Some people can't visualize properly in their head, right?
Right, and that's why you model it.
The surprising part about my dad is that he's an artist.
Oh, wow.
Well, amateur artist, but he's a painter, so it's weird that he can
replicate something.
Well,
Yeah, he can replicate something from a picture. Yeah, he reverses it. So if he has to cut the the outlet on the right hand side, he'll draw it on the left hand side. And my mom, who's not an artist at all or handy at all, has to correct him.
Oh, you should see me with a miter box. Hey, let me just cut these two angles. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck.
That's you just need a miter saw. Spend $1,000.
Well, yeah, but you still got to flip the wood the right direction to get those angles all match.
Yeah, I hear you.
I could with a miter saw, I could just do it quicker.
Maybe it's a good thing my dad never framed his paintings. He had a cousin that did that.
My frame keeps getting smaller.
But that's what's weird too. He can sculpt in wood too, and make things. It's weird.
I like you mentioned artistry. I've always been fascinated by many things, but the ability of the maps pre-1900s. Yes, we probably started printing in the 1600s or before then, but the ability to get that, the cartography and the maps and stuff like that. I mean, pretty high tech for what we think of how clever they were back then or whatever, or their abilities. I just thought it was pretty. Just thought I'd say sorry.
I think one of the things that's funny is like I have this problem with transposing things in my head and stuff, and so when I get pushed on some topics, I end up modeling them because you know what, I really don't know why that happens. I did that with Jeremy. You remember when I showed you how the toothpicks sticking out of the globe are all vertical, even though they're going around the surface of the Earth. When you look directly in line with them, you can see that they're vertical. Everything is vertical.
The spherical triangle thing?
Yeah. As soon as you look at it from that standpoint, oh, okay, yeah, I get it now.
Moyak, you got a mean echo going.
Well, don't talk when I'm talking.
That's not how it works. You know that's impossible.
I'll see what I guess like my noise suppression might be off. Yeah, probably this will fix it.
Speakers are up too high.
Yeah, but this should fix it. I like to be able to hear who I'm talking to. Here, talk over me right now. Come on, keep talking. I want to hear the echo.
What are you doing? Check, 1, 2. I think it fixed it.
Yes.
Your mic still sucks.
Well, yeah, it's a fucking PC mic.
Well, you're in the tech industry. Well, how do you not have good tech stuff? You're responsible for people even being able to do this.
I invest in the equipment I need.
Yeah, and you need a good mic, bro. You're on here 8 hours a day at least.
Yeah. But I don't need it.
Bro, you bought a boat that is a money pit. What are you talking about?
That's where I wanted to spend my money.
So buy a $40 pair of earbuds or something.
Right now, they're dead.
You just use one bro. Use one earbud at a time. They should last 24 hours. They all have like 30-hour lifespan.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah.
These Samsung ones are probably about 8 hours. So 16 in total.
16 hours?
Yeah.
That's all fucking day. Use one at a time, man.
How am I supposed to hear in the ear that's dead?
Oh, you got a dead ear?
Not
Let
completely
me
dead,
just
but it's more difficult to hear in that one.
You old fart.
Too much tannerite.
wait till you get to 50, Jeremy.
I'm
Your
almost
body
there.
falls apart. You're 43.
Moyak's 50. Moyak wishes he was 50. He's like 63 or something.
I bet he's under 60.
56.
Bro, you look like Colonel Sanders' dad.
And?
Hey, he was born in 56. There you go. He just told you.
No, I'm a 1966 model.
I'm a 75.
75 is when American cars went to shit, so I'm going to say...
I'm not going to argue that.
That's when planned obsolescence became the rule of the world was 1972.
No, they
remember the
started it way
Chevrolet
before that.
And it went away in about 2000.
Dude, they were doing planned obsolescence way before that, bro.
Right, but it's gone in 2000. You know, cars now last for forever.
My 93 Buick had 400,000 kilometers on it.
Wow, that's impressive.
It was a Buick LeSabre. It was a nice boat of a car.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, like my 71 Firebird was a complete rust bucket by the time I got it. And I fabricated all the panels and stuff. Then I crashed it right after I got all the body work done on it.
That sucks.
I like that LeSabre.
At least it was before I painted it.
Do you remember the Vega, Chevy Vega Moyak? Only lasted a few years.
Yeah.
My parents had one. And I think it was about 4 years old. I think it was their first new car ever. And the last new car for a long time. But yeah, it lasted about 4 years. The engine blew up.
Yeah, when I look at cars and when I was buying cars as a kid, 70,000 miles was a rust bucket, piece of shit, worn out, leaking crap bucket.
That's like 115,000 kilometers. That's not a lot.
And now we're talking, 250,000 miles is like the starting point for most cars for having problems.
My car is only a year and a half old. I'm at 45,979 kilometers.
It's like, damn.
Yeah, I'm 213,000 miles on mine right now. My Honda.
This would be 30,000. It's less than 2 years old.
And if you want to get much better than that, you got to go to the diesels. The diesels have a hell of a lifetime.
Can we just take a minute to appreciate the 1973 gas crisis that allowed for more importation of the superior Japanese engineered automobiles?
Yeah, I think that
Were
they
they
were
superior back then?
instrumental. Although in 1973, those Japanese cars were shit.
Yes.
It really wasn't until like the 80s that they came to shine.
Same when Hyundai came to the Americas, right? They brought in the shit pony because it was cheap, and then they made the cars better for when those people got rid of their ponies to buy whatever, Elantra or Sonata.
What was that? What was that production? Car production movie with Billy Crystal in it?
Tucker?
No. Well, say who was the star?
I think it was Billy Crystal or
It was a comedy about them a Japanese plant taking over in America.
yeah, and he was like, the Japanese, they're shorter, so their eyes are closer to the. Oh my god, that was so funny. But yeah, then they had to have they raced to make enough cars at the last minute or whatever.
Right, the last car has no engine in it and stuff like that.
They pushed it, they just rolled it out. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That
And
was
Gung-
Mr. Mom.
No.
What's his
remember-
name? Michael Keaton.
Michael Keaton. Yeah, it wasn't Billy Crystal. It was Michael Keaton. And it was Batman. And like the movie could have been called Gung Ho, but I think that was just a slogan in the movie. I never remember.
When I think Batman, I think Michael Keaton.
Damn straight.
Now, when I think Batman and they brought Michael Keaton in, I'm like, no, he's a comedian.
I know. Hey, he is
when
awkward.
I think Batman, I think Adam West.
That is really my Batman.
That's Batman. It is funny to see goofy guys like be the Batman because they're so far from the actual people in real life are not Bruce Wayne people. You know, it's just so funny to see that.
I thought Batman was comedy. I mean, I never read the comics, so I never knew how dark it was. So it was like when they started coming out with these movies, I was like, "Are you fucking high? I mean, that's not what Batman's about."
Michael Keaton, I think, was the best Bruce Wayne, maybe, but I think what's his name is a better Batman.
No, he was the worst, man. I think.
What? Yeah, but you think the Earth is flat, so I'm right.
I mean, no, I don't. No, I don't think. I don't think anything. No. Yeah, he probably Beetlejuice was probably the only movie that I thought suited him, but everything else was like, yeah, I'm looking at Maniac.
Did you see him in the new Spider-Man as the bad guy? He was awesome.
You don't know. I haven't yet. Yeah, I think there's so many fucking versions of Spider-Man. I lost track. But he done a movie called Birdman, and I think that was quite.
That
whack
was
as
good.
Well.
That was good.
I think if you get Michael Keaton, then you get him. You know what I mean?
I think he's good in everything.
Michael Keaton was good in the other guys. It had The Rock in it, Samuel Jackson, Mark Wahlberg. He was great. Michael Keaton was great in that movie.
Yeah, Bed Bath and Beyond, best manager ever.
Pacific Heights.
I know I've seen the Spider-Mans, and I can't recall. I've seen all these new ones, the multiverse and the three. I've seen them, and I don't remember them. But dude, you called it with Beetlejuice. He was straight like, God, so real.
He was the guy that had the owl costume.
Oh.
He was what's her name's dad, the girlfriend.
Okay.
But he's very old now, right? So
yeah, I guess I should have recognized that.
The Other Guys is an underrated movie, by the way, Jeremy.
Jeremy put me on game. I've got to see The Other Guys. I don't think I ever watched that.
Most underrated? What's his most underrated movie?
Well, I'm just saying in general, The Other Guys is very underrated.
No, that movie
was great.
That movie was great.
Yeah. Everybody was great in it.
Will Ferrell's hilarious. The whole thing. Even The Rock and Samuel Jackson at the beginning of part.
The part where he talks about, I'm a shark and you're a seal. Or what does he say? I'm a shark and you're.
He was like, I'm a lion and you're a shark. He's like, I would figure out how to breathe on land and come hunt you and your lion family down.
Not for a long time, just an hour. That's enough. Yeah, it was good.
Batman Forever, I thought was like the most entertaining because they had all that, Jim Carrey, Tommy Lee Jones, Val Kilmer being Batman.
I hated that one. That was the worst.
Yeah, but I thought the animation behind it was probably to me the most memorable. But I was late 70s, early 80s born, so yeah. The Christian Bale,
Star power.
Was that?
I think he was. I think he was great in Mr. Mom, and I just wanted to let you Globers know that, you know, just because you use the globe model as your whoopee, one day you'll grow up and you'll leave it behind. It's okay.
38, 39, whatever it takes.
But you got to get that map sorted, man. You know what I mean?
What map?
Talk.
Maps aren't reality.
I know, but there must be something that everybody can agree on, like a limitation of 60 degrees, fucking, I don't know, 30 degrees north, you know, that's 60 degrees from the North Pole, and everyone agrees, they check out. It's the starting point.
So what did you think of those videos?
Can we all
yesterday?
agree? Can we all agree that we should have unfettered access to the North Pole to see exactly where we might establish this perfect zenith to Polaris, and as
What's
well as
stopping you from going there?
the southern sides? I
Who
think we
says
should.
anything's stopping you from going to the North Pole?
Yeah, right. There's nothing stopping us. That's right. I forgot.
Well, what do you think is stopping?
You say it in credulity, but you know, what makes you think that we are being stopped? You were seething with disdain in that statement, but you didn't provide any evidence.
I think it'd be incredibly boring to go to the North Pole because it would just be cold.
Yeah, I'll try to plan a trip.
You can get within 10 degrees of it easily by boat. Just go ahead and take a peek. You'll see that the star is 10 degrees off.
I think you can get pretty damn close just in Canada, but I wouldn't go there.
And if you get 5 degrees from it, it'll be 5 degrees up. But then suddenly, somehow, when we go to get there, it's going to move 50 degrees within that last 5 degrees.
That would possibly mean that the contour that you're on is not what you think, and therefore causing that.
Well, I think the fact that were you the one I was discussing yesterday with the Tonga volcano? I gave you the video to look at.
No, I think that might be Moyoc, possibly.
No, Moyak is me. I was wondering if I was talking with you about that.
No, not me. No, it wasn't me.
I can't remember who it was.
It was around 40. It was around 5 o'clock my time, Moyoc, right? Or is it 4 right now for you? Yeah, it was about 23 hours ago.
Yeah, but
now, whoever it was, that gentleman was saying that. Oh yeah, if that's all true, that's very interesting. I was just wondering if he does anybody know who that was?
No, I mean, I did. It wasn't me. I did respond in the chat and say, yeah, it was really interesting because if you had something that everybody had in the middle, but I guess how many people to see the volcano from how far? I guess it's a local area landmark, but it's not really going to do any more than that. Possibly. Then again, you've got smoke and you've got other things, but yeah, kind
Well,
of.
no, this had nothing to do with visibility. This was this that only went up like 93,000 feet or something like that. The fact that it went around the world is the thing that's key there. It tells us it verifies the distances to all continents and their relative positions. It actually measured the Earth in every dimension.
And you can model that shockwave on a globe, or you can model that shockwave on a flat Earth map. And the only flat Earth map it's going to work nicely on is one centered on Tonga.
There's another video of this, which is shows the shockwave at the timestamp I have, the shockwave going across America and across Japan. Just very nice how it shows the. You can see the shape of the shockwave and direction of travel beautifully because there's so many sensors. And each one of those arrival times could be predicted within a couple of minutes. I think this is one of the best proofs of a globe going.
Yeah, that and seismic waves and well, the map.
I do too. I think that's a great proof of the globe. A couple minutes off. How fast are those things traveling?
I forget the exact speed. It was it's like 630-ish miles an hour.
Oh, that
Isn't that
seems
speed of
slow.
sound?
I would have thought it was faster than that, but I don't really know.
And
I was just
you got to remember
follow.
that the speed of sound is going to be in the entire atmosphere, so there's going to be like a 30 or 40 mile an hour difference between the top of the shock wave and the bottom of the shock wave. So it spreads out. The sound wave sort of falls over and gets wider.
Yeah, what's speed of sound? 770 at sea level, or 720?
Yeah, I think so.
No, 770.
I think so. I mean, the way I determined the speed of sound was I took one known location, like in California, and it's sort of like the average as it travels through the atmosphere over a couple of thousand miles, and then I use that number for the rest of it.
But as long as you just say that what's equidistant, right? These places are all going to get hit at the same time.
Yeah.
They do.
How does sound travel over land? Like, what are you saying? It came from. How are you saying that's proof of globe again? Distances, like time.
Well, yeah,
through the atmosphere.
Basically, we have arguments all the time about how we can't use airplanes because there might be a jet stream involved, or we can't use ground waves. Well, I don't remember why, but we can't use shipping waves because there might be a current somewhere, or a wind, or a wave.
Right.
So the thing about this is nice. The atmosphere is pretty uniform to sound. So the jet stream is kind of irrelevant. So any measurement that I get out of that is going to eliminate those arguments.
Right, and if it's just a minute off, that's only like 600 miles or something.
No, that would be like 6 miles, right?
I thought you said it was going 600 miles an hour.
Right, you just said it'd be off by 600 miles if it was off by a minute.
Oh yeah. 600 divided by 60 would just be 10 miles.
Yeah, right. And I said within a few minutes, so it could be up to 10 miles. So I mean, 60 miles is really a flea fart when we're talking about a global scale.
Yeah, and then, I mean, it's really just a less than a flea fart distance. Like 10 miles is over a flat plane or a curved earth.
Every 10 miles, the plane has to.
Go ahead.
Every 10 miles, the plane has to adjust for 66 feet of curvature.
All right, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Right, but see, what I am talking about is I got cut off by him. 66 feet difference traveling isn't that much, like in an arc. Like, you know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, I was actually getting a video.
You're arcing down continually as you travel the globe, continually arcing down.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the distance of the tangent line versus like the surface. Wouldn't be that much over 10 miles on a globe versus a flat plane. It's minuscule. How did he put it? A flea fart or something like that?
Yeah.
It'd be 66 feet.
So tell me how this proves a globe again.
Because it tells you the distances relative to Tonga of all places on Earth around great circle routes.
Oh.
So it tells you the relative position of all continents, their distances from each other. When you compare that to a globe, a sphere, you get within, I would say within 60 miles of arrival time of the first and second shock wave.
Which are how far apart?
Depends. It's a 24,901 mile great circle route, roughly. And it will, if you're near Tonga, the first instant it's going to hit you quickly. If you're 500 miles away, it's going to hit you in like the first hour. If it's then you got to wait for the second incident. The second shockwave will hit you in 30 hours.
If lightning, just a quick one. If lightning, if we hear the lightning 1 mile for every second delay, then could you maybe use the same on the ground and say that something 600 miles away if it takes you 600 seconds to hear it? Possibly.
Yeah.
Essentially, yes.
But that part is not true, though.
Why wouldn't that hold true?
Well, are you okay? If you're saying if, yes. I'm just saying the if is not true.
Well, we know
It's
how
not 1
far.
mile per second.
Rakia, this I don't know if you've looked at this video,
But
this video here, look at the results that this guy went through. And he went through and he looked at all the different reported shockwave times, probably like 50 different points on the Earth.
Yep.
Randomly selected on different continents. And
yeah, I get it.
It works.
Can you? I'm driving though. Can you? I don't know if you want to DM it to me, but I am driving. I can't.
I'll DM it to you.
Yeah, do that. I'm interested in it. I like that. I think we need to figure out how to create a tangent line, like over long distance, don't you? Or a cord. I mean, even a cord. I mean, I think the cord line would actually be. I'd like the floating line because we could figure out when the breaking point was and measure that and go right up to it. And if you could pull taut enough before some type of cord breaks that floats on top of water, but when you pull it, it should go underwater. I think that would be a pretty cool test.
I think Jeremy had that idea about a year ago.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
and Whitesworth.
Yeah, I'm saying what. I mean, I think we should come up with something like that. I think that would be I think it would be unbelievably fun to show, like, from point A to point B, floating line, once you pull it taut, goes underneath the water by a predicted amount of the mile.
I think it would be a ridiculous waste of money.
Well,
yeah, who cares? I got money to buy. I mean, I think rolling the dice for $1,000 a pop this weekend was a ridiculous waste of money. I really do.
What we decided.
What did you do?
I had a lot of fun with a bunch of guys rolling dice.
I can see where you could get an entertainment out of pulling the fishing line. I've been tempted by that one.
Yeah, in
although
the water.
I think that every time I think about it and I try and put it into practical terms, it falls apart on me. It's like, I'm going to get out there and I'm going to break the fishing line every time.
Why would it have to be fishing line? Why couldn't it be like cable? And you hook
cable. If it's basically fishing line is probably the ideal. If you go to cable, you're going to have something that has sag. Even if you put it in water, it's going to have sag. If you put floats on it, then your floats are subject to possibly being incorrectly put together. So you'll have people arguing with you.
Basically, what we decided.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, if you put floats that's barely holding up something that's strong enough to pull taut, then once you pull it taut and it doesn't break, those floats are going to go underwater. You ever fish before?
No. I mean, basically, yes and no. If it has any flotation,
no, definitely yes.
Let's say it has like a 1 pound of flotation in the middle. To get that sag out of it, to pull it down into the water, will take thousands of pounds of force.
No problem. No problem.
It's just not practical. That's what we came up with.
Oh, I got snatch blocks, winches that pull tens and tens of thousands of pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you use gear reduction, you can double your force with each pulley. Therefore, pulling the line as taut as needed.
Yeah. I got.
Right, so how many? Let's say you design your system perfectly. Your buoyancy. How much buoyancy does this have? It's sitting on the surface of the water. How much buoyancy does it have? Is it 10 pounds? 20
you have a
pounds?
problem with tensile strength as well of what you're using. So,
right. But what do you think your flotation coefficient is going to be? I'm making that word up.
Yeah, if you found silk string, that might be the best. But even so, it's still.
I think you are missing my point. If you're able to pull something taut enough where it becomes tight, like as close to straight as possible without breaking, and that cord line is supposed to be 20 feet underwater, if you put a buoyant force on it like a balloon or a float, and it pulls it underwater, then you have yourself curved water. Very simple.
What's your strongest test fishing line, Rakia?
I'm sorry, my strongest what?
Test fishing line.
Yeah, I don't know if
highest test.
I mean, they go up really high. I mean, but I don't think that would be. I kind of like the floating fishing line, and then once you pull it tight, if you know, it's.
No,
I mean, we have 1,000-pound test. I don't know what you're asking.
How long would it need to be?
Robot or I am.
He is.
No,
How long?
Most
what's the
fishing line
range?
float until you put a sinker
Why
on
are
it?
you guys freaking out so much? I mean, this
No,
is a great
probably.
idea. You guys are just trying to come up with roadblocks.
Doesn't most fishing line float?
No,
Rakia?
bro, it doesn't.
Who's freaking out? I'm asking him what he's got.
No, most
you guys
of it
got
doesn't
roadblocks. You guys are creating roadblocks for them.
No, actually trying to get him to prepare for the roadblocks.
No, I don't.
Yes,
I like the criticism, but I like using something with higher strength, just making it float on, just making it lift up, like hold it at the top of the water with balloons or with floats or whatever. And then once you pull it tight, it's supposed to go down 10 feet. It's going to pull those balloons down. If those balloons go underwater, then
But
you
I'm
got
saying
yourself. Hang on, I was almost done. If it pulls those balloons or floats down, then you got yourself a curved surface.
Right, but that balloon, I'm assuming you're going to have a little bit of buoyancy on the side of keeping it up. So let's say that a balloon can hold 7 pounds. It supports 7 pounds at least. God, probably more than that, but 7 pounds. Now I've got a 7-pound thing. We can go and look at a sag calculator and see how much sag I'll get with a 7-pound cable, which is effectively becomes a 7-pound cable at that point. Now you're going to have to put that, just to pull that one balloon under is a really large number. And I don't think you're only going to be 7 pounds buoyant.
And
you're going to be 100 pounds buoyant.
You're going to want to do it in a lake so you don't have current. You're going to want to do it when it's calm so you don't have waves.
Yeah, I got all that.
You're going to want to have a diver or swimmer in the middle.
Check.
You can do it. Yeah, and you already have the line. So I think you could do it now and at least try. See
I see what you're saying. Just try it with fishing line and see how it works. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Like, and if it doesn't work, try something else. But why go to the more expensive thing? You probably have it already.
I got you. Yeah, no, I'm interested. I like it. I've always liked that floating fishing line deal. But I'm just wondering, I don't know those pulling strength. Like, how much, if you pull it from both sides, you'd have to have a measuring tool, which we do. We set drag,
I did the numbers.
Just one of those fish scales.
My question is, like, if they can send a man to the moon, why can't they just physically measure the Earth curve?
Or measure the centimeter drift of the moon each year. Why can't we create a tangent over 1 mile?
Yeah, like why can't they set up? Why can't they set up like a area where you can go to where it's like, oh look, here's the tangent. Oh look, here's the water. Oh look, see they're different. There's a curve.
Each shoreline is 10 feet lower.
Yeah, like, dude, it would cost a fraction of the billions that they get to NASA every year for them.
I'm opening up.
We're not trying to prove to you the Earth is a globe.
No, but that would be a hell of a
places.
Yeah, calm down.
They do have places where they
here's
teach
the thing.
you
Here's the thing, Moyak,
called
man.
schools.
Here's the thing,
Calm
Moyak,
down,
man.
guys.
Wait, hold up.
Done this, guys. They already hold on. They already did it. They already did it. Slack already shows it did non-parallel plumb lines. There's your answer. Horizon drop at 35,000 feet. There's your answer.
Horizon drop is optical. You're looking through.
It's not optical. No.
Yeah.
We already know. Okay.
Non-parallel
Let me know when you're ready. Me done. I'll
reciprocally
respond.
Okay, hold up. I want to respond to what that guy said about how NASA doesn't have to prove to us anything. Here's the thing, though.
Okay, wait, FED, one
They said,
second, though.
Zanuck, what the fuck? You always get angry at people for
Because
interrupting.
we were talking about.
Let me speak my goddamn
He
piece,
said optical. Let me respond to his optical comment.
No, let me respond. I was supposed to respond before
You were going
were
to talk.
gonna
You're talking
respond,
about something
motherfucker.
different.
I'd be done.
Oh my
by now,
God,
you
Zanuck.
dumb
brought it up.
I'd be done. What
Zanuck,
I was saying
you
earlier.
cut in and change the
What
topic.
I was saying earlier to Moyak, man. Hold up. I think that's the guy who claimed it.
Yeah.
That they don't have to prove to us the curvature of the Earth or anything. I guess you're right. But it's like they spend millions and millions of dollars sending cameras up into space so they can prove to us space is real and give us space propaganda, but they can't just give us a physical measure. It doesn't make any
They don't
sense.
do that for you. They
I
don't
want
do
to
that
do
for
it as
you.
a
weather
business.
analysis. They do that for temperature analysis. They do that for lots of reasons. None of
That
it has
picture of the
anything to do with you.
I
That
want to
picture
do it
of
as a tourist attraction.
the picture of that the picture of that volcano blowing up from satellite. Is that CGI? What is that? Is that not real?
How about they give us a continuous feed from
Hello?
liftoff
Yeah.
into space? Just give us a continuous feed.
Subject
from
change.
liftoff
Can we
into
go back to the topic we were on?
Yes, my bad.
Real
I just
quick,
thought it was a
All of a
weak
sudden, we
argument
ended
that you
up in
couldn't do it
space.
for us.
We
Okay,
were
but real
on
quick,
lake.
I wanted.
Oh yeah,
Real quick,
Zanuck, real quick, get your one
Well,
more
no, because I was supposed
propaganda.
to go after him. It'll be fast. I promise, Rakia. Thanks. Real quick. So, as far as the refraction or optically we see, yeah, we know the refraction of air is 1.000 and then some numbers. So it's a very versatile. That you can't take that number. If you agree on that number, we know that the refraction cannot account for a 3-degree drop at the horizon. Thank you very much for playing.
Awesome, man. That's great. That's a great glow proof. Yeah, that's stupid. But can we go back to the physical?
0.00023 is
Yeah.
standard temperature
Yeah.
and pressure. It's obviously subject to change.
But that plus the angle will give you your refraction, and that is going to can never be 3 degrees, no matter how you stack the numbers, what conditions you put in place. Unless you make it out of a solid, it's not going to make it 3 degrees. Thank you very much for playing.
Okay, can we go back to the test? Because I want to do this as a business. I'm thinking billboards, earth curve proven, sea curved water, exit now.
Hey,
Right?
Rakia, do you have any colored fishing line? I know it's usually a negative, but the fly fishing line is orange or green, right?
Oh yeah, I have a multicolored.
So is it easy to see underwater a foot or so?
Yeah, that's why they make it colored, because in different colored water you see it better.
So is it fairly high test you have?
I'd have to see. I mean, I know I have 100, 500, maybe 1,000-pound test for leader line.
And so when we used to do chaining and surveying, this was just in college. We didn't have a lot of money, right? The college didn't. We paid them. We used basically tension meters, but they were fish scales, right? The spring with a hook on it.
Yeah, we use
probably
those
got
at drag. Uh-huh.
Well, they're yeah. Okay, you got the exact thing.
Yeah.
So you would at least know. You would divide that by 2, I think. Right? Am I right that if you're pulling with 70 on one end?
Yeah. So you're only actually.
Or would you add them?
You would multiply it, right?
Yeah, you'd add them.
I don't know. That's a question for other people, but we can all figure that out.
No. Sorry, it'd be the same. If you're pulling from 70 on one end, the other end's going to be 70 as well, and it is 70 pounds.
So if we put 2 scales on each end, if you pull 70 on one end, it's going to read 70 on the other.
It should be equal. If they're not going to be accurate, right? But they'll be close.
Right. But okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right.
And
so
then,
we're there.
And then at least you'll know when it snaps.
We would know if it snaps at 100, only go to 90 next time. But by then we should know, we could figure out what distance and what tensile strength and what sag and all that, how much pressure we should pull onto that, and that at this pressure it should start going under if the middle is curved, right? If the water,
I did this a curve or a sag calculator about a year ago. And I looked at it and I said, assuming that the line was within 1,000th of its weight when it's buoyant in water, you could do the test over like 3 miles, but it had to be within 1,000th.
Do you
Otherwise, the
understand?
numbers started getting real sketchy.
That's why I'm trying to go to a heavier, more strong, like cable, or at least a
Right.
braided line and
That-
hook floats to it, because the floats are not going to bust, right? They're going to pull down. You can pull a cork, let's say, or a floater. You can pull it underwater and it's not going to disintegrate. So if you put line floating on the water using corks, and then you pull it tight, and because you can pull it as tight as you want because you're using really strong material that would normally sink, but when you pull it tight, it's going to go underwater because the midpoint is higher than each shoreline. Then that
I would just use
line is going
one,
to go
maybe.
underwater.
Yeah, you could do that.
Just use one in the middle and one of those skinny.
Oh,
I
wait, I
guess you
got-
say they're cork.
Yeah, cork buoy, a float, something
But not
that's not
those
going to
Why
big
can't
bust.
you use this? Why do you need? Why can't you use light line? Because you're worried about the tension enough to make it
Well,
come down
yeah,
would
it's
make
going
it
to break
break.
before, and all that. But anyway, yeah, Zanik, you agree that would work?
You have the same
Yeah, it's in
problem.
concept.
You have the same problem with this cable that you're talking about. If I use fucking 3/4 inch 5-strand,
Exactly.
and I get it buoyant enough to sit on the surface, I got to apply enough force to pull that buoyancy underwater.
Yeah.
And that is going to take a lot of force and more than you think.
You're only pulling down the force of the buoyant cork.
Yes.
So you think that's a lot? That's going to break a cable?
Yes, you'd probably be able to float a ship over 2 or 3 miles.
Oh, I get what you're saying. The heavier the cable is, the bigger the buoy would have to be. So the more the force would have to be
Exactly.
applied
That's
to
why I
pull
use
it
that.
down.
The best is some kind of thick, buoyant fishing line, and I guess some minor pulling, minor tension that is able to at least show you that direction is downward, not upward, out of the water. But that might not even be good enough for you.
I wonder if there's such a
that
thing as
downward.
silk-
If it goes
as a silk-
underwater, in the middle, then we got something there.
Yeah, that's
Even if it
that's
doesn't,
what happened
even
in
if it's
theory.
if it's predicted like on Lake Pontchartrain to go 90 feet below
But
the
think about the
midpoint of the
tension.
water.
Right.
Yeah.
But like you said, the tension is going to be phenomenal because you think about over 2 miles, what is the buoyancy of that line? And you have to counteract that with the tension. So you have a buoyant force and you have your torsion tension, and that would be enough to where I think even just off the cuff, it's got to be a tremendous amount of force for all that line. How heavy? Well, actually, how much would it weigh for 2 miles of line?
That really depends on the line.
Like a real
Rex-
strong fishing line that floats. A fishing line that actually floats.
Well, floating, that's going to have a buoyant force. So, like, basically, you're going to have.
That's why I'm.
You're
That's
going
why
to
I'm,
have.
that's what I'm saying.
Let's say it's 50% buoyant. So you're going to have 20 pounds of force lifting up.
20 pounds of force. What do you mean? For what?
If let's say
The
it's
buoyant
40,
force
let's
is
say
20.
that the line weighs 40 pounds in total. You put it in water, it's only 50% buoyant. So there's going to be 50% of that line's weight is still got to be pulled underwater. And
Right.
that's
So then,
that's where you could do the math on it. I can't do the math. I'm trying to.
Yeah. So you're saying, So you're saying that if we need 40 pounds of force on that line, can that line support a 40-pound fish? Probably. And if it is, maybe
I was actually talking about 40 pounds of physical line for 2 miles.
Rakia, do you have access to?
I know. So I was taking that too.
Yeah, 2 miles of
fishing
line
line-
is going to weigh a lot.
Yeah, you can get easily 100 spider wire. You get 120 pounds. You can get 500-pound spider line.
But am I not right that silk is stronger than nylon? So if you can get a silk cord, a fine silk cord, I think you might have better luck. But try your fishing line first, and if it doesn't
let's do
work,
a small little local test.
They
Yeah,
do
yeah, that's
make
what I mean.
neutrally buoyant fishing line, but of course that's only neutrally buoyant in one condition. So that would be what we've always talked about.
That's why you have to dig a trench. You have to dig a trench, get the neutrally buoyant line, and fill it with water. Make the water inside of it match that 1/10,000th of density that Moyak was talking about earlier.
Moyak, if you send up a truck to Canada, I could probably get you some 27 millimeter steel cable for cheap.
That's the problem, though, because it's going to be thousands and thousands of pounds.
Yeah, it's about 70,000 pounds.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can't.
I'll take it.
I don't think that one cable could lift.
I'll resell that shit.
No. It's not taking it. It's a good price on it. It's been sitting for 5 years.
Can I double my
Yeah,
money?
we have a place in the Delta. There's a few days of the year where it's just a mirror for 2 miles down this one slough, and you could do this right along the banks, all rocks, and there's no waves, very little boats. You can do this, and then get in the middle and see when you put tension on it with your radios. Okay, pull it tight and see if it drops down before it breaks.
Yeah,
I think this is
you
the
guys
SAG
remember when
calculator I
Kimo called
used.
the glass?
I think this is the SAG calculator I used. So you come up with your weight of your cable, either buoyant or whatever per foot. And actually, I should enter so you can see it. And this will kind of give you an idea of what you would expect, the forces to be to get that cable to fit your criteria.
I mean, just think about it. Over Lake Pontchartrain, from shore to shore, it would be 90 feet down in the middle would be the cord.
Yep, you're going to have to yank your buoy down 90 feet. Not going to happen.
Well, yeah, because it's only 16 feet deep.
Well,
Over
no, I mean,
1
it's not
mile.
going to go down below the surface. Period.
Over 1 mile, it's going to be, guess what? I mean, so over a 2 mile cable can be 8 inches. So all you're going to see is 8 inches drop if you could pull it tight before it broke.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think so too.
I bet you don't have 8 inches.
I bet you I do.
8 inches is a lot, man.
That is a lot.
It's a lot. I mean to tell you, it's a lot.
Yeah.
And let's say that your steel cable, has 1 ounce per foot of buoyancy. Is that a pretty good number to work with?
Oh, it would have not.
No, not even that.
No, I'm saying 1 ounce of buoyancy for your setup after you have it all rigged up and all your
But if it's
buoys.
already we're saying it's already neutrally buoyant. Oh, you're saying that's the buoyancy. It has 1 ounce.
I'm doing actual steel cable. If you want to do neutrally buoyant, let's see. Let's try.
Well, neutrally buoyant would be ideal because then it wouldn't take any force really to make it move. Just a little force would make it go down.
I got to find out the weight of the fishing line per foot. So
just go look at what the shipping costs are. eBay, fishing line, eBay. Like 50-pound test or something. Let's see what it says.
I think George already do this.
Yeah,
I do think it would be better though to do a shorter test than a longer one, like less than a kilometer.
Oh, I do too.
The problem, that's good for a test, but I think that
then you only got they can only get 2 inches of movement, and that's got to be at max, max tension. You're overcoming all of the buoyancy, and that's impossible because it never will overcome all the buoyancy. That's just it gets closer and closer to zero, but never reaches zero.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I found it. I think at 3 miles, I was able to get a reasonable result if I assumed that the cable was within 1,000th of its original weight, either positive or negative. That still gave me like an inch error, but it was big enough to still give a true indication. But it had to be within 1,000th of buoyancy, of neutrally buoyant.
I think if you use the steel cable, you're going to get sag, and it's always going to seem like a globe. And if you use the fishing line, I don't think you'll get it down enough. But it's worth it. I think the fishing line is still the better way to go.
We're talking about 2 inches. 2 inches over 1 mile.
The other thing I wasn't sure about neutrally buoyant line is as you put a tension on it, I don't know whether the density of the line changes.
Of course it does.
Well, it stretches and becomes thinner, so I'm not sure whether it actually changes.
That means it's more dense. That means it's more dense.
If it stretches?
Yeah. Has to.
Well, it's getting thinner.
Well, that's... Oh! Good point. I reacted, knee-jerk reaction on that.
I had that initial thought.
And I was like,
oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, you're right, Boyak. I have to think about that for a second.
Now, steel cable, you might be right.
Well, it's like the fishing line.
I've tried to put up a zip line before. And
it will certainly squeeze the core, right? And it'll get rid of some of the air, or some of the space between it and deform. You know what?
Might not
We
be.
do
Might not
tests
change.
all the
Might just
time. I
it's
wonder.
like cutting it, almost like cutting it in half lengthwise, so it just stays the same density. You're right. I think you're right.
I think it stays.
I should ask the
Everybody
nerds
came up
that
with
What I
I
do
work
know,
with.
what I do know is I was wrong. So whatever the answer is better than my answer, which I think was wrong.
Technically, you'd be increasing the
No.
volume. You'd be decreasing the density.
We didn't increase
Yes,
the
but
volume. We're
you're
just
also
trying to
making it
stretch it.
thinner. So
Yeah.
it's like toffee, right? You pull it, and it gets skinnier. So you're not decreasing the volume. You're just changing the shape.
Or you could decrease the volume, but it's
No, but
getting
if the
thinner.
act of
The density
stretching
doesn't
it out
change.
is also kind of like stretching out the material, then it would be
But tap is a good example. Let's say it floats, and you stretch it out. That same stretched out thinner piece, which has less volume, still floats because the density is the same. It hasn't changed the density.
Yeah, I don't think the density will change actually,
Unless you pull on it and it compacts. It compacts the material.
but even now, when I'm thinking about it, about a steel rope, even when it stretches, it is getting thinner. But I don't think it's actually compressing the inner core or anything. I think it's just deforming to fill in the small gaps that are there.
Well, if those small gaps have
it's
air,
compressing.
I wonder if I took a picture of that rope.
Getting longer also.
yeah, I defer that question. I have no pass. Pass. Next question.
You know,
That's a good
we
one,
do
though.
rope cuts, and they check it for breaks, but I think they just do sonic testing. But I'm not sure.
Y'all got to do better than this, man. I mean, this should be doable. We send people to them. We can figure
The
this one out.
problem again is you're saying it should be. We should be able to do a fishing line thing, and I'm not sure about all these answers. But the things that you should be considering when you're trying to set up a test like this. Does the fish monofilament under tension, does it change its density? I think the general consensus is no, but I don't know. When it's fully under tension and I get those electrostatic bonds of the fibers, at their maximum stretch, does it actually change the density?
You pull it tight enough and sparks start flying out or something. Maybe we need to hire some smart people, to figure all this out.
Oh, we got smart people here.
Well,
it's just going to take time.
If we only knew a guy that made millions of dollars on patents
And
throughout his
to
whole
not
life.
jinx it.
Yeah.
Who's that? Jeremy?
What if we were able to? Well, think of a rubber band. When you stretch a rubber band, does a rubber band become more dense when you stretch it out?
I think it stays the same.
I don't know what a molecular
energy,
level,
I know
if you
that.
measured it to the nth degree, whether it become more dense, I don't know.
Well, maybe you do something where we can stretch it out and weigh it.
250-pound test, 1.8 millimeters in diameter, 850 yards, weighs 5 pounds.
I can tell you one thing, Zanuck. If we were all in a room testing that with rubber bands, it would quickly turn into just shooting the rubber bands at each other. So we'd never find the answer.
I know, right? You never know.
That I can
pretty much guarantee.
Look at those weird clouds.
How are they lit up from underneath?
It's
That's odd.
It's a trick. It's a trick.
Is it because it's reflecting off the earth like those tabletop? What's that guy's Bob? The guy who died. Yeah. What's his name? Speaker.
No, it's because it's shining. It's shining on the local clouds. When the sun sets, the angle of it is very low.
Below.
And, yeah, it's low and it's very far away. Those clouds are local, so of course the light can shine on the top like that. From that angle.
That's the bottom.
They flew over. The sun flew over.
I meant
but the sun flew over those clouds at some point in the day, right?
Correct. And now it's at an angle that is so reduced and so far away. Those clouds are local.
Down.
Like the
Now it's below. So when something goes away for you, it not only goes down in your field of view, it goes below your field of view. It doesn't go to the center like most people think for perspective. It's a new perspective rule here.
No, I didn't say any of that. Or whatever you just said, I didn't.
Kind of did.
in any way.
Yeah, you did. You said,
The thing is, your field of view amplifies.
oh no, it's
So
not time for lemon. This is not lemon time.
field
Not
of
time for
view.
lemonade.
Why are you interrupting Lemon? Don't do that. Go
I
ahead.
really
Because you
regret
and I were
posting
talking.
that picture now.
Go ahead, Lemon. I don't know why you
I'm
interrupted.
just gonna have to mute you, Xanax. Just a second, then I'll let you respond. Your field of view also amplifies as it gets further away from you, Xanax, and that the height of the objects represented in the same field of view appears to lengthen and get bigger and bigger. And so what appeared level with you close to the observer may or may not be the same level or appear to be the same level as it gets away from you, since your field of view is amplified and appears to get bigger. While it gets bigger, objects within that same field of view get smaller. So to check what is actually level with everything amplifying like this, you're going to need a laser, Xanax. I'm going to unmute you.
Isn't a field of view measured in degrees?
Yeah, degrees are there as a metric, yes, but how much height is represented in the same degree? Close to you, that 2 degrees could represent 1 foot, but far away from you, that 2 degrees could represent a mile. And so to make sure what's level is actually level and not compressed and beyond resolvability, you're going to need a laser.
All right, I
Okay.
just ran the sag calculator on the 250-pound wire or fishing line. It will have just under its own weight. It will have 6 feet of sag. Now, if I
got another problem with my bad. Go ahead,
if I reduce the weight to 1,000, let's see what happens. That was 6 feet over 2,500 feet. So if I reduce that by 1,000, by putting what, 3 zeros in there?
Yeah, I was going to say, by the way, when you guys were talking
I
was going to say real quick, when you guys were talking about that, I was going to just say we should celebrate that momentous occasion because you guys were all getting along and like
Yeah,
passing ideas back and forth. It was very productive. I just wanted to say we should celebrate that.
Celebrate.
So that would be the sag, if it's 1/1000th of of the weight of the fishing line, it's
and then some
0.0061 feet.
And then some jackass posted that picture, right?
Now let's put this to the miles that we need. That's 1 mile.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you were only half a mile.
That's why you got to get a. Right. That's why you got to dig a trench. That's why you got to dig a trench. Get the neutral buoyant line. Get the density of the water to match the line. And if the density doesn't change when you pull the line, you should be good. Rumpus also said there's a way to actually. The Rumpus also said there's actually a way to check that if it is buoyant or not. You could check it at like the beginning of the line somehow.
Well, I mean, basically, to start with the neutrally buoyant, I would just float the line in the water. If it stays in the middle, it's
yeah. But I don't know. I don't know how big his lake is, but the temperature changes as you get closer to the middle of the lake in my small lake.
Yeah.
Well, that's heat. No,
you can't do this in a lake.
Jeremy is giving you a controlled environment.
You can't do this. You can't do this in a lake or in a pond or a canal or any. It ain't gonna work. It has to be super controlled environment. You need it all the same temperature. Even then, I think Bob one day was saying you're gonna have thermal currents coming up because the bottom of the water would be different temperature than the top or something. Like it needs to be super controlled.
Didn't you already come up with this idea, Jeremy, last year?
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, we kicked it around the office a lot. Yeah.
We argued it with Jeremy, yes, last year.
Didn't we rule it out that it could be done?
Sorry, Jeremy, what do you think is the most controlled, if not a lake, though? Did Jeremy cut out?
Jeremy said dig a trench and then control the
a lake is like the
of the water.
A lake is like the least controlled thing. You got fish swimming around. There's fucking turtles and shit in there. Birds are shitting. You want to do this in a lake? That's the worst fucking place you could do it at. Other than maybe the ocean might be worse.
Yeah, at 1 mile, I got using buoyancy within 1,000. That's 0.2 feet, 0.02.
Okay, I'll offer up my lake, Brachia, and then put a hook on the line. If we don't get the measurement, at least we'll get a pickerel.
You can't do this in a lake or a canal or any kind of like open body of water and shit. It ain't gonna work.
That's what I'm saying. Where would you do it?
You would do it in the most controlled place you could get. Ideally, you'd want to do it inside somewhere in a half open piece of PVC pipe or something. You know, at the worst, you'd want to do it in dig a trench outside, so you have this very small, controlled body of water that you plastic the bottom of it so the water stays in and no worms or any goofy shit can crawl out and start fucking with your line.
I think we're going to need
Get a
to
bunch of
fill.
slip and slides together, dig a trench.
I think we're going to need to fill up LIGO again with water and use that.
I think if you fill up LIGO with water, you don't even need the string.
Yeah. There you go, Racket. Maybe you could convince them.
You'll have several inches of water pooled up in the middle and none at the ends. And it's perfectly straight.
Well, instead of flooding the $1 billion science installation, you could probably just bring a water level in there. Keep all the water in the tube.
You could do that would require somebody to talk to them, and I keep on saying you need somebody who's got an in with a science organization to pitch that to them. I think if you or I walk up there, they're going to say, yeah, nah.
Just walk up to LIGO with a fire hose. Be like, hey, we're going to fill this thing up real quick.
I'd pay to see that. I think we just convince Reckless Ben that it's worth doing, and he'll get in all the shit for it.
Does anyone here remember John Bernard?
Yeah, he's yeah, and we know Johnny B. What's up?
He was over at Pseudoscience just a little bit ago. Dude, I haven't seen him for a while.
Is he drunk?
Lucky.
Yeah.
Is he ever sober?
I don't think so.
No.
No, what are you, nuts?
Stop it with that crazy talk.
He actually has no accent when he's sober.
Well, it's
The
sort of
guy's
like
really-
a Boston accent.
He's actually from Michigan.
Yeah. He's actually really good at piano and chess.
Is he, though?
Yeah, dude. I guess he fucking destroyed Sin Cleanser at chess, and Sin's like fucking unbeatable, dude.
Dude, Johnny B puts he puts the fucking computer chess on and just plays as the other person. He puts your moves in as his moves, and then puts his moves as the computer moves. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, what a sneaky bastard!
No, I don't know if he really does that. I was just joking.
Although he
He
was
might, right?
arguing over the classic setup of the chessboard, and he's like, "Oh, you can't set it up like that." It's like, no, that's the way you set it up, dude.
You can make yourself
also-
look filthy at chess by doing that, though.
Yeah, Sin
Just setting up a
actually
board.
mentioned that, but he's got a way to like perceive that happening somehow. Like, I don't know. I'm not the greatest chess guy, but
Somebody asked Johnny how many keys were on a piano, and he said 84. And then I believe, to correct himself, he said, you don't use the 3 other ones. I could be wrong about the second part, but he definitely was wrong about the number of keys on it.
Hey guys, sorry, just to interrupt real quick. Apparently, like, I don't know if people's accounts are getting hacked or what, but bunch of people's accounts are sending some link to a server called like Pepe's Emoji, like Bandsaw and Crypto, and I don't know if you guys have gotten those yet. Somebody looks like Cuddles just posted in the live stream text, so I don't know if there's any.
I keep getting those notifications right now.
I don't know. It seems like a bunch of people's accounts either got hacked or something's going on.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I keep getting.
I don't know if
Geo,
there's
I keep
any.
getting those over and over and over. I keep getting those from Bandsaw.
Yeah, right now.
I got it from Bandsaw and from Crypto.
It's in
Bandsaw said
Splatter.
he already said that he's
Brandon Splatter.
Yeah, Bandsaw said he's
one
changing,
at a time.
Woo! Bandsaw said he's changing his password on his account. I don't know if joining a Discord server like can risk your account just by joining it. Obviously, like those links that say like, "Oh, get free Discord Nitro." Those are definitely phishing links. But I don't know if there's any damage by just joining a server. But I just want to let everyone know, since it seems like I don't know if multiple people's accounts got hacked or there's some bot that's somehow doing this. I don't know, but
I just jumped in. Jojo, Cuddles the Pirate is spamming and Crypto is spamming everyone. Obviously not them spamming, but their accounts are DMing.
Bandsaw for sure.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you.
It's hitting in every single forum.
I messaged Crypto and he responded.
Yeah, Bandsaw responded too, so he has control of his account. But I mean, he said he's changing his password. I don't know if it's possible these bots can like get a hold of your account and then they post for you, even though you can still log into your account, but like they just have your passwords. You got to change your password.
For me, it's coming from Brandon's. It's saying Brandon's flying the server, and it's Bandsaw sharing this Discord server with everyone. But it's like over and over and over and over.
It's doing every channel basically in Brandon's. Every
Bandsaw just did it here too. Oh, and he just pinged everyone. That sucks. All right, I'm gonna pull his mod roll for a second until this is fixed.
Can you it's mean, but can you boot him and then just invite him? Does that help?
Boot him from the server?
Or take away his posting just until he fixes it? And he can DM you when he fixes it? Oh, it's already done. He's already got them all.
Well, I already pulled his mod roll.
Yeah, it's stopped.
Well, he's done. He got them all.
What are you talking about? What do you mean he's done? What does that mean?
Well, it is only in live stream text. It's gonna. But in Brandon's server, it's on. It's how many different messages? It's in general, gossip, Coriolis, sunsets, refraction, gas pressure. In yours, it looks like it's only in live. So maybe you got to him quick enough, or he did. It's only in live stream 2 text. Oh, and in Blue Marble's server as well.
Can I get an invite?
Yeah, just click on it.
Ricky is still here?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
I was just looking at your. I chose 7/8 inch cable with a breaking tensile strength of 66,000 pounds over 3 miles. That only has 330 feet of sag.
Yeah, I was
Over
gonna
3
say,
miles?
that's gonna be heavy as shit, man.
Yeah, your steel cable is going to be worse.
Yeah, I think so too. I pulled.
Nylon's going to be better. Go.
I tried to pull a zip line one time. Me and my kids did, and we actually pulled it, but it had a huge amount of sag over just a couple hundred feet. That shit is.
Rocky, do you have any silk rope, braided rope for your boats, or mostly nylon?
No, it's nylon.
I don't know if the silk is that great. I mean, hell, you can get carbon fiber rope and stuff like that, which can blow silk away. But you're still talking about what is the buoyancy of it? What is the buoyancy of silk?
They make Kevlar
I
braid.
think paracord 1100. That's 1100 pound test, and it's pretty fucking light.
Yeah, but the problem is
And
it's too light.
You can stretch the shit out of it.
Right, but it's too light.
What do you mean it's too light?
It'll be buoyant as hell.
What do you even mean?
It'll be buoyant as hell. It'll be buoyant as hell.
No, it absorbs water over time. If you just throw a piece of paracord in water, it might float a little bit, but over time it's going to sink.
Does it sink?
Over time, yes, as it absorbs the water.
So you're going to have a variable amount of buoyancy, so it'll change over time. But if it sinks, that means that it's heavier than water, which means you've got reverse sag. Or you've got sag.
It shouldn't be that much, like a line that just barely floats on the water. Shouldn't be that much. You know, I say it shouldn't be. Just thinking about it, shouldn't be that much force to pull it under.
Right, and that's where I used my random number of saying that I've gotten it neutrally buoyant to 1/1000th of its weight. So it's almost the same weight as water. It's within 1/1000th of the water it displaces, whether it be neutral or positive buoyancy.
Isn't this that same test they were talking about over back on Brandon's a while back?
Yes. And over 3 miles within 1,000th, you get a quarter foot of buoyancy error. At maximum tensile strength. Yeah, that would be just about to break the line.
I mean, I think you got to start it underneath the water. You get the neutral buoyant one, you start it a foot under the water, and then you have a foot under the water on the other side, and then you measure in the middle.
Oh, I agree.
That's what I think. You use winches to pull it.
I agree. Doing it in water is fine, because if you have it on the surface, then you've got to break surface tension.
You got to break that tension. Yeah, that makes sense. Neutrally buoyant.
This way, if it's under the water, you don't have to worry about the surface tension at all. There is none because you already broke it.
Yeah, just measure a foot on each end underwater, and then go to the middle and pull it tight and see what it is. If it would be drastic, right? If you do a long enough distance. I mean, 8 inches even is a lot.
Right.
To measure 1 foot and 18 inches, that's a lot.
So, do you think that
you're measuring the sagitta? You're measuring the sagitta, though. So you got. Go ahead, Moyak.
Now, when I said though, do you understand what I mean when I say it's within 1/1000th of its weight in buoyancy? That let's say it weighs 10 pounds. Let's say the line weighed 1 pound. It'll weigh in water. It would weigh 1/1000th of a pound, either positive or negative. With that kind of, that's how close I am to neutrally buoyant. Now that means that there will be a quarter foot of error over 3 miles.
A quarter foot.
Yes.
You're talking about it'd be 4 inches over how many miles? You said
over 3 miles.
But it would always be high, right?
No, because it would depend on whether I said within 1,000, either positive or negative. I'm just saying that if you got your situation, I'm saying maybe you could get yourself neutrally buoyant within 1,000. That's just as a rough number.
So you think when you pull line underwater taut as close as you can, it could be lower in the middle somehow?
Yeah, if it's denser, it's going to sag. It's going to have, let's say it's 1/1000th of its weight heavier.
Neutrally buoyant line can sag?
Well, neutrally buoyant line, do you think a neutrally buoyant line is 100% perfectly balanced with the water?
No, I'm just asking. It's neutrally buoyant for a reason. When you pull it taut, it's not taking its buoyancy away. It's still trying to find its neutrally.
No, but the buoyancy is based on the displaced weight of the water. If the water's weight varies at all, it will change its buoyancy force.
Okay, yeah, I could see that.
So that's why I used 1,000. I used the random number, the arbitrary number of 1/1000. Just to say, I got it this close. You think that's a fair number?
Yeah, I guess the problem is the longer you go, the more these variables come into play too. So
right.
Tough.
If the water's hotter over in the middle of the lake, therefore it's less dense. The line's heavier, and
even if it's just deeper or more salty or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can
pressure.
see it.
The water pressure actually changes.
That's why it has to happen in a control. That's why it has to happen. If you are going to do this, it has to happen in a super controlled environment where you're controlling the water, the density of the water the whole way through. You know, you can go through, check the density the whole way through the trench or whatever, PVC pipe, whatever you got going on. You'll be able to control the density.
But anytime you try and buy 3 miles of PVC, you're starting to talk about real money. Let alone
Well, I mean, you could just dig it. 1 mile of clear PVC is about 80 grand because I priced that out because we were going to see how much to do a laser beam in a vacuum tube.
80 grand, Jesus. It's more now, I promise you that.
Yeah.
Anything with oil in it has gone way up.
But if you're just using the PVC pipe for a trench and you don't need the clear stuff, it'll probably be a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, but you're still talking how many lengths? 20-foot lengths?
Yeah, I don't know. You don't have to use PVC. Like I said, you could dig a trench.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. You're saying dig a trench.
You dig a trench, you line the bottom of it. You line the bottom of it with painter's plastic or something. That shit's super cheap. That way the water stays in and you don't have any issues with that. And then, boom, you got your little nice controlled body of water.
A 3 mile trench. How much are you going to charge to dig a 3 mile trench from, let's say, 18 inches deep?
I ain't digging no 3 mile trench. I ain't digging no 3 mile trench.
How much are you charging them?
We'll give you a shovel.
Dig in a circle. Yeah. Put in a circle.
I have access to a free trench digger if anybody's willing.
3 miles. Your trench digger's dead.
He's referring to his wife.
Mechanical trench digger, not a person.
Right. It's going to break. Is it 3 miles? I don't think you're going to get 3 miles out of that blade.
Trencher. But then you're filling it with water. Okay, I mean, yeah, come on, man.
How much are you going to charge him? Come on.
I don't know. I'd have to figure it out. I've never priced out a 3 mile trench. Hey, you want to dig a 3 mile trench? See? 3 miles.
By shovel.
No. From here to Albany. He's like, no.
He also said he thinks it's easy with a shovel. On a beach. 3 mile trench. How much do you think that'd take with a shovel?
Sand. No way you could do it in sand.
Hey, if you keep filling it with water as you go along and plastic, you could keep the sides from collapsing.
You wouldn't have
doesn't need to be that deep.
Line it anymore. Oh, I see. Line it and fill it as you go. Yeah. Yes. Let me know how it comes out.
And Jeremy thinks you could do that in a day with a shovel and a couple guys.
Yeah, it doesn't need to
Jeremy
be that deep.
thinks you see 3D objects in 2D. I don't listen to him very much.
You don't need to have the trench very deep. All it needs to be is a few inches, right?
I would say at least a foot. You're gonna have to have some margin for error.
Yeah, you do that shit before lunch.
I think you've got to get your other eye checked.
Just go hold the shovel. Don't dig anything. Walk down the beach with a shovel for 3 miles and then get back to me.
Couple guys will get that done easy peasy. Use a little army collapsible foldable shovel.
Now you're talking. Like you start
honestly
launching grenades at them, they give them some motivation to dig the trench. Then you might get some army guys. Yeah,
you can honestly just get a truck or a 4-wheeler or something. Put some kind of heavy, like a heavy plow or not a plow, but like a shovel turned sideways and just drag it for 3 miles.
Yeah, they make those.
Yeah.
There you go, Jamie. Get after it.
I don't know. I think I can't do that. I don't have a truck, the thing, nothing.
And you're
Where are you going to do that? Anywhere this gets done, it needs to be on your own land because you're going to want to be able to keep it there to show people and whatnot.
3
Making a
miles
straight
of
line.
level land.
Making a straight line going left. Well, it'll be level after you put the water in it. You'll know if it's level. But making a straight line, if you're only going left, right, that's easy.
Now, you could save yourself some effort and just float your PVC on water and fill it up halfway with water. That way it'll still be buoyant, but it'll be level. But now you can control the water makeup in it. And that'll cut the price of PVC down because you can cut the pipes in half, lengthwise.
Sorry, I was out for a bit. How are you going to make sure the PVC is straight?
Well, straight is, I think that's one of the easier things to do.
Left to right straight is easy.
But getting it level is a real challenge. So if you put it in water, you'll have it level.
Don't you need it horizontal then? Not curved?
Well, level. Horizontal would be, we're dealing with Earth here, so whether it be flat or round, you stick it on the surface of water, we'll all both agree it's level.
Yeah.
And then what are you doing though?
Now you fill it up with a controlled mixture of water that makes your line perfectly neutrally buoyant.
Oh, and okay.
I see what you're saying. So you can control the water, neutrally buoyant line, and then pull it taut.
Right, now you can get it down below 1,000.
And we decided this has to be 3 miles?
I just chose 3 miles at random. It's a good
What's
number.
the Sagit over 3 miles?
That's a long way.
What's
you
the
can do it
Sagit
over
over
miles,
3 miles? Because that's what we're measuring.
If we control the environment,
Do you still have your pipe shop, Rakia?
Does anyone know the Sagita over 3 miles?
Rakia, think back to when you owned your shop.
Yeah,
If
working
somebody
on
ordered
it. Give me
3
5
miles
seconds.
of PVC.
Oh, yeah, no.
Sagita length is 1 feet 5 inches. 1.5 feet, 18 inches.
that's within the margin of error. Then it gives us a tolerance, a reasonable tolerance.
What is it?
I
18
said you'd have a
inches?
quarter within 1,000th of perfectly neutrally buoyant. It would be a quarter foot of sag. So plus or minus a quarter still puts you well within.
Oh, so we got a lot to work with there. Yeah, well within it.
Why couldn't you run a mile-long string, put a scale in the middle with a string holding it up in the middle, measure the sag amount, and then pull it taut and see if the scale gets higher?
That's kind of like what White's Word was doing there with his thing.
Yeah, wouldn't you, like if it's 2 pounds of sag on it, you could calculate that, right? And if it's right, like okay, it's close enough, 2 pounds, and then you pull it tight, and it's trying to go down, it's going to put more pressure on the scale.
Yeah, you have the ends. You have the ends. This is White's Word's thing. You have the ends set at a point to where, they're just high enough so where if you pull on it on a globe, it would be pulling down, and if it was flat, it'd be pulling up. So there'd be definitely a weight change thing going on there. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that test also, but I think again the devil's in the details. I think Zanuck was talking about the torsional forces and stuff. Those are teeny tiny. So to measure them, I'm not sure whether you'd ever get what you think you're going to get. I always keep coming back to the water one and thinking that's the most practical, but still very challenging.
Well, Zanuck doesn't know a lot about forces and numbers and stuff, so.
Yeah, he's not very smart. He's not educated, so we need to exclude him out of this.
Don't take the bait, Zanuck.
We need a guy that made millions. We need a guy that made millions of dollars off of patents throughout his life.
Now his grandparents and like brother-in-laws and brothers, all of them are really smart and successful.
Get it straight, uncle, dad,
Uncle, great uncle,
brother,
all them guys.
nephew. Yeah, he's the particle physicist. Yeah,
I got a first cousin that's just like
astrophysicist is dead. Dad's dead. Yeah, not many people, smart people left except for me.
My
And then, of course, the
great
nephew.
my great grandfather was on the team of people who created the Schrader valve.
There. Oh, really? God bless his soul.
I think that's
and guy cursed some
everybody's
chick,
got one.
by the way.
My great grandfather proved that bacon doesn't kill you because he ate bacon every day of his life and he lived to be 98.
But he's dead, Rakia.
Yeah, but they say
Just
if you
think
eat
how
bacon,
long you
you're
would have
gonna
left
die
if you didn't eat the bacon.
He would have lived to be 180, huh? That was a good point, though. He's still
I always
dead.
wonder about that.
I think people who eat bacon every day also don't commit suicide.
Probably happier. That's why they last longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't worry about it. That's me. You think it's diet?
I think people that eat bacon every day are pigs.
Oh.
Because you are what you eat.
That's why I'm the GOAT.
Yeah. I like that.
But did he eat real?
I must be a cow.
You got some fucking fish out here flopping and flapping. Fucking pescatarian.
Well, I'm just finishing up cleaning up all the damage that those people's accounts that got hacked. So yeah, apparently if you just click on a Discord link, it can hack your password. Just a server invite. It'll hack your password and then start using your account to spam servers and stuff. So I didn't know that was possible. I know if you click like an actual, like a link, like an internet link, then of course it can do it that way. But I didn't know just a server invite could do that. So yeah, anyone who got that Peppy emoji invite thing, definitely don't click on it because it'll take your password.
Damn.
Well, I think we'd know if anyone else clicked on it because your account would already be spamming the whole server with with that link.
Oh, I just clicked on it about 20 minutes ago.
Did you really, or are you joking?
Nah, no joking.
It seems like people, if they change their password, it seems to fix it. So,
all right, let me know if my account starts acting dumb.
I actually have the two-factor authentication on my Discord.
Yeah,
that's the only way to do it.
That's probably the way.
That's the thing. That's the thing is, I think when you click on that, when you click on that link, when you go to verify, that's basically the trick. They're trying to get you to two-link verify, basically.
But this was just a server invite, though. Like it wasn't even a. It's not like a.
Well, right. When you press on that server invite, it asks you for a QR code for you to go with your phone and scan it with a QR code, basically. And I'm pretty sure that's how they get you to basically two-factor authenticate, I guess, the shit.
How can you tell if your account's been hacked?
Well, these people that it happened to, like Bandsaw, he said he got from Cuddles to Pirate, he got a link to that Peppy emoji server. He clicked it. The minute he clicked it, his account started just spamming every server with.
If you DM me your password, I'll log into your account and see if it's been hacked for you.
Did any of the Globers get this thing, or was it all flat earthers that got it?
It was, in this case, Bandsaw, Crypto, and Cuddles, which I guess none of them are Globers.
All flat earthers. That's pretty suspicious, guys. Pretty suspicious. No Globers got it, huh?
No, I didn't click on the link. See what messages have been sent from your account?
It should be in your DMs, I guess, but maybe if it DMs people, it just does one of those invites. Or no, I think it actually was an actual DM.
Yeah, it's a DM. I got an invite from all three of those people.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I don't know what is their goal. I mean, I know they're getting your password, but it's like if all it's doing is just spamming that link to more people, are they just? I just wonder what they're actually trying to do. Like once they get your password, maybe I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to do with it, other than just spread it to more people.
Could be just like the old what do you call it? The old Apple viruses and stuff. They just did them for kicks. I remember I got one of the viruses on my Mac that when you type the document up, every once in a while, all the letters would just start falling off randomly onto the bottom of the screen.
You know
They
what
were
I
just
would want?
humorous viruses.
You know what I would want to do, dude? Is I would want to like hack like Microsoft or Apple, and then like when they like decipher it, it's like my resume.
Yeah, but they so all the letters would fall off on the bottom of the screen, just pile up in a pile on the bottom. It's hilarious. And all you had to do was move the mouse and it went away. But you had to get a antivirus to get it off your machine, so you didn't have to keep moving your mouse to keep your documents up.
You know that
It's so
Pepe
funny.
character represents the cult of Kek. You guys ever heard of that?
Or KEK, which means
Yeah,
laughing out
Kek.
loud.
Cult of Kek.
What is that? Like a kike, basically?
No, it's just look up Cult of Kek, or I'll post something about it.
I heard that Yoda character from Star Wars is based off some fucking I don't know, druid fucking spirit or some shit.
British American princess.
Forget what it was, but that guy Aleister Crowley was like writing about it too. Some little green man named Yoda, and this was like way before Star Wars.
Yeah, the Green Man is archetype that's used a lot for. That's another esoteric symbolic thing.
Green and purple, yeah, purple dude. Does it represent a species or what?
No, it's
just a little green man, like a little green spirit, basically. It's like a big thing in Judaism. I don't really know much about it, but that's one of like the characters, I guess, or some shit.
I know there's
I honestly don't know enough about it to say, but I just know it's part of it.
There's a lot of references to it, yeah. And purple is a big one. Like the, Thanos color. Yeah.
Oh, you mean purple?
Yeah, purple.
Isn't
color.
Thanos supposed to be like a Titan? I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's so much esoteric shit in the fucking memes and shit in Marvel. Like I wouldn't doubt it.
They call him Titan. Maybe that's like a Nephilim, right?
I think like Iron Man is like the archetype of like every Glober's dreams, what they want to become.
Yeah, he's like Elon Musk.
Yeah, they were calling him. They were calling him
successful
Iron Man,
in a hero? You don't want to be successful in a hero? Help people?
No, man. There's other heroes, right? There's Hulk. There's fucking Captain America. But I'm just saying. There's the hero thing is not specific to Iron Man. I'm saying Iron Man is the thing about Iron Man is he's specific to Globers and their aspirations.
I get what you're saying.
It's weird.
You know what's funny too is like this whole idea why they picked Robert Downey Jr. because he battled with drug addiction too, and in the comic books, like in the early '90s, Iron Man was a drug addict also, and he kind of overcame that. But they had to write that out of the modern day MCU.
I don't know. He's an alcoholic.
Is he in the movies?
Exactly, yeah.
No. In the movies, he's like the ultimate, good guy or something like that.
Oh, he's the ultimate
way.
epitome of like the man in. He's a fucking man in a suit of technology.
He's
He
like
is
the
literally like
leader.
a Glober fucking wet dream.
He's like the leader of all superheroes.
You say that with such disdain, like technology is a bad thing.
It's not disdain. It's not disdain. I'm just analyzing like what the character is and what he symbolizes.
Symbolizes somebody with fabulous wealth becoming his own hero. He's
The
Batman.
Age of Ultron.
It's more of a he's a genius and he creates technology and then his wealth is kind of a secondary effect, right?
He's an arms
Whereas
dealer.
Batman is just born rich. Batman doesn't really earn his money. Whereas I'm pretty sure Tony Stark is a capitalist, right?
It's an arms dealer,
Yes.
defense
Capitalist,
contractor.
arms dealer, alcoholic, all the above.
To it, so I just it's like, wow. Speaking of Hollywood
Billionaire,
sellouts,
philanthropist, playboy. Isn't that
you
the
guys
case?
seen?
How about
you guys seen Matthew the cucking that Matthew McConaughey's up to?
Here's I
going
just looked it up.
going on
how
the
about,
rants about gun control.
Yo, how about Dr. Evil and him being bald and shooting penis rockets into the air, and now Bezos is doing exactly that. That's kind of funny.
That's the thing too. It's like all these people that you have, right? All these rich people. It's like all Dr. Evils or the adversary for Batman. I can't think of his name right now. Lex Luthor.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Lex
don't
Luthor,
I don't necessarily think they're all Dr. Evils. I just think that the
Or Lex
striking
Luthor.
similarity of Bezos and Dr. Evil is just comical to me.
So there's like 11 billionaires in the world, all Lex Luthor, not one Batman. Where's the Batman?
He's in the shadows.
Yeah.
You mean there's no Bruce Wayne in real life?
Isn't Lex Luthor better than Batman? Pretty sure Lex Luthor beats fucking Superman. Like,
I think there's good people that come together last minute kind of thing. We don't organize ourselves like the way evil has to hide in the shadows and go into like splinter groups.
Bro, what world are you living in? Evil's in plain sight.
Yeah. Like anytime trouble comes around, like good people overthrow or like outnumber these fucking disgusting people. Yeah, but like this time they got the military technology on their side, so I don't know. But they've always had it. They've always had military tech. I don't know. There's no fighting back, right? That's what I'm saying.
yeah, the only thing that can save you is Jesus.
Yeah, the return.
He's late.
Did you just say he's late?
He's already supposed to return. He failed.
Everybody's
in your
waiting.
lifetime, these things shall come to pass. Didn't.
What'd you say?
Said Jesus was supposed to come back. He told the people within their lifetimes they would see these things come to pass. They didn't.
Within their lifetimes, they saw some.
That too. I gotta. Well, didn't he come back actually? Didn't he resurrect? But first off, I don't know. I gotta look more into that because I think the whole futurist versus, I guess, there's like another theory where like the revelation is supposed to already have happened. I don't know. There's like whole fucking debates on this shit.
Yeah, but no. Yeah, but no. It's
People don't debate the Bible. Of course, people do all the time. What are you talking about?
Of course they do. Yeah. But he very clearly says like, and even then it's like it's not yet. Like these are just like he says these things need to come to pass, but even then it's not the end. And he also specifically says these are for a generation like not yet born. He says these are like for your great grandchildren in not so specific words, but
He said that
for a
some of
generation.
you here today will not taste death before these things come to pass. I mean, that doesn't sound like great grandchildren. Although you could have a really old guy.
Well, okay.
Wait, what preceded that exact statement though? Because like
what he means is
that's the thing. If you're gonna say a book says something, then you should be able to point to us the chapter and verse, and then we should be able to look at the context and be, oh yeah, you're right. And you know what I mean? Because it's not like we're doing the experiment. It's much easier. All you do is point to the verse and chapter.
Do that while I'm out chopping wood.
You
I get what
chopping
you're
wood?
saying, right? I get what Moyok's saying.
Man is a fucking look. This guy says he has guns. He's chopping wood. Guy, it's a fucking. This is an actual manly gober. It's got to be the first one.
I gotta rephrase that. Not chopping wood. I'm cutting limbs off of trees.
Noise.
No
Are you using
axe.
sawzall, or are you fucking using an axe?
I am using lopping shears, chainsaw, and little pole saw.
Using a trench digger.
Yeah.
Did you have that storm come through and knock down some trees? We did.
Now I'm pushing back. Woods have been encroaching on my house.
You shouldn't
I've been
use
lazy.
anything more than math, man. All you need is math.
Yeah, when
Lots of things you can do with math.
Jesus tells like the people he's crucified with that like surely you'll be with me in heaven or like something like that.
That's different.
Different from what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think what he's referring to is they won't pass away, as in like he'll be with them in some kind of spirit form. Like as soon as you die, you'll be with him, kind of thing, and then you'll witness the end of days. You get to witness it.
I don't know. It's just kind of weird.
Unless he was talking about some signs of like the end times, which did come to pass in their lifetimes, like the minor signs.
Yeah, exactly. Minor signs and yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Matthew 16:28. Truly I tell you, some of you who are standing here will not taste death. Blah blah blah. I'm not going to do the context, but that's 16:28.
16:28. Wait, what? What? Chapter 16,
Matthew.
verse 28?
Yeah, Matthew 16:28.
Have you ever
Until
found it
something
weird
comes
how
to
they
pass.
spelled
What's
the
the something? That's the question.
Have you ever found it weird that they spell the Matthew with 2 T's? I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah, it's something to make that book not count.
I think ultimately Jesus just had a different understanding of what life and death was as a human. And like he understood that you kind of just transition or something, or transfiguration.
Well, then that would kind of imply that he's just saying that everybody will experience it, not some of you.
Yeah, everyone kind of will. You are a soul.
Wait,
even
okay, so how do you know the context of what he's saying isn't referring to his resurrection and transfiguration instead of his second coming?
Didn't read what he said. I don't know.
He does talk about how I'm going to be crucified and come back. So then why wouldn't he be speaking of that? Like, I don't know. I just...
He might
thought it was
literally...
the context of the kingdom of heaven coming down and stuff like that, but I could be wrong. I don't remember.
Like, I think they actually get to see him in his cool spirit form, like in his form, like they got to see.
I think the transfiguration is the most plausible, right? Because all the disciples were still alive when he, I guess, was purported to have ascended. I don't even know. Transfiguration ascended to the heaven.
He's talking about how he's going to be crucified in front of them, and then he's going to resurrect 3 days later. So they're going to see him do that.
Yeah, and then he's going to go to heaven. Yeah. So how is that contradictory to
it's
what?
Not.
That's not what he said. I didn't think, but If you guys are reading it, that's what you're reading. Okay.
Well, he's saying, surely I tell you, standing here right now, I will, one sec. Let me
Yeah,
read it again.
because isn't the whole second coming narrative mainly revelation? You know what I mean?
Some,
Are we
who are
still on
standing
Matthew
here,
16:28, or are we on something else now?
I think we're talking about 16
let me
28.
read it.
Okay.
Some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So I don't know if that means
No, I could see
end
that.
of days.
That could also mean the second coming. I don't think it's unreasonable to say it is.
I think it just means death and resurrection, and like it'll be proof that there is a Son of Man. Like,
Right, because doesn't he tell Pilate, "My kingdom is not of this earth," right? And then there's all kinds of shit in the New Testament describing how like the kingdom is like amongst the people on earth doing his work and stuff. Right? The kingdom of God is supposed to be like a spiritual kingdom, not a physical one. And it's supposed to actually have come to the earth after he dies and resurrects, right? And then they have that where they're speaking in tongues and shit after.
I think he actually physically appears after his death and resurrection. So he physically appears in front of, Peter, James, John, all those guys. So he says some of you standing here. So he's not referring.
Well, that was all of them then.
Well, he's
maybe
referring
not.
to like some of the disciples that get to see him after he's transfigured or after he's resurrected.
I thought this was on the was like on the Sermon on the Mount and stuff. I probably remembering it wrong, but that's what I thought it was. I thought it was talking to the general populace.
He says in
not
verse
the,
24, he's in verse 24 right here, he's talking about taking up his cross and stuff. I'm reading the chapter right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Matthew. It would say at the beginning where he was. It could be at a mount. It could be at the river or whatever.
Right.
Either way, that you're saying.
I saw this years ago, so I'm not going to die on that hill.
So is it wrong to assume that anything all of us are saying right now kind of deserves like a double asterisk, like one for the subjective interpretation of whatever it says, and another one because there's so many different versions of the scriptures that you don't know exactly what was said?
Not really. If you're a scholar, you can kind of one-off say like, well, Jesus said this, and have no understanding of anything else, and like think these things. But I'm sure if you read it with a skeptical mind or whatever, you would just read it like a great story, and it would make sense.
Okay, wait. I'm reading the chapter
but if
right
it was
now.
rewritten,
Wait, hold up. I'm actually reading the chapter right now, and he's talking about how he's going to be crucified and whatever. And then Peter's like, "No, Lord, you can't fucking get crucified." Blah blah blah. And he's telling Peter, "Be behind me, Satan." And this is what's leading up right before he says, "Onto this generation, you're going to see these things." He doesn't talk about any revelation or second coming or end of the world. He's talking about his crucifixion and resurrection. I mean, he's arguing with Peter right about this exact subject right before he says, "Onto this generation, you're going to see these things." And the whole chapter begins with him rebuking the people of the time, saying that they're an adulterous generation searching after signs. So in the context, I don't think it's talking about the end of the world. But with that one verse by itself, I think it can definitely be, you can definitely make the point that it is. But I just think when you read the chapter in full, it doesn't seem like that's what he's talking about. So I don't know. It's up to you. You can read it, interpret for yourself. But I'm not trying to say I'm the one who's right here, right? But I'm just saying, like, reporting what's been happening in this chapter up and until this verse 28.
Yeah, well, that's not why he brought up that verse. It wasn't to talk about a distant generation or anything like that. He brought up the verse just in sheer anger at God.
So my point's kind of been already shown by your disagreement
Um,
about what was said
Wait,
or
how
the
can you be
intents
angry at
behind
God
what
when
was
can I
he
say
is
said.
God?
something? Can I say something real quick for all the Paulines out there that says not saved by works? Right here in fucking verse 27, right before he says what he says in verse 28, he says, "For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father and with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his works." And this is what Jesus is saying, not what Paul is saying. It says right here, the angels and God shall come and reward according to their works, right here in verse 28, 27. I mean. So, I mean, I don't know. It's something to ponder. If you guys know what I mean by like the whole Pauline fucking debate, once saved, always saved type of deal.
Is this the King James version? I mean, it's been rewritten so many times. How do we know which version actually says what was said? And there's supposedly one original text that was maybe even Gaelic, and that's where all of the different versions of the Bible came from, and
No,
it was rewritten, and all these things. What's wrong with
the oldest, most
not
accurate, fucking complete Old Testament is Greek, and the most oldest and complete New Testament version is Greek.
Okay, so you're
There
at
is
Matthew
so like
that's one theory.
Where were you reading? Matthew 24 or what?
I read the whole chapter of Matthew. I went to the fucking Matthew chapter 16 because he brought up verse 16 28. Chapter 16 verse 28, 28 being the last verse of the entire chapter. But like in the whole chapter, he's basically talking about how he has to get crucified. He's talking about how this generation doesn't see him as the Messiah, and then because they're wicked, and then he confirms that he's the Messiah, and then he says, "I have to die," and then Peter's trying to stop him, and then he rebukes Peter, and then he says like, "You're gonna be the stone that I'm gonna build my church on," blah blah blah. So he's just talking about. Nothing in this chapter indicates he's talking about the end of the world, at least from my perspective. I don't know. You could reread it and show me where you think he is outside of that verse 28. But that verse 28, I think, is referring to what he was saying in the actual chapter 16. So I don't know. I don't think it's a good argument.
We were
I
talking
think
about
it's weaker
Matthew
than the
24.
opposing side. In my
We were talking about
opinion, it's
Matthew
weaker than the opposing.
24. We were talking about Matthew 24 verse 28. Like you're on a different chapter.
16? No, wait. Moyak. Is it 16? Chapter 16, you said?
1628 was the one.
Yeah. So I
he
am
was
right.
talking
It
about.
is 1628. Yeah, I just read the whole chapter 16 right now. Like, the moment I wasn't talking, I was reading it.
My bad. Okay, I see. I don't know what you're talking about. Go to Matthew 24. We're not even talking about the same subject, and I'm not really.
But here's the thing: is Moyak man brought up. He's the one who was basically, I guess, the one who brought it up. So why would you be
Spearheaded
looking at the
the
chapter he
particular
didn't bring up?
argument we were on.
Yeah, like you're on chapter 24, but me and Moyak's the one who brought up chapter 16. So I was just looking into what he was talking about.
Yeah.
So
He brought up chapter 16, but he also asked a different question prior to that. And you're answering the question. You're answering something else, like that he's not making a point in chapter 16 there.
Oh no, it was.
Right, but
My
I'm
whole
saying
thing
is,
was based on these things will come to pass. Some of you will not taste death before these things come to pass. Basically, that was the context of the argument, and that was 1628.
Yeah, so I don't think that disproves Jesus coming and ending the world, because none of the chapters about him ending the world. It's all about him getting crucified and his early church being established, right? So I don't know where I'm not trying to argue against chapter. I don't even look at chapter 24. I'm just specifically talking about 1628, which Moyak man did mention.
Yeah, you're right. I get what you're saying.
Like, I'm not trying to argue whatever you found in 24. I didn't even look at it. So
right.
Yeah, he could be just talking about the resurrection and witnessing that, or witnessing him in the kitchen or whatever.
Read the whole chapter. like read it. It's not long. It's like a page basically. And I think you'll see that the argument that's talking about the end of the world is quite a weak argument. Not saying it couldn't be true. It just, from the whole chapter's context, there's no mention of any of that. Just about him dying, resurrecting, and establishing his church.
Nice. Can we move on to 24 then?
Yeah. What about? Yeah, sure.
That one talks about a generation to come and kingdom against kingdom and stuff. Wait, we've got to get someone to read it out loud for everybody.
Bro, it says not a stone shall be unturned. What? Not a fucking stone shall be unturned. You know how ridiculous that is?
Yeah, that for sure. The Romans did sack it and it came true, I think. Like, they've already established that one's come true.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, like, for the times, I think the Romans were quite, not to say everything they were doing was good, but they were quite a fair people. You know what I mean? They weren't like Genghis Khan, where they just fucking killed everyone ever. And you know what I mean? Like, they were quite merciful. They had the ability to kill a lot more people than they actually did.
Yeah, their intention was to recapture as much territory like that the Greeks lost, basically. The world was way more connected.
Didn't Rome capture a city and kill like Aristotle or some like important philosopher guy or something, Archimedes or something? Or
I'm sure
there was some.
a lot of innocent.
I don't think Archimedes was killed by the Romans, but he was. There was a battle where basically like all his contraptions and shit were pissing. I think it might have been the Trojans, but all his contraptions, these fucking like magnifying glasses and levers that pulled boats out of the water, all kinds of shit. And then they finally sacked the city, and he was just in his room doing geometry, and the fucking soldiers came in and just fucking slew him. But I don't think those were the Romans. I don't think those were the Romans.
No.
Romans did do some barbaric shit, though. It's just that they were very diplomatic and would definitely take hostages, you know? Like, sometimes battles would... 13,000 dead.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right.
30,000 captured or whatever.
My bad.
It was the Romans?
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They killed one of the most brilliant men of their time, probably.
Yeah, dude, that when you the shit, bro, like catapults and like a magnifying glass. How the fuck do you come up with a magnifying glass to fucking? And they created Greek fire too. They had flamethrowers on their ships, and they would spray it onto other ships, and the fire would rest on top of the water and still burn. So if you came to the surface, you would get burned. It's fucking. The Greeks were fucking pretty smart.
Hey, real quick, since you guys are talking about the Book of Matthew, a friend of mine made a video. I just put in the live stream voice text. Talks about the Matthew's Bible being the original text, and he's got the dates and everything. And anyway, Matthew's Bible originally had the words "flat Earth" in the text.
What? Oh God, that's fucking hilarious. Oh, what, Matt?
Just another reason not to believe it.
Matthew's Bible, wasn't Luke the first gospel to be written?
I don't know. Just watch his video and take it for what it's worth.
All right, I might look into it.
Matthews is the most important, in my opinion, I guess, and in many people's opinion.
Yeah, same war that they killed Archimedes was the same war they fought Hannibal.
Lecter?
The Punic War?
Yeah, Hannibal Lecter
War?
from Silence of the Lambs. Yes, that's the
Yeah,
one.
it was a sequel to Silence of the Lambs. Yeah.
Are you talking about the second Punic Warco show?
Yeah, and also the second movie in the trilogy.
The sequel and Silence of the Lambs. No, those Barca battles were dope, bro. Barca was on some crazy shit.
Say barcodes.
I said Barca. Hannibal Barca, wasn't that his name?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know his last
What's
name.
up?
What about the what's this called? There was this city back in the ancient world. What do they call it?
Atlantis?
There was it was like right off the coast of a little bit north of
Tyre?
Yeah, Tyre. I think that was the city. Yeah, that one was that was crazy.
That's a real.
Is that the one they built a land? They like built land to it.
There's a place called Tyre right now. It's in the same location. It's
fishing nets on there.
Tyre. It's a Greek. It's where the Greeks colonized. Actually, if you want to go back real far back, it's after one of the islands in Greece like exploded in a volcanic eruption. All of these seafaring people basically went to like Israel, Palestine, Tyre, and all these locations, and North Africa, and they basically colonized these areas. And they were all like, if you type in like ancient seafaring Greek like colonies, it's anyway. Tyre's right there above like
Fizzle.
current day Israel. Yo.
So I'm just looking into chapter 24, and yeah, this is when he's talking about the end of the world. See over here, it actually says specifically they're talking about the end of the world. Whereas I think in chapter 16, he's just talking about his death and resurrection. Just what it seems like from the two chapters. Because here in chapter 24, he's talking specifically about the end of, like he says, these are the signs to come at the end of the world. And then he describes that there's wars and rumors of wars, pestilence, famines, and natural disasters. And then he says, like, this isn't the end of the world. This is only the beginning, yeah. But then if you think about it, within their generation or whatever, there was no massive, like, famines or pestilences. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it fit. I don't know. I'll have to read a little further into it, but I haven't completed 24 right now. So.
He's talking about global scale stuff and like nation against nation, and yeah,
exactly. It seems like it's a worldwide event, like not unprecedented in the world's history.
Yeah, and when you say global, that doesn't necessarily mean it means worldwide. Like it doesn't.
Horseshit. He said globe. God said it.
Pizzle is a globe earther, right?
Yeah, I am.
Oh.
Damn it. Damn it.
Yeah, almost had him, Moyak. Almost had him.
That doesn't mean I don't love ancient, awesome, like
dude. It says right here, before the end of the world, the gospel has to be preached to the whole world. So that like it couldn't be. You know what I mean? Like the whole world has to have the gospel before the world ends. It says right here in chapter 24.
I love how you're reading it. Hell yeah. That's not the first time you've heard it though, right? Like that's great how you're reading it. Like it's like a pamphlet that just came in the mail. It's great.
I've read Matthew before. I'm just rereading it because you guys are arguing about specific things in the book itself. I'm not just gonna pull the fucking verse out of my memory. Like, oh yeah, verse 28. You know, like, do I remember all these verses off the top of my head? Dude, no, I gotta read it again to fucking remember.
Good. No, I love that.
Moyak.
I read Matthew like maybe 2 years ago, all the way through again. It's a nice book, dude. Whatever the Jesus guy is, Son of God or whatever, it's smart, like very wise, man. Like everything he says, kind of on point.
Hell yeah.
I was just gonna say, Moyak. The other thing about the word global, it doesn't always mean like a Earth sphere kind of thing. You know, like the word global also means like comprehensive and pertaining to the whole world. And anyway, so I'm just saying, if someone uses global, doesn't always mean.
I don't know. You use words that
We're
liberally.
talking about
Sometimes you guys get real picky about like a flat level or something like that. And now you're going to go and say we're going to take the secondary definition. I don't know. That seems like a little bit of two-faced talk there.
I don't know
right
what
here
you're
in,
talking about. I'm just saying that the word global doesn't always mean a Earth globe concept thing. The word global means
yeah, you can use it colloquially. But
well, you
anyways,
could be
here in
doing like
chapter,
you could be doing like global finances where you're like doing a comprehensive review of your finances. It doesn't mean it doesn't have anything to do with a sphere.
I know that, but I'm playing word games like you guys.
Yikes.
Okay. Anyways, also right here it says in chapter 24 that there has to be an abomination of desolation set up in a temple before the end of the world. I'm not sure if that occurred or not, but that's what it says over here as well. So there has to be like huge famines, pestilence, natural disasters, and wars, and whole nations and stuff. That's only the beginning.
Well, the famine could be coming because, a lot of food factories have been burned down recently.
That's kind of why we say that they're waiting to build the third temple. Even though they have like all the little, I forget what they're called, the little menorahs and all the decorations that go inside the third temple.
Dude, hold up. 21 basically this is the nail in the coffin right here. So chapter 24 verse 21, it says right here, for then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, nor shall ever be. So it'll be worse than the flood of Noah. That's how bad the tribulation is supposed to get, right? Because he says right there, worst of all, like that's the nail in the coffin right there, dude.
It's going to be worse
70
than
AD was not the worst tribulation the world has ever seen. It really wasn't.
How the hell are you going to be worse than Noah? Noah killed all but 8 people. So if you do that, that means you're going to have less than 8 people.
I'm pretty sure everyone dies
Not a
in
lot of
Revelation.
stuff to come out. Kind of
I'm
boring.
pretty sure. Have you read Revelation and how bad it actually is, dude? He pours bowls of wrath. I don't even know what that means, but it just sounds like a bowl of wrath from God poured onto the earth. Sounds pretty bad, in my opinion. So yeah, I don't think that chapter 16 is talking about the end of the world, because here in chapter 24 he's clearly describing it, and what he's talking about is very different from what he describes in chapter 16. In chapter 16 he mentions him being crucified and resurrecting, and in chapter 24 he mentions the end of the world. So I don't know. I think it's a shut case. I don't know if you have any other arguments, go ahead.
What is this?
Now,
what is this even
back to-
argument that there's going to be an end of something, or what is the?
He was just trying to point out a contradiction in the Bible, but I don't think he was taking the proper context into.
I'm not sure. Going back to the Matthew 16 stuff. I'm looking at this in NIV. For the Son of Man is going to come with in his Father's glory with his angels, and then he will reward each person according to what they have done. That seems pretty end of times thing.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that verse alone? Oh wait, what verse are you talking about? That's not
You have to
20.
read the whole thing,
right?
Mike.
I know. I'm just now I decided to go and read it, and I'm like, this seems coming in your Father's glory with all of his angels and shit. That's not him coming out from under a rock inside of a tomb.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
But he's saying like that's going to happen. Surely that's going to happen.
In their lifetime.
Yeah, and then what's the sentence right before that? No, it doesn't say in their lifetime. What's the sentence right before that?
Hold on, let me go back.
So do
truly, I
think
tell
that
you, some of you standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming into his kingdom. With the previous statement being that he's going to be coming with his angels and shit.
Well, no, read it again properly. Read both sentences.
Okay, backwards.
Yeah.
For the Son of Man is going to come in his Father's glory with his angels, and then he will reward each person according to what they have done. Next line. Truly, I tell you, some of you standing here today, some of you standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Those sound like they're two things that are happening simultaneously.
That Francis Bacon sure had a way with words, did
I think he's reading NIV though.
That's NIV, New Living. Let's see, New Living is, and I tell you the truth, some standing here right now will not die before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. English New Standard, truly I say to you, it seems like it's all translations seem to be about the same. Berean, King James.
Are you a Bible
Verily, I
believer,
say unto
Moya?
you. What's that?
Are you a Bible believer?
No.
Are you
Dude, go
atheist?
read. Wait. Hold up. Go read chapter. Go read verse 21 from that same chapter. For
All right, go
that
back to there.
time forth began Jesus to sow unto his disciples how they must go on to Jerusalem and suffer many things of the elders and chief priests, scribes, and to be killed and raised again on the third day. Then Peter took him and began to rebuke him, saying, Be it from the Lord, for shall thou not be unto thee? Then Jesus goes to rebuke him. I don't know. I can understand where you're coming from, but like as I read, when you read the chapter from beginning to end, it gives like a different. I don't know. It just seems like he's not talking about the end of the world.
Yeah,
Given that
it puts
he's
it into
specifically
context.
talking about his crucifixion and them going to Jerusalem, right? And like the kingdom
I
of
would
God,
agree with that, except for the last two
and the
sentences.
kingdom of God, like I said, is not a physical one, right? It's supposed to be a spiritual one. They say that the kingdom of God was with the disciples or apostles, I mean, after Jesus died. So if that kingdom of God was with them after he died, and there was no fucking castle over Jerusalem floating in the sky, and the Romans didn't report any castles, I think the kingdom of God. I mean, he even talks to Pontius Pilate and says, "My kingdom is not of this earth." So what? Why would his non-physical kingdom that doesn't even threaten Pilate, who is a pilot? He's a fucking Pontius Pilate's a pilot for Rome. Rome's in the fucking business of making empires. If there was another physical empire, don't you think the Romans would be threatened? But he reassures Pilate and says, "My kingdom's spiritual." So when you say his kingdom's coming back, and then it says even in like the Acts and shit that the kingdom does come back,